Okay, so a residual haunt is when the energy is so, like, say a massacre happened, or if, like, something very, um it's usually something like that, and people think that ghosts are stuck, right? So what happens was at certain times of day or certain times of the month, sometimes once a year, they believe it happens during Halloween, is because they say that's when the veil is the thinnest. So, they it's just like a recording when you keep playing back a recording, right? I wanted the proper definition, but I didn't get it. I didn't bring it up, which I should have been more prepared than I am, but I'm really not at this moment because this is off the cuff. Our stream wasn't supposed to be about this, but it is about this now. Um, we have a lot of ghost stories, and welcome to the panel, Scarlett. I'm sure you have some really cool stories, right? I wonder if she can hear me. Hello, Scarlett. Can you hear us?
Oh, I can now. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Something went wrong there. I couldn't hear you guys. Now I can. Hello. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So, do you have some? See, I was just talking about residual haunting because we'll talk about that first before we get to the other stuff. When you have a residual haunt,
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, here's the. Okay, go for it.
Residual is like a repeated energy. It's like it's on a loop. It's not so as intelligent or um,
Yeah,
real as the other ones are. It's present. I think it's something. I feel like it's an emotion and energy that it's stuck on over and
right.
over and over.
Yeah, and you got it right, totally right when you said, it's not intelligent. You can't interact with it. You can't, you know what I mean? It's totally like that. It's just like a recording. It, people will say, like, they'll see the same ghostly apparition will walk across their house or in an area and do a weird thing, like they're actually doing something. Recently, well, back in October of last year, I was in New York. I was at what's that place called? Stony Brook. And actually, the hotel we stayed at was one of the places they investigated, and I think ghost hunters or something. And it was built over the underground railroad, right? And they had all kinds of pictures of this little girl. There was a little girl that would stand by the fireplace, and also her mother would walk down the stairs. And the room I stayed in, it was so trippy because I had put my phone in a certain area to charge it, and then it was over on the other side of the room when we came back up to the room, me and my cousin. And so I asked her, I said, "Did you move that?" She's like, "No." So I was like, "Well, maybe a housekeeper or something came in because it's a house. Like the place that we stayed in it was a bed and breakfast kind of deal, but it's made into a beautiful resort, you know. And we were there for a wedding. So I went downstairs and I said to the guy, "I know this place is haunted. Do you got any stories?" And then he goes, his eyes got real big. And he said, "Well, what did you?" He goes, then he started telling me about the room I was in. He goes, "Yeah, a lot of people in that room have experienced their stuff getting moved around." I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah." And I told him that happened to my phone. So not that it didn't just happen once. It happened every single time that I had put it on the dresser. It would be over plugged in, over at the side of the bed. That stuff doesn't freak me out. It's the living that freak me out. These people don't freak me out. That, for instance, isn't a residual. But the girl walking down the stairs at the same time, all the time, I think he said it's at like 2 in the morning that she walks down the stairs. Like that's what people see her, but they can't interact with her. Like this lady, she's like dressed in the olden days, with the corset and that kind of thing. Has anybody in here experienced a residual? Cody, did you bring up that residual thing? No, right? Because I could turn around and just look it up quick to give everyone a better idea.
I found something that kind of went through it. I posted it in the back check.
Oh, could you read it? Or you can't? Because I could
I
bring it
could.
up real quick. Hey, I keep forgetting you're on a phone. I'm sorry. I'm not ignorant.
That's
Okay.
easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to read it? Is that the BL or
It
what?
probably be easier.
Okay. So let me
I get
see
lost through
this.
the menus trying to get everywhere.
Oh, I get it. It's hard when you're on a phone. Like I'm on two different things. Okay, so a residual haunting. Do you see the same apparition doing the same thing all the time? Do you hear the same noises, possibly at the same time of day each time they are heard? Does this ghost seem to not even realize that you are there? If the answer is yes to any of these, you may be witnessing what is known as a residual haunting. Some of the most famous hauntings appear to be residual ones. A residual haunting is playback of a past event. The apparitions involved are not spirits; they are recordings of an event. I believe that this will be the first type of haunting that mainstream researchers will recognize and study. There are numerous theories on how these residual hauntings can be. The main one will be, well, we can discuss that one, right? And this is done by Dave Giuliano, so I'm giving him his credit. We don't need any, strikes against us by using somebody's. He gives a really good one. He says in a residual haunting, there is no actual spirits involved. That's it, basically, like we were talking about. It's the energy, so it's not dangerous. So if you ever witness one, don't even worry about it. Just he says here, just enjoy it without fear, and just enjoy the experience. So if anybody isn't into investigating, this is where you start at. These people do EMF readings or EVPs. Just want to see who just jumped in chat.
Yeah, I do that with my dad, actually. Um,
Oh yeah,
yeah, he has the same kind of gift, I guess, that I do. And I like how you're saying that not to be afraid of it because I don't have as much residual, but I have a lot of interactive energy. And it's a daily basis. I have things moved, cabinets opened. There's a trick that likes to play on my razor pretty constantly. But it's a constant daily base, like occurrence. So it doesn't freak me out anymore. Like
yeah.
it,
So what exactly when that happens? I'm gonna mute for a second so you can talk.
I didn't catch that. What was that?
Like, how does the event go when that starts to happen to you? How does the event go? Like break it down to exactly like how it starts and what you experience, if you don't mind.
Sure. It's different for depending on the different energies, depending on like you said, like the residual. To me, I think is like the an imprint of a left emotion, a strong emotion. So it left a strong energy, and that's why it's on to me a loop, like a photograph, a memory. And with the interactive, the intelligent, it ranges, it varies. Some is an angry, some is a little more calming, some is playful. So to me, I get a lot more playful. Maybe it's like a curious thing, but it starts off as a tinge of a headache. It used to be a lot worse. Now it's a lot easier. The tinge of a headache, you get a little dizzy, and you'll be overcome with an emotion that's not your own. And it's an unexplained emotion or an unexplained energy where you can't connect it. Like, why am I feeling this? And then something will get moved, something will happen. Yesterday, I had a I had this tiny little shampoo conditioner bottle in my shower, and it came right off the rack and flew and hit me right in the face. And I had gotten dizzy randomly in the shower. Yeah, I was actually leaning on the wall, and it came and hit me in the face. And it was a little bit more. It was an angrier energy. I felt really bad and really down afterwards for a while, and it was
Wow,
so.
that doesn't sound like a residual though. That sounds more like it's intentional. Do you think it's intentional?
Oh yeah, this is not residual. These are not the ones I experience on a constant basis. Because to me, I feel like a beacon. because I'm a channeler. I more can empty out my body and it's set to different frequencies. Anything I when I need where I need to be. Um, when I'm at home, I generally keep mine on the same. When I'm with my kids, it's a different frequency. With my cat, when I'm feeling things, and when I go to work with my dad, I can completely change out that frequency. So I feel like maybe I'm a beacon, and I attract a lot of different energies. So it's kind of
Right.
everywhere I go, and it's different feelings, different emotions, different interactions. So it's
Wow.
definitely intelligent, yeah. And that makes
That's
sense.
amazing. That's amazing. Oh, yeah, that's cool. What's the most profound when you channel people? Okay, how about this? If somebody was to ask you to come channel, how do you go about doing? Like, I mean, how do you go about it? And another good question would be, what's the most profound channel that you have received for somebody else?
For somebody else, I've had um, I don't like channeling people's like personal relatives or if they want me to do certain things like that. I'm not a psychic. That's not what I do. I read energies, so I can help out in those different kinds of ways. But channeling for the team now, the investigative, that I have to completely empty out, which means I have to vacate my body, and that means first I close my eyes and I set my breathing to an automatic pace where I'm not thinking about it. Then I focus just on the breathing, just on the colors in the back of my eyes, and I can start to completely, you don't think, you need to clear out completely like you're sleeping. It's almost like you're going to sleep, almost. And it's that moment right before you slip into unconscious sleeping that you can vacate and still kind of be there. You're with your body, but not in it, not of it. And then it allows opening for anything that's near to come through. So as you said, profound, I have had two that are extremely, extremely powerful. One was very good, one was very bad. And the bad one, I wasn't prepared for it. It was when I had to do radiation for my spine, and that night you can't move, you can't really think. I kind of doped up, and I probably slipped into a bad frequency level. And I woke up, I had attacked. Now, mind you, I should have been able to move for 12 hours. I had attacked my friend that was keeping watch over me, helping me, to where when I came to, he was huddled in a corner. I had attacked him, myself, and everything around me. Um, and to a point, like I had scratches, claw marks on every inch of my body, took chunks of skin out, ripped parts of my hair out. I had bite marks on my back. And the things that he told me that I said and did and that came out of my mouth were freaking terrifying. And so that's when I got hooked onto the team with my dad and learned how to protect myself and not get on those frequencies. I stopped doing the radiation. I don't poison my body. I don't do alcohol, anything that levels me to a bad frequency anymore. So that was the bad one. The good one then was shortly after that when I had a pretty light one, very, very light one, with what I believe to be, trying to explain how to explain that, looking into myself, looking into my own spirit and energy. I managed to astral project and look into my own energies. And it was some of the most enlightening and profound things I could have felt. I learned a lot of good and bad truths about myself. Um, but it was enchanting and terrifying to see that kind of stuff from your own being, your own energy. But it was so profound and it helped me get a better grip on who I was. I got to see my core self, and Marlena knows what I'm talking about.
Wow, that's really awesome. A lot of people that don't realize that this stuff is very real. And to talk to somebody that actually does it is amazing to me because, I do run across them. In our culture, there's many. Uh, so we don't call them channelers here, but I don't know how to say it in the other way. Like I don't know what would be besides saying channeling what they
Yeah,
do.
I'm with I'm with you on that. They have a lot of ridiculous names that
Yeah.
I never really know what to call it either.
Yeah. Let me fix my camera. Excuse me, moi. I'm sorry, guys. Hard to do. So it's hard to do. I got like 100 things on the go right now. So besides channeling, because obviously when you channel, you know, right? Basically, you know who you're going to channel, right? Or do you? Or just sometimes do stuff come to you, and you don't know at the time? And by the way, you guys, what she's talking about when she said that when she's in this state, what we call it is your twilight. Like when we're teaching how to do akashic readings, like for yourself, when you're getting into your own akashic records, you get to that twilight. Especially when we're teaching how to do astral projection, you get to that twilight where she's talking about, where you're just right at that edge of the dreamscape or what have you, like that. Yeah. So, Scarlett, have you ever went? Okay, I want to just know what you're talking about when you keep talking about your dad. Like, do you guys have an investigation team or something? Or what do you mean by when you bring up your dad?
Sort of. It's not ghost hunters as your show puts it. The media puts it so ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah.
But they measure energies. They measure the waves. They record it. They record what comes out during the sessions. It's more of energy based reading, emotional based reading. We have people that can read auras in there. We have people that are recording it. We have people that are recording because sometimes different numbers, letters, words, languages will come out. So we have people that are documenting just that. And that's about what they do. And you can't, sometimes I can't really target specific. I can open up to that twilight enough to let anything that's around in. And most people tend to bring certain energies with them. So if you're attached to something that you're trying to feel anyway, you're going to bring that energy with. And I'm going to be able to, um, tune it in, channel it in. If
Right.
that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad you're sharing that because a lot of people that they want to go. So are you a medium or you're a channeler, or is that the same thing?
Kind of the same thing. I can pick up and read the energies of people and feel it. I'm just more susceptible. To me, I feel like I've got like a lighter glimpse through the veil. That like maybe I can't see through the veil because that would be crazy, but it's like maybe I have a sheerer veil than most.
Right. Right. I find lately, since all these changes and people are waking up, which we consider waking up through, say, the Mandela effect or their flat Earth or whatever, is there is a veil that's being lifted because there's people that never had these gifts before that have them now, or they'll hear stuff, like that music in the background. I get it. I know we've talked about it many times on our other shows where we're hearing this music that's not there. We're hearing music that is like it's in our background. Yeah. People don't realize it. Sometimes they think, well, they're hearing music, but they're in an area, so they're thinking, okay, well, maybe there's someone's playing music down the street, but there's nobody where I lived in here and where I was living. There was nobody there to have a big band. There was sometimes I'll get music that is an orchestra or or swing music or jazz, or sometimes you
Rock
get
concert.
yeah, like it sounds like there's a big thing going on, but then when you try to focus on it, it fades away. I find, right? I don't
I
know if
call it
you
the cross chatter.
cross check.
I don't know what
Yeah.
it's actually called, but I call it my cross chatter, where I can hear a whole bunch of different things, but you can never like. I can't tune in to pick out exact words, exact voices. It's like almost like a white noise
Oh
I
yeah.
constantly
Well,
have to hear in the background.
yeah. Well, what I'm talking about isn't I'm not talking about voices. That's
Oh no,
that's
I meant. Oh okay.
yeah. I'm talking
Well,
about the music.
music voices is.
I don't know if you expect. Oh no, these are two different things.
Oh,
Maybe you didn't experience it yet, because if you didn't, you will. Um, this is a
Yeah,
frequency that. Okay, go ahead,
I
Sparrow.
what I've got is like a lot of times I'll hear like almost a jazz sounding music.
And you've only been hearing this how long? Because this ain't something that's like, this is just like the veil being lifted, right? And I think it all deals with the
Yeah.
same stuff. So how many times have you heard this? Do you know? Well, I
Um,
mean, not how many,
it's
but
been
when did you
the
started
last couple
realizing?
years, but
Okay,
I'd say like 3 or 4 years ago is when I really started noticing it, like, and noticed it was not just something that I was hearing elsewhere. It was like within.
yeah, and it's not inside your head. Like I want to let everyone know, this is not inside your head. This is outside of you. You know, you hear it. It's like background music. And it's pretty neat because sometimes I'll sit there and I'll just listen to it and it's like sounds really good, and then I'm like, shit, this isn't even music that's coming from the house or anywhere. You know, it's there, it's faded, but you could totally tell, you could hear the beat, right? See, I can't really say that this is uh, a ghosting or anything because this is intentional music, right? You know what I mean, Cody?
It's a frequency, right?
Oh, definitely. It's like
Okay,
radio
I think I know
waves.
what you guys are talking about now. I'm thinking like music. I'm using people singing and instruments. Sorry to butt in, and I
Oh
just think I
no, that's what
finally
it
figured
is.
out what you
Yeah,
guys were talking about. But I hear like this, like beats. Maybe not
yeah,
people singing, but beats. Like I'll have a constant like someday, and it varies with my energy. Today I'm on a very mellow one, so I'm kind of hearing like this violin almost in my background noise. Does that make
right.
sense? Kind of. Is that what you're talking about?
Kind of. It's along the same lines. Uh,
Cool.
welcome to the panel, glowing.
It
By
took
the
me
way,
forever. I'm like,
everybody,
where's the
just
link? Where's the link?
yeah,
Ah, I
can you
found
mute
it.
your mic? Can you mute your mic, please?
Spam.
Thank you. Um, she it was her idea to do this because we were going to go on stream anyway. We were going to do some Mandela effect stuff, but since it's getting close to Halloween, we're going to start doing some Halloween stuff. You know, like it was brilliant for her to talk about it. We actually had another guy supposed to be showing us EVPs. I'm not sure where he is, but hopefully he'll show up soon. Excuse me. Glowing, I, I know this is up your alley and you like this kind of stuff. So why did you want to talk about paranormal activity besides Halloween when you're done, when you're ready?
Because it's always fascinating me. Like, that's my that's where it's my secret little watching those shows, the ghost hunting shows and everything like that. I've been watching those forever. It's kind of like one of those little secret, you know, guilty pleasures. And everyone's like, they're
Yeah,
not real. They're not real. I'm like, no, they're real. They're real. I've heard enough stories. I've heard enough whatever, and I
yeah.
think that's true, but unfortunately, I really haven't seen any or that I know of. Like I
That
mean,
you
I
know
lived
of.
that I know of. Like I lived in Charleston.
Yeah.
Who knows what I could have been walking next to? Just don't even know there.
Yeah. It was just like we were talking about. You could have walked by one and not even known
Nope.
that that was one, right?
Nope.
Yeah, because my great grandmother was a seer and it was passed down. And, I personally think that, like with the girls, the little girls, plus when my girls were younger, they had their invisible friends, my son. And
Mm-hmm.
I call them visible friends because they're visible to them. You know, I always thought, well, maybe these were little ghosts that were maybe passed away too soon and they're allowed to come here and play with the kids. I mean, I like to believe that
Mhm.
because they see them, they truly see them.
Yeah. I think we probably all see them when we're younger. And I think it's a little bit easier. And then
Yeah, and yeah, and I think that when they stop seeing them is when people start telling them they're fake,
yeah.
and then they lose that, right? Just like the bumblebee story, the
Yep.
bumblebee is too big to fly with the mass of its wings. It's impossible, so they fly around, and the reason why they never they do is because no one ever told them they can't. It's the same
Right.
thing with a child. If you turn around and make them stop believing in something, then they lose all that, right? But I think that those are ghost things. I really think that they are actual beings. And because children are so innocent and not polluted and diluted with what adults or media or all this outside influence stops them from seeing, you
Yeah.
know because you have a
Yep.
little, you have how many, you got a couple littles over there, and
Mhm. They're
I'm
definitely
sure
seeing
he
something.
talks. Yeah, and you and I both had the same experience with the littles. um
Mhm.
like our little boy here did the same thing where he'll see something, he'll say hi, and then bye.
Yep.
There's something
Yep.
there.
Yep.
you know how about you? It's same thing, right, with your little,
Oh yeah.
see? Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Well, there's one day definitely that I smelled something. I've never, in my adult life been able to see something, but the smell thing is a clue into something. And
Oh,
then when he
yeah.
was confirming saying hi and then bye to them, I was asking like, are they dancing or what are they doing? He said, no dancing. And so I'm like, I don't really exactly know, but he definitely knew what they were not doing in front of him, and it was kind of interesting because it's just the two of us. So who would you be saying hi to? And it was in
Yeah.
front of me. It wasn't like he was turning around in his stroller to say hi to me. He was outwardly saying hi. There's other times that he'll be looking up someplace and he'll be like, I'm scared of something, and
Oh,
I don't know exactly what that is, but but I figure I'm
wow.
like, just tell it to go away or whatever, or maybe he's just playing a game with me. Who knows? But
Yeah.
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 But
I think animals
both
can
of
do
these
it
kids
too.
are always looking over your
Oh,
shoulder, looking
yeah.
in a corner someplace. There's no reason to.
What
Like why are you looking over my shoulder at something that when they're when so tiny.
Yeah, well, just like Scarlett just said to us, animals see some shit for
Oh yeah,
sure,
yep, yep,
right?
yep. Well, I
Yeah.
have to revise my story. I do have a couple of stories that probably have spirits in them, and that would be okay. The first experience was that I've ever had that probably triggered me into thinking about these things is when I was younger. I was at a birthday sleepover party, and
Right.
we decided, oh yeah, let's make we were gonna play. We were playing with a Ouija board, and there wasn't enough of us to all play with one, so we had the brilliant idea of making one too.
Oh my God.
So we made one, and it was acting funnier than the other one, like the original, whoever makes it, the real game. And we were
Right.
like, this is a little sketchy, So we took it. We lived in Vermont, so everybody pretty much had wood stoves. So we took it and we threw it into the fireplace, and that freaking thing started screaming.
No.
And we stopped playing with anything the rest of the night.
Oh
So
my
I forgot about
God.
that one. Yeah,
Good.
I was like probably like 8 or well, no, it was a little bit older, probably 11 when we were doing that, 11 or 12. Um, and then
Oh my God.
we talked about
They
animals.
were not allowed in our
I
house.
could definitely, after my dog passed away, could hear and kind of feel his spirit. I mean, I didn't see him, but you hear his little like
Yeah.
collar chain or do whatever, and that was for a couple of weeks or whatever, and then it dissipated. But you know,
Yeah, because we used to have the experience of, it felt like, when a dog jumps up onto the couch or to the bed. We used to have that experience. It used to feel like we used to live in this house in Connecticut, and I swear every house in Connecticut is haunted. Here, sometimes we would feel something jump up on the couch. But we lived in a very, like, our house. Okay, we used to see this old lady. She used to be me and my sister weren't scared of her. Me and my sister, that's like my age, kind of, what I mean. We
mhm,
excuse me. We would see her, but we weren't scared. My older sister, oh no, this is my younger. Well, not my younger. She's not my younger sister. Um, she would. Okay, we were getting ready to go play roller skate down the street, and she came out of the house screaming, and she had one skate on, and she's running, and she's like freaking out. And I was like, "What's going on? What's going on?" She scared me because you see your sister freaking out like that. And she said, "I see a rocking chair. I see the rocking chair." And in our kitchen, um, you she said that she could see the shadow of a rocking chair, and so we found out because the people that lived there before us. I have to tell you how it started. When me and my sister were little, there was people that lived below us, and the woman used to always cook us the lunch, right? Like, cause she couldn't have children, so she would always like that we used to go there. So we were down there. She had this room in the kitchen, and we just were playing and opened the door, and that woman lost her shit. She was like, "Oh my god!" She was trying to shut the door, and that week she moved out of that place. So we ended up
Wow.
taking over the bottom floor, and then we had our other floors, and it was always that ended up being me and my sister's room, and it was always very cold in there because they
Mm.
do suck the energy out. It was
Yep.
always very cold in there, very cold. I mean, you could see your breath cold. A lot of times we would just go sleep on the couch because no matter how many times my mother would turn that heat up, it wouldn't matter. You know. But those people left because of that reason. Because we found out later when we got a little bit older that it was somebody in the woman's, I think it was her mother or her husband's mother had passed away in that room. So that's what we were experiencing. So my mother's, okay, so one of my mother's friends was going to go play a trick on her. And we used to have this bathroom. You have to go down a long, windy corridor
Mm-hmm.
to get to the
Mhm.
bathroom. And he was going to walk down there and scare the shit out of my mother. And we were all sitting like, okay, where the archway was, like the living room was like here, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
we could see just the archway of where you go down into the hallway to the bathroom. All of a sudden, we seen him slam across the wall and slide
Wow.
down.
Mm-hmm.
This thing pushed him, or woman pushed him all the way from there, all the way up, because I think she knew that he was about to freak my mother out. And she probably thinking, you don't do that. Because
That's
I
Yeah.
never
my
felt scared.
that's my job. No. Um.
Yeah, yeah, it is your job. Earl, do you have any ghost story experiences?
Um. Yeah. So, like the one time I told before is where I was going up the stairs to my bedroom for no. Don't know why I was going up, but I was going up anyway. So as I get halfway up, I see this woman sitting at the top of my stairs. I'm like, okay. In my mind, I'm like, okay, this is weird. So like she was like blue, like a blue apparition, like
What was she
uh,
dressed in, bro? Like, what kind of clothing did she have?
uh, it was olden, but it had a weird Middle Eastern kind of feel to the clothing, which is
Were,
weird. I
were
don't
you
know.
were you scared, Earl?
Uh, yeah, I was like, my heart started going pounding. And so I'm like, oh crap, I better get down, better get down, better get down. But she didn't
Wow.
do anything, but as I was going down, she disappeared. Um, and one time I can remember being in the room that there's another bedroom that's downstairs, and it's on the other side of the wall to where the stairs are. And one day, all I could see was this hand, like this ghostly apparition of a hand. But the hand was big, which was totally weird also. And it was like motioning me, like, either like
Wow.
come here or. So I'm just sitting there watching it.
Wow. That's trippy.
And like I used to get at night where I would get a feeling like someone rubbing my back,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of feeling. Like
I remember,
it would freak me out, but after a while, it still kept freaking used to it, so it's like, oh, well,
Yeah, so you weren't scared, right?
yeah, it took me
Well,
a
that could
while.
have been a guardian angel too. You never know. You know,
Could be.
Yeah.
But
never
that
know.
was also next, my bed was sometimes right next to this, one of those, because we were out in the upper room in the house that we were living in,
Right.
that we had the smaller closet, like attic, like doors. So yeah, sometimes it, they would kind of, shake.
Was
I
this all
think.
was this all in the same house, Earl?
Yep, same
Yeah,
house.
that was wow.
Yeah, it was the same place where I had that vision of the village on fire.
Oh, right.
That was the same place.
Do you want to tell everybody what your vision was
Wow.
about? Because
Yeah.
besides
Yes,
us,
please.
right? The YouTube
Um,
And then I got a good one for you guys.
so
awesome.
one night
Love it.
I'm lying in bed, probably can't sleep. I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm looking down and I'm seeing this small little village. People going in, going out of the house. But the odd thing about this village, it was all made up of fire. It was like this small, uh, cool. I wouldn't say colonial, more like a settler kind of village. Like it was like 5, 6 houses, maybe, all in a square kind of thing.
So did you say they were made of fire or on fire? Sorry,
But
to
it
understand.
was, see, that's why I couldn't understand. But it was, felt like it was on fire, but it looked like it was made of fire. And people going in and going out of these houses. Like frantically, like they were just going in, going out, going all over the place, as if they were trying to do something. I had no sound of what was going on, only a visual. And it
Yeah.
was on my floor, like I could see it on my floor. Like so, like a small like board game kind of, you know, like one of those games where you have the pieces and that moving it, but everyone was just moving it, going in, going out. Mm. There was like a fire in the center of the place. Yeah,
Do you
it
know if your
was.
town has a history of like a fire happening back in like older times, like fort times or colonial
No,
times?
what I'm talking to several people and like Molina and cousin Crystal is that it's probably a past life linkage to
Hmm.
myself
Gotcha.
because I yeah.
Cool story. When was this that you saw the old woman? Was that when you were younger? Was that more
The
recent? Or?
woman it was maybe a couple years apart with those. Like
So how old were you? Were you like a kid or were you older,
I was
adult?
a kid. I meant to have been
Okay.
like
Pre
9,
Mandela.
10. So it's
Pre Mandela.
pre-Mandela stuff.
Gotcha.
My son was still freaking yellow. My my northern polar region had their ice cap and all that. So, and everything was normal the way it was. Funny thing is, I would thought I would be more weirded out by this whole Mandela stuff than anything else. Yeah, but I guess I've been watching so much sci-fi stuff about where people like sliders and all that stuff, to where I'm like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. But I don't need no portal thing, like in Rick and Morty, where I don't need a portal gun to like,
That is an interesting, cool story, man.
But that's
Definitely
where,
interesting.
but that's also where I first had my first psychic feeling of that I knew that people were coming over that night. Like I must have known. Well, it was my birthday anyway, but I didn't like. I just had that feeling like it was gonna be this household full. And
Sorry about that. I had to like scoot for a second. Hopefully, you guys were still talking the whole time I was gone.
yeah, I was still talking.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, hey.
I
Glad
don't,
you could make it.
I don't even remember that.
Okay, so I don't think that I know. Wait, am I freezing? Maybe my camera that's running
Well,
out.
that's why you have your sweater on, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Um, there are a lot of stuff on YouTube. You know, these ghosts. People who take pictures of ghosts and what they appear to be ghosts. I could bring some up if anybody wants to see some, unexplained videos
the
or unexplained
the
apparitions
one
and stuff.
the weird ones that I find to be the weirdest are the ones I know they probably could be photoshopped or whatever. Are the ones with people in mirrors?
Oh, when
Like
the mirror thing moves, the mirror moves. Yeah, are you
no,
talking about
like
that?
where one person will have their eyes closed, but the person in mirror will have their eyes open.
Okay, let me see here. I'll look for one and we'll share it so that people can see it. Who's talking in chat? Oh, it could be
Yes,
Jay. Jay,
please.
you can come in if you want. Jay, if you want to come into chat, you're more than welcome to come in.
Can I add something to Errol real quick? I'm sorry, I had
Go
forgotten
ahead,
about it.
go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt your story before.
Oh no. Oh,
You had said things about the touches, the little touches. That happens to me all day long. Like something touching the back of my hair, or I'll feel like a
Yep,
hand.
yep,
Like my
yep,
hair
yep,
will
yep.
literally move. Like someone had just brushed their hand across my hair, and my hair will move. Sometimes I think it's the cat, and there's nobody there. Or I get little pokes, little pinches, little prods. I think it's cool, Earl, that you experienced
Well,
that too.
for a while there, like several years ago, I would get where I would be in bed at night, and I would get like a flicking kind of feeling, like when my shoulders were to be, like if someone's nudging you, like you're trying to sleep, but they're freaking ass nudging you. It's like, do you mind? I'm trying to fucking sleep.
yeah.
Yeah, I get that too. Like they're
Like
messing with you
I've
almost.
had the feeling where someone like put their hand on the top of my head. You know, I think I got that around the time where Marlena was doing her the first elders teaching there. You know, it it was about the time when all shit was going on in the in our Discord room around that time. So yeah.
Right. right. Sorry, I'm just grabbing some people that wanted to
Yeah,
join
and
our chat.
speaking
Go
on
ahead.
that, I had an experience too. I think it was around
I'll
the
be
same
back.
time, uh,
Okay,
where it
go
felt
ahead.
like somebody had like tapped me 3 times in the back, and it was like 3 times that night that it did it. It happened again, but I haven't had that experience like since then.
Right. Sorry, I'm just reading what a few people are just asking us some stuff.
It was like they just tapped.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Hi, welcome to the panel.
Ooh.
Sparrow, you
Have
should
you?
talk about our tree.
Yes, because
I'm look.
elementals, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, that
yeah,
was an
definitely.
interesting
That's why I put that
experience.
that picture. Yeah, that's why I put that picture in the lobby for you guys. Can you see that little guy? Looks like a flower. It's not a flower.
But yeah, we were sitting on a bench in a little nature area by a lake, and we were just kind of sitting there talking, and just all of a sudden, uh, a very slender little tree, it just kind of slowly crept over above us, and like just kind of hovered there, like it was just a sentient tree just checking us out, and then it would just move back slowly, and it wasn't the wind because it was like just the way it moved. You could tell it wasn't the wind pushing it. It was just a slow, gradual creep over, just right above us. Like it was sitting over here at first, and then it kind of just slowly crept over here in front of us, and just hung out for a second, and then moved back. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was like it was kind of feeling on that energy, and we were a little bit full of psilocybin and connected. I think on the more closer frequencies. But it was definitely it was one branch too, like one skinny branch. It had no other components to that tree.
Yeah, it was like being held up by other trees.
Right? And you could tell the wind because it would shake. You know, I would have that twitch, that shake, and it did not when it moved on those times. And no wind, no wind.
Yes, I
That was
reached
a
up and
cool
gave it a high
experience.
five.
Yeah, you did. I forgot. That's funny. I should have like
Definitely an
kissed
awesome
it.
experience.
Gave it some loving.
that's cool. I wonder why this might. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just going through the hangout and making sure that yeah, everybody's like. For some reason, it was stuck on my picture, so I apologize for that, everybody. You weren't seeing everybody that was presenting. I see Dave out there. Hey Dave, you gonna come into the hangouts? I put it in our Discord chat. If you're gonna come in and talk about um, the stuff that you've experienced.
Ooh.
Jay, if you want to talk, feel free to talk. If not, then you don't have to be in here if you don't want to be in here. Seriously, this is supposed to be a little bit serious, in some ways, but I don't want to make a mockery of our people's experiences because they're very real.
No, I just looked at the name of the chat and
Thank
I was
you.
like, ooh.
Did you ever experience anything like that?
Well, the closest thing I experienced to paranormal activity would have to be I was maybe 12, 13. And I don't know if it was just me, but I had this small whitish blob orb pass in my peripheral. And when I looked at it, it pretty much, there was nothing, of course. But I don't know. I kind of always thought about that, but I don't know if I would label it as paranormal activity or what I would label it as. But it's definitely Something weird.
I'm really glad you said that because actually it sounds you kind of nailed on it. Um, that third eye view is essentially like it's like seeing something in your peripheral. Like you said, it's always like you caught it out of the corner of your eye, or it was just out of reach or something. That's how you end up seeing things with that third eye a bit. You can't physically represent it. It's like a mental picture almost gets put into your head.
Yeah, it was weird. It was just like it just moved slowly, but it seemed like it was fast at the same time. It was kind of slow physically, but well, not physically. I don't know. I would say it was going fast in its own world, but to me it appeared slow until I looked at it. That's the best way I can explain it.
And that's pretty right on. A good description, actually.
Yeah, other than
It's
that,
trippy.
what's that?
I said it's trippy. It's like it's at that point where uh, what's real,
Right.
and what does real mean these days?
Exactly, because what we
Okay.
thought was real isn't
Oh yeah, and all the forensics we have nowadays, right?
real.
Like, hey, everything that's happening and all the realities that we always thought was real isn't. So,
Right.
uh, we don't now know that reality is valuable now. Like, we totally know this. There's somebody that's coming in here that he's one of the guests that are coming here, and he actually recorded some EVPs, and he has some pretty good ones. He has a lot of experiences. He does this type of work. He's just getting his stuff together, and he's going to be in here. But I know, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys experience this, where you're just laying there, and all of a sudden, you hear someone yell out your name. Because sometimes I hear someone will just yell out my name, but there's like obviously nobody there to yell out my name.
Yes, I have that
Exactly.
happen a lot.
So what is that? What is that?
Something
Is
trying to
that
get our
a
attention.
ghost, or you know what I mean? Yeah, someone trying to get our attention for sure, right? Yeah, pretty awesome.
Maybe you're
I'm
about to
just
trip
wait.
and fall or something. I don't know. But it's
Yeah,
quite loud. Mine's masculine. That will do that to me.
yeah,
Yeah, I always thought that was weird. Mine was always normally would be my mom doing it, like Jay, and then I'd be like, huh? She'd be like, I didn't call you.
Well, maybe she was in the back of her head or her mind. She was thinking about something to say to you, because those things happen. Like I've had that telepathic type of communication where, like, someone will be answering you out loud and you never said anything, or vice versa. We've had that
yeah,
occurrence happen. So it's
Well,
like someone was saying something and it was like, no, I didn't really say anything, but I was like, well, you just asked me a question, and it was like kind of in my head, but
yeah,
I've
yeah.
had it where when I was living on my own, I heard this I don't know, Australian, Kiwi, English female voice saying, "Earl, are you awake?" And I'm alone in my apartment. There's no one living with me, and it's like, what? Yeah, and did not get any freaking answer. I always hate when they don't answer you back. It's like, come on, you're the one who starts the damn conversation. At least answer me when I, answer back.
Yeah. My
you
mother
wanted a
used
date.
to, yeah, my mother used to work at she was the executive director at a treatment center called the Rising Sun. And the way that they do it is they use traditional medicine, traditional teachings to help people, straighten out their lives. So there's all kinds of really cool energies there. They do a lot of ceremonies, the native ceremonies and stuff. And one time, a friend of mine and I were over at the building, and we were opening up for a meeting for my mother because she was running late. And so the guy I was hanging out with was playing the drum and singing one of our honor songs. And then I could hear all of these other people singing with him. And then So it kind of spooked me a little bit, right? Because we weren't expecting it. And then I said, "Hey, stop for a second," and then I didn't hear it again. Then he started again, and we heard it again. And then I said, "Stop," and then I said, "You're hearing what I'm hearing?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm hearing people singing with me." And sure enough, I wasn't hearing it by myself. And then so that same night, before the people came into for the meeting, um, down at the end of the hallway, where the exit sign, how high up an exit sign is, we seen this tall Indian man standing there, and he had feathers. He was dressed in regalia. He had leather clothes. The whole, tanned hide or whatever. He had just the, how our people dress, and they still do dress like that powwow time or some ceremonies. But we both seen it, and it flipped us out because this man would have been close to 7 feet tall. So it was like we booked right out and waited out front for my mother. And my mother was very spiritual, and she was really into her, always into our culture. And she just laughed and she said, "Well, why didn't you just say hi? Why would you run?" She goes, "How would you feel if someone seen you and just ran the other way?" It was really funny. Yeah. So I experienced quite a bit. Yeah,
So like
especially
the funny.
yeah, especially, being brought up with such a traditional mother, and, us always knowing that, spirits are okay. That's just, it's just people on a different frequency or plane, you know, um, that they're very real. They're our ancestors, and they're not recycled. They're there to help us, and we get taught that in our culture that you ask the spirits for help, or our ancestors for help, we need something, or just to get that extra little prayer in there, right? Because I know what I see is real. My mother never told us if we seen something that it's not, so we never lost that kind of thing in our family, and a lot of people in my community. And when we go to these really very spiritual traditional teachings, you feel it. And my mother, when she did her 7 day fast, one of them, a lot of them, but when she did her very first one, when 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 they come out of their fast, you're not supposed to look at them. You're not supposed to look up into their eyes. Um, so we're all in a circle, and what happens is when they come out of the fast, like when they come out of the woods and all that stuff, they come around, and we have all their meals prepared and stuff for them, because it's a ceremony. So they're all walking, and they're not allowed to lift their feet from the Mother Earth. They have to keep their feet planted on the ground. So they shuffle. So when they're shuffling around us, my sister and I, one of my other sisters, we're watching their feet go by, and we see all these people walking, right? Like, I was like, wow, there's a lot of people that did the fast, right? So then you're not allowed to look up until the medicine woman says a certain prayer, and they all have their first bite, and then they're back to being grounded here in our plane. And when we looked up, there was only 3 people, and we seen at least 20 people walking. It wasn't. And then so Liza Mosher, who was the medicine woman that was my mom's elder, had told us, "You're very fortunate because not everybody sees our ancestors walking with them." Yeah, so that was exciting. I almost started crying. Sorry.
I would have cried. I really wish I could, like, oh my God, to see my
Beautiful.
ancestors. Holy cow, it is beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is a beautiful story.
yeah, because all
All
you see
right.
was their bare feet walking, like nothing.
Got me all misty eyed.
I know.
It's a lot, Marlena.
Gotta get a hold of myself. As my mother would tell me, get a hold of yourself. But yeah, we had a lot of experiences like that. It's also, you guys probably heard of a lot of experiences where people almost die. I'm not talking about near-death experiences. We'll talk about that tonight. But the experiences where someone should have died. One of my other sisters was in a bad car accident, and her car was totaled. She shouldn't even have survived this car accident. She avoided a deer because, where I live, that's a big problem here, hitting deer or moose. And this is where I'm talking guardian angel stuff, we do have them because when you see the car, it was like a hand and smushed it. So when you look at the roof, when you go in, like, because we looked in the car, because like, oh, and by the way, she wasn't inside the car. She had her seatbelt on and everything. When it happened, all of a sudden she was on the outside of her car, and the seatbelt was still locked into place. When we went to check out the car, it was still locked into place, and it looked like a perfect hand above her head. Like the hand was indented in the roof of the car. You know, so that stuff does exist, and nobody can tell me it doesn't. We are energy. Energy cannot be destroyed. So we do go on. And I believe that we're here for our learning experience and to learn limits. And I think that we're also here for the ascension, right? That we've talked about this many times, for people to ascend higher, um, spiritually, telepathically, all that great stuff. Does anybody have any of those kind of experiences? We're
I
still
actually do.
cool.
Um, Kind of scary to talk about, but I had a car accident myself where I did die for a little bit. My heart stopped. And I didn't know this until afterwards when I got the medical records and looked back, which is freaky because I'm like, really? That would have been nice to know. But apparently, when I got in the car accident, I collapsed the lung, and for other reasons of my nervous system, most likely the fibromyalgia, I died. My heart stopped for a few minutes there. And then when they did, I don't remember what it's called, but the emergency thing where they puncture your lung, let the blood out when you collapse the lung. Not sure what that's called, but they did that, and the heart jumped back on. But the weird part is, I have flashes of memory for in between those moments. Like I remember the
Really?
paramedics telling me to like turn my head so they could bust in the window. I remember them, the jaws of life crashing through the car and stuff like this. And apparently I wasn't supposed to be there. And ever since then, too, all of my seeing has gotten, my feelings have gotten so much stronger.
Yeah.
But it's scary to know that I technically was not there for a second, but yet I was. Yet I was. And like you said, energy is neither created nor destroyed. We come from
That's right.
somewhere, we go somewhere.
Right. And it's funny you said, it's not funny, but it's funny that you said how your gifts got stronger. Um, Almost every single person that I've ever spoken to that has any kind of supernatural experiences, any kind, um, they all had an either a near death experience or something totally profound happened to them. And then all of a sudden, it's like it jars that part of them where they can either hear or see, or they learn something new, such as ESP or stuff like that, or have that ability to see spirits or hear them, you know, or know or have that know. The knowing is when somebody's in the room, there's nobody in the room, but there's somebody in the room, that feeling, or someone
The
staring at
hair on the back of your neck feeling.
you. Right, right.
Yes. And I actually, I did, I think when you have a near-death experience or, something similar, you pierce that veil a little more. And it's like seeing, like the knowing, like you said, once you pierce that a little bit more, you can't go backwards. It doesn't work that way. The things get stronger. I had always been able to do this since a child. It was passed on to my dad. I think Marlena, you have the same thing. It was passed on to us, but it did get so much stronger with the experience. Um, it really opened up a lot more.
Yeah,
It makes me
yeah,
feel grateful to be alive too.
yeah. I mean, we're spirits having a human experience, and wherever we go from here, it's, I have had those near death experiences. I had three. Um, the only people I've spoken, well, besides, a few of you in here, is my mother, because my mother understood. And it's not that I'm afraid to tell people, it's just that sometimes I don't think people are ready to to hear about this kind of thing, because if someone's not at that specific point in their life, then it'll close them down. It'll be like they have that programmed, ghosts aren't real, that kind of thing. We know they are. We know. I mean, we do, maybe on this panel. We know. There's a few people that are in the YouTube stream that are talking about their experiences also, which maybe I should read a couple. If I can get
Yes,
that.
if you
Oh, yeah,
when some of us, I'm not looking at the stream. I'm cooking, so I don't get to respond as much as I'd like.
Oh, I forgot one more of my stories because my kid would try to remind me. Well, he didn't remember. I asked him if he remembered when he was little, if he ever remembered anything with our first like apartment when he was there. And remember talking to anybody or anything like that, because there was a few times I'd go to pick him up and in the morning and he'd be already up sitting in his crib talking to something or whatever. But there was something in the apartment that, like, when I'd be there all by myself, toys would be turned off, all his electronic toys would be turned off, and all of a sudden one would start going off or another one would start going off, and I'm just like, okay, I see you, I hear you, little boy will be back soon to play with you. They didn't seem to be harmful or whatever. I mean, Owen was always laughing. I was trying to see if he remembered any of that, so he doesn't.
Yeah, it's funny, eh?
I was asking if he knew
I
any ghost stories because he's like, "Are you on live stream?" I was like, "Yes," and he's like, "Oh, so he's like, I was like, we're doing ghost stories." I was like, "Do you have any? Did you see anything? Have you seen any apparitions?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Well, I can't let you on today." He's like, "Okay."
Yeah, but you know what? He may not think of them as ghosts, though.
What
You
was
know what I
that?
mean? He might not think of them as ghosts.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I was trying to ask him if he had ever seen anything kind of creepy. The last creepy experience he had was with me when we were moving, and I didn't remember this. There's a box that was in his closet. It was like a plastic like container that you'd put your bills into, like a bill filing box type of container. And he had opened it up, or we opened it up, and it smelled like the chemical people I smell. And I was like, no, you gotta get rid of it, throw it out now. And he's like freaking out about that one.
That's funny.
But, yeah. I was like, what box? What are you talking about? I didn't even remember that one.
Right? Sorry, I just see you.
like I've seen those videos where people will show video of their basement and like no one's there, but someone's playing with the toys.
Oh my
Like
gosh. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I had my daughter's toy that you say that. My daughter had these two dolls that
little dolls
some,
freak me out.
some of you guys remember these dolls from back in the 80s, I mean the 90s, whatever it was,
Oh, Lord.
that they used to talk to each other, like they would all talk to their vicinity to each other. So my daughter had these dolls and they used to talk back and forth. And they used to be trippy because they would talk for no reason. So we took the batteries out, separated these dolls, and I had put one down in the basement where we were living in the laundry basket, and I put the clothes over it. And upstairs we hear muffled. Like
Wow.
it was muffling. It was so trippy. Yeah, dolls freak me out. Totally.
Wow.
Yeah, me too. My grandma had some
Porcelain.
Yeah, my grandma had some
Porcelain.
porcelain.
I don't know. I don't know what it is about porcelain stuff. Like, but it just. I know it probably shouldn't creep me out, but like my mom had this porcelain clown. Yeah, kind of creepy.
No. I think with the porcelain dolls, they're supposed to, back in the day, they were actually supposed to imitate the person, a person or the little girl or something like that. And oftentimes they use real people's hair
Yeah.
I
in
was
the
just gonna say
dolls.
that they used to use their hair, the
So,
little
yeah.
girls. Those things are like their teeth, their fingernails, and that
Yeah.
like makes
Yeah.
it's just creepy but cool, I guess.
The Amish don't allow dolls. Did you know that? because they
Really?
say it will bring. Yeah, they say that or a doll with a face on it or something like that. I think all their
I'm gonna
dolls
say
are
the
faceless.
faceless dolls, right?
Yeah, because they say
Well,
that
the reason
putting a
why
face on it would be, will allow an evil spirit to take over it or something.
actually I have to say something on that. The reason why they used to do that is so that the children would have an imagination. Um, because we have those dolls here too, where there's nothing, but that was for imagination
I thought it
for the
was for the
children.
vanity thing too, for the like the Amish. I know because they don't promote
Yeah,
vanity, and then having a face for the girl, the dolls, was like a vanity thing.
I don't know about that part. I just know what I was told.
What I heard. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
to have the children have their imagination. Welcome to the piano platters we make now.
How
How are
you
you?
doing, family?
Good.
We're good. We're good. Getting ourselves a
We're
little
talking.
scared
Doing
here,
good.
creeping ourselves
Yeah.
out tonight. Happy
Oh,
Hey,
October.
hey, hey.
yeah.
Yay, Susan G. Corman, yay. Shout out to all the breast cancer awareness, victims and patients out there. Hope y'all fight y'all battles.
Thank you. I
Right.
never even realized that. So, do you have
hmm
um any ghost stories or anything paranormal that had happened to you? No.
I do. You talking about myself? I
Yeah.
do, but I'm a I'm gonna step outside. I mean, I'm gonna eat something. I mean, I'm gonna eat while y'all building or whatever. Then I'm gonna step outside and let y'all know my a situation I had, cause my kids they be ear hustling, and I ain't trying to keep them up all night from overhearing what I say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
understand that. They don't need to be up all night long. Listen,
Yeah,
freaking
at the
out.
beginning of this whole thing, I had to like tell these ones to stop talking, and they never make any noise like that, and then they're like, ah, and then you hear me in the beginning saying, "You guys stop," but what could you do? You're hustling. I like that. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Anybody in here?
you know
Legendary
they be
hustling.
listening in on people. You know they be listening in on grown people's conversations and stuff.
Oh
I
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
out here doing that too.
that's what they're doing. They're right there in the hallway. Then you hear that they start like getting really, really loud. So it's like,
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
my story was kind of freaky. It happened when I was still living with my moms, but like I said, I go into detail once I step out on the porch.
Okay, sounds
I
awesome.
good.
mean, well, the breezeway rather.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for also this one of the guests that we're supposed to have does EVP work. So I'm just waiting for him and Dave get his
I was
money.
just about to ask about that. I am dying to hear that, Marlena. You got me
Right?
all hyped up. I'm like, come
I
on.
know. Come on, Dave. Come
Oh,
on.
like, get your ass in
Oop,
here.
Come on,
Come
D.
on.
somebody super stoked.
By the way, yeah, I am a little bit. I wanted to see all the women. You guys all look lovely today.
Hey, Marlena. By the way, I did another Science Academy with one of Bro Sanchez's contents. that
Oh,
was
did you?
it was hella funny. Yeah, you should go to my page one day when you get a chance and
I
search.
will.
It's called Science Academy with Brother Sanchez, and it is
Cool.
funny.
I
Cool.
bet. Because I seen I jumped on your last one there, and when yeah, you guys are funny. You're funny. You're sitting there, yeah. I like that
Thanks,
you
man.
guys
I
are,
try.
yeah, I really like that. So, oh, I'm sorry, I have like, my allergies are really sucking right now. Change of season, right? I keep trying not to sneeze right now. Hang on a minute. I'm sorry.
So
Uh,
yeah, I
Go
was
ahead.
just thinking about when I was younger. Uh, I'd say like 6 years old or so. Actually, more like 4 till 6. I lived in this house, and the old man had passed away in the house before we moved in there, and it always felt like there was something around. I never saw anything, but it just felt like that knowing feeling that you said earlier. And I know at night I'd always it like moving through the hallways to go to the bathroom or something, I would literally like hop to the spots where there were light and like stay out of the shadows because it felt like something was like moving between the shadows, following me.
Right. I think, yeah, it could be shadow people. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys know about the shadow people.
I know. I've seen a shadow person.
I've heard about them.
I've seen one.
Tell us about your
Yeah, I
experience.
have one
So
myself.
Yeah,
so
I see them
like
constantly.
so
So
like for me, I went to the kitchen and I was on my way back, and all of a sudden I'm about halfway down a hall, to where I go to make the turn to go to my bedroom. All of a sudden, out from my wall, like I see this person zipping by, like running, like holy shit, what the hell? I'm like, hey, slow down, hey, stop, hey. So I try to catch up, look at my bedroom, and no one's there. Like, but then we're like the one time where when you get that where you can't move, like like you're stuck, like your body,
Yep.
Where you like
Sleep paralysis type of thing.
sleep paralysis. Well, then I remember seeing this guy, shadow person, uh, black. He's wearing like a fedora and, you know,
The black cat guy.
yeah, that's what, So I've seen him as well. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
a shadow person myself. Um, it's been following me since I was little. And a funny story, I don't know if you guys are interested, but I don't know if you guys even know it, but I'll give you a little background. I used to live right next to Resurrection Cemetery, which is in Illinois, and it's the start of the Resurrection Mary story.
Yeah.
And she was, yeah, if you know that, pretty popular story. I literally used to live right across from the gates from it, where in the gates, you could see her handprint burned into the metal. And they actually had to remove the gate. They switched the gate finally when I was a little bit older because so many people were getting attracted to it. They had too many visitors. And I think it was maybe just too real for everyone. So they actually took the gate down. But they still have the original. But I used to feel a woman presence constantly with her. And it started to become very dark. It turned into a shadow. And it's like it's always lurking behind me constantly now. Anywhere I go, and it's always been like that demon on my back that now, thank God, through my faith and through being awake and through light and stuff, I have like a guard against it. I feel like it's still there, still kind of messes with me from time to time. My energy seeps too low. If I get too dark, it'll mess with me. But now I feel like I have at least a shield against it because of my faith. Like it's there, but as long as I keep strong, then it doesn't hurt my light anymore.
Yeah.
But my daughter sees it now because she's woken up a lot of times from nightmares, and she describes exactly the same thing that I remember seeing. And it's like,
Do you like smudge or do any blessings in your house or anything like that to try to keep it from coming inside at least?
oh well, I constantly burn sage, and I do, the incense, the prayer a bit, the blessings a bit. But I think just being my light in general, it since it got stronger and because of my faith, I feel like that's enough of the.
Yeah. I mean, it does. They do
That's
attract
enough of
light,
the.
right?
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
very important. I want
makes it
to
out.
build on. I want to build on what she's saying because when you experience something like that, there's ways to clean your own house without getting a priest and stuff. We call it smudging in my culture, and I know a lot of other people call it smudging also. Sorry, my phone ran out, so I had to come to my computer. So I'm charging my phone. Yeah, no, I know that. I just have to charge my phone. I'm on my computer now. Trying to get Dave, and I have no idea why he can't get in here.
You talking about Dave Hinkle?
Still trying to get his butt in here. Let's
Marley,
see
you
if I
talking about
can.
Dave Hinkle?
D2V.
No,
No,
different one.
no, David Voy.
Okay.
I don't know why. I added him on my Google Plus, so I don't know why that would. I don't know.
There's also a link in other place.
Maybe
That's how I found it.
he just has to click on the link. Dave, copy and paste that link. Because, like, you got in the other night. So I don't.
I don't know if I thought you. Thank you for the invite, but much obliged.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
thanks for coming.
Yeah.
And
So
hanging
Yeah,
out.
I'm happy to be here.
Happy
Wha-
you're here
One
too.
day, like 7 weeks ago, so I'm just sitting. So I'm just sitting here, like I have my TV off. I didn't touch my remote control. I didn't touch anything. I'm sitting there, and my TV just comes on.
What did it turn on to?
Wow.
No, it just came on. It didn't go on. It was just on the last video source, like like the HDMI connection source I had on.
Well, we're in an electromagnetic universe, so who knows? Maybe junk realities where he didn't turn it off. Oh,
What if? What
throw
if?
a wrench in there.
What if? What if poltergeist proves like the plane? You know, proves a flat plane we live on. Cause when I look at these movies, how a lot of this stuff is caused by a lot of electricity and static and stuff. When I look at those poltergeist type movies,
Mhm.
and then I think about what we living on. We basically living on an electro grid iron.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, cause iron, uh, the initials F. Iron shares the same initials as flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? It's both Fe. When you look at
Yeah.
the periodic table of elements, and you see what I'm saying. So I'm thinking like, what if the paranormal life or the afterlife or whatever is at a frequency that we can see sometimes.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, that you can see it at times.
Yeah, it's like maybe it's
And there's definitely places that have like what they would call residual, where it's almost like imprinted into an area or something. Especially if you have like limestone or someplace with water, you can get almost like a running scene replayed over again. You know, of something that was maybe it was like a
hmm
high energy day, a festival, or something that was impactful. That was just it's like a record. You know, it's recorded there, so every once in a while you can get glimpses of it. You know, but some of it definitely
it,
interacts back. So
I
It's
believe
almost
so. Then I think about. Oh, go ahead.
it kind of makes me think about like how if you have something on like an LCD screen too long, it'll burn an imprint into the screen. Well, it's like that the energy is like so strong it burns an imprint into the reality.
Yeah, that's how they explain it.
hmm
Also, same exact way. It's like it is an imprint, right?
yeah,
Something the energy was so damn high that it went through not just our plane, but a couple above us for it to stay here.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking? if our magic power was never stolen from us through all this deception and stuff, and through the through the Emerald tablet being tampered with, and through the Library of Alexandria being burned down with all our history and magic spells and alchemy and stuff, I think we would be able to see these at will.
Yeah.
Some of us do. There's a lot of our cultures that do that. Where the hell is Dre? I need to
Is
Dre, get your ass in here, damn it.
get your milk dud head up in here, Dre.
Come on, Dave.
Don't mean to interrupt,
I'm kidding.
guys, but I have to go eat dinner.
Okay.
Okay, go for
I'm
it.
eating dinner right
Sorry.
now.
I was
Bye-bye.
supposed to, and I have to apologize to the Sun and Moon group because I was supposed to be in there. Our show ran really kind of late because I'm trying to actually get our guest in here. His name is David Voy, and he does paranormal stuff. He's also writing a book, but I don't want to promote his shit unless he's in here. We're waiting for him.
Oh, speak
Oh, you
of
talking about
him,
Drake?
Just joined.
jumped in.
Yeah.
I just jumped in. Oh, are you kidding? I
I
have to stay in here and
I
listen.
have this question, and I wonder.
There he is.
I haven't heard anyone do like a paranormal investigation on the area where around the World Trade Center. You know.
Hmm. That would be
Okay, so
interesting.
okay, you guys, just a second. I want to introduce you guys to David Voy. Thank you. Welcome to the panel, David.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
You good, family?
Hey, Marlena.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Everybody from
Hey,
the
hey,
Restored
hey.
channel.
Hi. Can you break it down exactly what you do, Dave, and give us, some information? Just
Yeah. Well, technically, I've been.
take as long and
Okay,
for it.
thank you. Well, I've been doing some paranormal investigating for almost 6 or 7 years now. I'll have to look back exactly, but close to about that time. And I started off just like everybody else that was interested in ghost hunting and stuff. I just wanted to look into it and try to learn more about it. But over the course of the years, I've been focusing on audio captures, and I've been primarily EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, and also the ITC2 is instrumental transcommunication, which is kind of a thing I'm getting into too as well. But most of it's just been EVP focus, and that's what I've been doing. And I have a lot of interesting findings I've come up with, and I'm hoping to publish a book here. It's probably going to be an ebook, self-published, which is probably the only way to do it these days. And the thing about my technique is nobody will have to take my word for it because I'm going to spell it all out almost like a recipe. If you follow the directions to learn my technique, anybody can do it. So yeah, it's called the voice technique, which is kind of like EVP, the voice phenomena, which is kind of what I'm naming it, the voice technique.
How did you have, okay, I would ask you before, you take it away with all of your, whatever findings you're comfortable enough to share with us, because, I do understand that your ebook is going to have a lot of the stuff in there. But what got you into doing this, David?
Well,
like, what did you have an experience or what?
Actually, not really. I mean, I'm kind of like one of those guys that haven't really had any experiences, and then I hear all your guys' stories, and it just makes me like, oh wow. I mean, how come I've never seen any shadow people? I've never heard with my human ears. I have to do it with electronic, like do devices and stuff. I've never had things flying across the room, any of that stuff. So I'm thinking, wow, I really basically haven't had any experiences when it comes to paranormal, and I wonder why. Although sometimes lately I've been realizing now that maybe I have, I just never realized it. Like people were talking about the goosebumps you get, the hair in the back of your neck rising or kind of tingling, or the whole body encompassing quivering or whatever you get. Sometimes I think that might be some kind of experience, although it's not as grand and amazing as things flying across the room or whatever, or beings walking by you and all that. But so all my experiences have just been using instruments like electronic devices to actually capture real communication, which to me is just incredible. And I will share some stuff. I got so many recordings I haven't even really released publicly yet, and but I will share some examples I have on my website, and I'll be putting more up there eventually too. Some of these aren't really stellar examples. They're just some stuff like we captured from a cemetery and an old schoolhouse and some stuff. And even one that I was like 7 months ago, I was getting some chemtrail clouds and just some B-roll footage for some stuff I'm working on of just the sky and the clouds. And when I came in to to review my footage, I'll be damned, I picked up what sounds to me like a bona fide EVP on there. I didn't really translate the whole sentence, but I hear what sounds like my name being mentioned at the end of the sentence. So it's pretty interesting too. And that's on my website too. Sometimes to go through and actually translate and decipher the message, a lot of my EVPs aren't considered Class A EVPs where, they're so, easy to hear. You have to kind of like really pick up on them. And some of them can take a long time just to really drill down and give you the exact phrase. Sometimes they're easier, sometimes they're not. But in this particular one, I didn't really want to spend too much time. I have so many other things going on and so much more other EVPs that might be more profound. So there's times I have to let it be and just, try to like hear what I can hear. But I hear what sounds like David at the end of the sentence. But I'll give you guys a link to that. Can you, or let me post it on the chat. It's called Voice Tech. That's
Right.
voice spelled with a Y. Like my name. Let me
Nice.
put a link up there. Also, that's the short version, or it's just Voice Technique. I'll type it in the chat for everybody.
Okay. So is there some that you can share on this panel right now, like that, so everyone can hear it on here? And then, yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Ooh, I'm intrigued.
I know, me too.
I feel like I'm in the Conjuring. I'm intrigued right now.
Oh crap! It wouldn't let me post the. You have to give me the wrench on my regular name.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm on my David Boy name in chat now, not D to the V.
I would love one too, Marlena, if that's not a problem.
Shoot! Dang it, I died.
And it's kind of funny too. I mean, I look back, I think it was like in 2012, I was really ambitious thinking, oh my God, I'm going to release my book. I mean, I even had a publisher found, it's even in Iowa, not too many, maybe a couple hours away, that would actually print it. And it was pretty cheap actually. But I was so excited thinking, oh my God, I'm going to have my book done. Now it's 2017. And it's like, where did the time go? I mean, it's like, holy moly, I still have a lot of work to do before I really full-fledged go public with all this. But isn't it amazing how you have this ambition and you have this plan, like I'm going to release my book and documentary, and then all of a sudden 5 years go down the road like it was nothing. It was like, to me, that's another weird thing too. Like time just been going by so quick, I can't even explain it. But actually meeting a lot of you guys and talking all the metaphysics and the Mandela effect and the parallel realities and all that interesting stuff really makes me realize now that time's been going fast for quite a few people too. And this may be a side effect of what we're living in right now. I mean, it's just amazing.
But think about all the distractions they give us. Think about all the distractions they've been throwing our way. That's occupying our time, trying to cover it or break it down or expose it for what it really is. Before you know it, we're like, damn, it's only 24 hours in one day.
Exactly. And I think the Mandela effect, in my case, I've always said it, that the Mandela effect, in a way, has been my most incredible distraction from life. I've learned to balance it out now a little bit better. But it was times that I was just so inundated with the Mandela effect, and it just consumed me up for like many months. But yeah, it's a definite distraction, but then I'm learning from it too. So the Mandela effect is what brought me to Marlena and to you guys, and I'm so glad to have met so many people on Discord and it's just well worth
Hang
it. But I
on.
mean, hopefully we'll find answers and just get closer to understanding what the hell is going on with this crazy Mandela effect stuff.
Yeah.
Here, so I posted the link.
So back to
Voicetech.
you for a second. Yeah, we see
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
But is there anything?
Go ahead.
I know this is probably, I don't know. I'd like to see if you can maybe show us some that are okay for you to have us listen to on here.
Well, there's a bunch of examples, not really a bunch, but there's about half a dozen on the site. But I don't have any. I'm not really prepared to show them here. I suppose I could try to play them through the mic, but that might not sound pretty good. You're probably better off just going to the website, and then there's YouTube links you can go in. Yeah, I would suggest using headphones too.
By the way, YouTube needs to use his content. Okay, give me 2 seconds, Dave. You can keep talking if you don't mind. I have to just really quick run up my mouse and stuff.
No, just the premise is too.
Some of
these EVPs you guys might not even be able to hear, because I've learned over the many years that it's almost like, well, unless they're Class A EVPs. I mean, sometimes I do get one that just stands out like crazy. I'm thinking like, man, everybody should be able to hear this. But it looks like a lot of my EVPs I've been uncovering are still buried in the noise. And even though I can kind of detect, sentences and words and all that stuff, I'm finding like almost 80% of the people are having a hard time doing it too, unless I suggest it to them. So a lot of times people will listen to it, just blindly listen to it, or without any kind of knowledge, and they'll say, I can't really hear anything on there. There's a few that can, but I mean, most generally people will say, I can't really hear it. But then once I say, well, listen for this sentence, here's an example of what I think is being communicated, then a lot of times they almost tune into it. It's like, oh, now I hear it. So maybe some of you guys can maybe explain to me what your theory is on that. It's almost as if until I consciously tell people what I'm thinking is being spoken or communicated, they won't hear it. But once I consciously tell you, then people seem to pick it up more. But I'll let you guys talk, and maybe if you can explain that, because that's what I want to find out more about too.
I think it's like a conscious projection. That quote, I think, therefore I am, and there's the theory that we are existing because we are projecting awareness, projecting conscious, and maybe that it's like that self-fulfilling prophecy kind of goes hand in hand, where you say something so much and project it that you project it to come true. And so I think it's that power of suggestion, just like little kids, is so impressionable that just by putting the idea in someone's head, I think you can cause them to consciously project some of that outward. Maybe it's...
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Like, is it possible like I'm basically feeding them the information, even if it's not intentional or whatever? But it's interesting to see how it almost has to be told. Like, people have to be almost instructed. Like, this is what I think is being communicated. But I really wish that they could just hear it on their own. But as I refine my technique,
well, maybe their ears can't pick up the frequency of the sound, or you see what I'm saying? Maybe.
Yep. So that's my technique. I'm trying to refine it more so people can hear it without being told what it is, and that's my goal. And that's an incredibly long task to try to figure out, like, how to isolate the frequencies from the noise so the masses can be able to hear it. Because if I release my book now, 85% of the people might be able to follow the directions, but maybe still can't hear it yet. So I need to figure out get my frequencies right, get the isolation of the communication better before I even come close to this. But you guys can listen to some of these and just come, at least let me know, like, hey, do you hear any of that? Do you hear even just a few words, or let me know?
That kind of sounds like spiritual alchemy. That kind of sounds like spiritual.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that kind of sounds like spiritual alchemy, like when you master, because alchemy has 4 stages. I can only remember 3 of them: it's spiritual, physical, and therapeutic. And in order to become a master alchemist, you have to master all 4 stages. And I think spiritual or maybe therapeutic might be the 4th. And And it's like when you master one of these, you're able to tap into the frequency of the atmosphere to at will, basically, not just what I'm saying, like at random or whatever. You'll be able to, I guess, meditate your mind to actually see what's not there. I mean, see that's there. That's the kind of to alchemy like of his brain. It seems like Dave into his go ahead and build.
Very cool. Over on my end, you were kind of breaking up a little bit there.
Yeah,
That
you
was
were
kind of cool,
breaking
though.
up. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said it sounds like that you, David, had tapped into the spiritual alchemy
Alchemy of
side
the
of your brain.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's
spiritual alchemy side of your brain. Cause I know it's 4 stages. I can only remember 3 of them. It's therapeutic, spiritual, and therapeutic, spiritual, mental, and physical. And it sounds like that you kind of tapped into the spiritual. And I mean, I do know in order to become a great alchemist, you have to really be in the top of your game to master all 4 stages. And that goes with the food you eat and everything. The meditation, the exercise, and all of that. But I'm saying, it sounds like that you pretty much well connected with the spiritual stage or
well.
whatever. You know.
Yeah, that's cool. And then the funny thing is I'm not even quite sure if it's just spiritual anymore. I mean, after learning more about the parallel realities and different dimensions now, I'm actually under the impression now that I might be communicating with other dimensional beings, whether or not it's just energy beings, could be like, of course, aliens or whatever you would call it, not just spiritual and ghosts, which is interesting too. So I'm exploring that as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think there's a couple of us here earlier in the conversation. We were talking about, um, like, man, I think Marlena can a little bit, but we can feel multiple different kinds of energy, and I know I can. But it's not just spiritual, like you said. It could be other dimensional energies, other piercing through the veil energies, and I think there's all kinds of multitudes of energies that we can't even begin to understand yet. I think what you're doing is really great, fascinating.
That's awesome. And I do hope in the future here that I'm going to be running like real time experiments too, when I can get crowds of people like you guys to help assist in it as well. So just look for that in the future too. Like we can
Oh,
try to do remote EVP sessions from different locations, all like almost just like this session right here. We can actually do one sometime.
that would be amazing.
Getting
And
input
I
from
actually
you and
would
other
love to
people.
help. If I can help in any way, I know I can empty out and feel certain and adjust to just about any kind of frequency I need to. I do it with my dad too, and he
Most
can do it.
definitely.
So if I can help at all, please let me know.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely put together a list of people who want to be, assist in different experiments and stuff. It's really exciting, and eventually I'll be making a YouTube channel with an actual. Guess it's going to be like a weekly web series as well on paranormal, and it's going to probably be maybe Visionary Paranormal, which is might be the name of it, but I'm not quite sure. Also, I am working on setting up a community discussion place where you can talk about everything, not just Mandela effect. You can do spiritual, religion, you can do paranormal. It's going to be under onevoice.community, onevoice.com. But that's not set up yet. It's just in the process of kind of exploring that. That way we can
I'm ready for
dive
my
deep on that stuff and actually communicate with the threaded discussions where it's a lot easier to take notes and to add input and stuff.
I'm ready for to disclose my ghost story y'all was waiting on from
Okay.
earlier.
I'm going to
Y'all
step back
ready?
and just listen to you guys for a little bit.
Marlena said she'll be right back. She's having to jump on to with her other computer. So.
Yep, she's back in. All right, let's get this
Ghost story
here
time.
shivering.
Oh, good. Marlena joined back right in time too.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
welcome back,
yeah.
Marlene.
Yeah, welcome back, man.
Hey, Mar.
Thank you
And
guys.
we're gonna sit back. I want to
Okay, go
listen to
ahead.
some of you guys' stories. So
Yeah,
this is
I want to
great.
listen for a while too.
Me
So
too. So
take it away,
go
guys.
ahead.
Yeah, I was. This is about. Wow, I guess it's been about 10 years ago now, about 9 or 10 years ago. When I was living with moms, and I was sleeping in my bed, and uh, I guess sometimes people say that I sleep with my eyes halfway open or something with slits in them or whatever. And I was laying in my bed, and it's like I knew I was sleeping, but I seen this girl. I seen this little girl standing in my doorway, and she was all dirtied and bloodied up and stuff. So it made me like open my eyes all the way. It is I want to say it's about 2 o'clock in the morning or so, and but when I opened my eyes, she was gone. About 2 weeks or so, you know what I'm saying? A girl, I think I want to say, wasn't on Nancy Grace or something. I can't remember, but a girl was found like in a river or something. Other girl was found in a I can't remember what river it was, if it was in Mississippi or, but yeah. And then I thought about it. I was like, it kept messing with my head. I was like, is that the same girl that I seen standing in my doorway? It was it
Could
was
be.
kind of freaky. And
Oh
then I
yeah.
had an insidious. I had an insidious experiment. I mean, not experiment, but experience as well. This is actually, I guess, astral projection, if you will. I was I was having an out of body experiment. I mean, I don't know why I keep saying that word, experience. Cause I see myself laying in my bed and stuff, and then this is when I was really going into church and stuff, and you know, Jesus, if you will, came and pulled me out of my bed, and he took me to this dark, awful place, and these these creatures kept lashing towards me or whatever, but with the presence of God or our Creator or whatever standing there. I mean, not saying Jesus was, but I'm just saying, what I'm saying, the just the presence of God or whatever.
Like he's
Even
got
if
your
you send
back.
Jesus to do that, yeah. Even though he was there, whatever, and these things didn't even get close to me. They just vanished into black smoke into the air, and the split second. And at the time, I was able to see everything down there. And at the split second, when I turned to say thank you, Jesus, I can't even get the words out of my mouth. I can't even complete my whole sentence before he was gone. And when he was gone, I guess he took his light with him, because it became completely. I was starting to hear penetrating screams and everything. I mean, it was it was horrible. It got hot extremely quick, and then the creatures that I got protected from, that came back, and I mean it was kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? They had decapitated my head, but my body, I was with my head being passed around like a thing going basketball, football, whatever. I was able to see my body standing there, and I was like, why ain't I dead? And then I thought about it. When in hell you're being tormented for eternity, you won't die. So, it was all types of discomfort you can you can imagine, being hot, being thirsty, being hungry, being tired, being sleepy, exhausted, terrified, completely uh, completely afraid of the dark. You know, but maybe that was part of the brainwashing I was going through, because now I actually embrace the dark, because the dark was here first before the light. You know, you say everything in the dark is seen to light, whatever.
It's cutting out a little bit for you. Your voice is.
You're cutting out a bit.
Woke up. Oh, my fault.
Probably because
What
what
about
you're
now?
sharing. It's better. It's usually when you're sharing
Uh,
Oh,
something like this. Sometimes it messes with you.
right, of
yeah.
course, the darkness messes with you.
Damn YouTube. But yeah, but when I woke up, I had when I finally woke up out of my bed, I was like extremely terrified. I had tears coming down my face, and I had these 3 scratches on my arm, and I had just filed my nails or something the day before, so I know I didn't scratch myself in my sleep. But I had these 3 scratches on my arm, let me know that I was really down there, and it was crazy, man. It was like real crazy.
Why do you think you were taken there?
I would say to come back to Earth to let people know that it is another realm that we can't see. It is another realm under us that we can't see, or it might not even be under us. It might be within the atmosphere that we walk that we just can't see. You know what I'm saying? Just
Yeah,
like I said in City, is when the little boy was in the house, he was in his house, but he was in that terrible awful place, but he was still in his house. But his house was in the part. His house was on the other realm. Like, you know what I'm saying? You had the physical realm, and then you had the other realm where you're still there. You're within. You kind of like in the atmosphere itself.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was
Like
it was awful.
it's almost like
Sounds it.
if you're in Photoshop and you have different layers, but they all make one picture. That's almost what I see reality as. And there's different layers of the reality that all stack on top of each other to make this bigger picture.
Yeah. Exactly. Um, Now, like I said, maybe the whole thing with maybe the whole with Jesus could have just been my programming with going to church, but the presence of our Creator was there with me. Like, He did send me there, you know. Um, but yeah, that's. I mean, I've had a couple of out of body. I had a couple of out of body experiences. Um, in that awful place. I had one that I was attacked by these evil cats, and I'm thinking that was like my karma of me used to used to be you know be bad to animals and stuff when I was a kid or whatever. So I guess it finally haunted me when I came back for abusing the creator's creations
You
or
said
whatever.
cats?
Hmm.
Cats are, if you believe in it, and I do, and I'm not saying this is truth, just so people don't think that, someone can't call me out that I'm wrong. This is just my personal belief, but there's a lot of backing evidence. Cats are susceptible, sensitive seers, like we are. So the other most animals are, but cats, I think, are mm, the veil piercers to me. They guard that veil a little bit. So if you were bad to animals, especially, then yeah, it would make sense that the guardians are gonna come back and give you like a warning.
It did. It made me want. It made me. It it really. I was seeing. He came more than once, and every time it had those cats, it had those. They had those cats, and again, I woke up with scratches on my arm from the cats. They were just basically ripping my body apart. Um, but now, I mean, like I said, that was so long ago when I had these experiences. Now, I mean, now we have a cat now. Sorry about this
And a
loud car
motorcycle.
driving down the street. But now we have a cat. His name is Tiny. I call him TC. That's short for Tiny Cat. And
Aw.
I love him. I mean, I love him to death, man. Anytime I come home from work, he he he's either laying on his stomach waiting for me to come rub on him, or just like now when my wife and kids came home, he went straight to the door and jumped on the couch and waited for, and like his eyes just filled up with happiness watching them come through the door. But yeah, I mean, I love the hell out of my cat, man. I love him to death.
Aw.
I go crazy. I go crazy if something happens to
Good.
him. He's just a kitty though right now,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's
Yeah.
abusive too, man. He likes wrestling. He likes playing rough and like biting on people.
Yeah.
Protective, huh?
Well, since we're on the story of animals, I noticed my cat will like all of a sudden catch something in her eye and she'll follow it around the room. And yeah, sometimes she'll even chase it around the halls. And it's like she's literally like playing with something, but there's nothing there. Has anybody else experienced like any of their
Most animals
animals
can see that.
interacting?
Yeah, most animals can see that. They definitely have a second. They definitely have a sight.
Guess what, Mom, Daddy? I won the first round, then I lost the second round.
You good, Daddy?
He over here playing Plants vs Zombie. Look, he laying on his he laying on his stomach now, waiting for me to pick him up.
Hey, guys.
See, let me turn my camera on. Oh, it's already on. Can y'all see him?
Hey, Daddy.
Not yet. There he is.
There he is. Say hello.
Oh my God, is he
Say,
cute?
yeah, he's a calico. He's so cute. I love him to death.
It's mine. That's what you want to say.
Say
Say hi,
hello.
Hank.
Yeah. See,
Huh?
at first I thought he was a girl, and then we googled some pictures and stuff, and looked at his anatomy back here, and he was actually a boy, and it was too late to change his name, which his name fits him anyway, cause he has a twin sister. Her name is Callie, and at, he was the smallest. He was the tiniest one of the litter. I think it was how many was it? I think it was six of them, maybe seven. It was between 5 and 7 of them. And he was the tiniest one, and he got the size as far as the bulkiness on her, but she's outgrowing him in length. And every time we take him over there to see him, her mom's house, to see him and stuff, she runs and attacks him because I guess it's bad karma when he used to attack them when he was just a little baby. He used to attack her. So now he don't want none of them since she done grown bigger than him. He don't want no parts. He be crying. He be like meow meow when she be putting the tool. But it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love him to death.
But I don't think it's just cats though. I feel like dogs too. I've had experiences when my dog will like she'll go in the hall and just be kind of like stop. She'll just stop right there in the middle of the hall, like she's kind of just seen something, you know. It's like a petrified look almost on the dog, where the cat's more like trying to play with it.
Well, they also seem to sense like when we have hurricanes coming or some kind of weather event like that, that definitely the animals sense that or feel that beforehand. So they probably do have an extra sense of frequency. And probably if we weren't so tied into like a run around Sally Sue world, we probably would maybe access our frequency or our extra senses a little bit in a better way, easier manner. I mean, just watching the animals is going to tell you a lot of things, like if the fall is coming, right? Or when to plant, or when to do this, or that something's coming, and that's only in modern times has it really just we've been disconnected from nature itself.
Absolutely. That's
Yeah,
why they came out with
definitely.
calendars and time clocks and stuff to brainwash us, to basically to keep control on us on time.
Yep.
When back then all they needed was sundials and just basically just watch the skies
Yep.
and stuff to know when it was harvest season, when it was time to get up and go to work, time to go to school and stuff like that. But now they put a number on time, so you can be
Yeah.
like, hey, it's time for dinner, it's time for breakfast, it's time for school, it's time for church, it's
And then they
time to
put
go to
you in a
work.
calendar, and then a day of a calendar
Yeah,
to talk
it's time
about
to get
it.
off. Time to go home now. It's party
Yeah,
time. You see?
I hate to throw a wrench into you guys. Just trying to keep on topic here for Marlena.
Right.
I wanted to touch on with Dave, since he's our guest speaker. Have you experienced anything with animals, given the work that you do? Is Dave still here?
That's a good question. Is he here?
Is he here?
He
I see his
picked us up,
avatar.
but I
His
don't know
avatar.
Dave,
if he's wandered off a little bit.
Oh, he's here. I don't
Usually
know if
not.
he's
I'm gonna step
talking.
away for a second.
Maybe.
That's a good question. Whatever
Sorry, I didn't
happened
mean
to
to throw a
Jay?
wrench in there. Just trying to just trying to keep it on
Yeah,
topic for Marlena there. Uh,
definitely.
but I do believe animals are completely sensitive to that other realm. They can see through the veil they're on a frequency that most of us are not. A lot of us are, but most of us are not. Um, but
Yeah,
I know, yeah, I think
I agree.
dogs are more protective, they're more loyal of their owners, so I think that's why they're more on guard. Where cats are part of that veil, I think, so where then they can play with it. Like it's like me, where I'm so used to these experiences. They're on a daily, constant basis. The flicks, the touches, the pokes, the prods, the moving things, getting stuff thrown at me, seeing stuff, smelling stuff. It's such a common occurrence to me that it's not scary, and I'm not afraid of it. And I think cats are on the same thing. They're so used to it all the time. It's just a playful thing for them. But I know my
yeah.
cat Ink will
Hmm.
just, the other day, he just stared at the wall, and I mean the wall, for like 10 minutes. Didn't move, stared at the wall, completely just transfixed, and there was nothing there. But
See, so
I
it's
could
not
feel
just
something, and
mine.
I could feel that shadow. No, definitely not. Cats can definitely pick up on it.
Yeah.
My
Oh,
cat be
here you go,
running around
yeah.
the house
Definitely.
going crazy
Ink!
all the time, chasing spirits out the house.
Oh, yeah, especially like when they're
So,
kittens. You don't want to see Ink, there's Ink.
He be looking right, like you said, be looking right at the wall or right at the doorway or something, and he be chasing. I
Yeah.
think, I think that's why every time I hold him up to the mirror to see, so he can see himself, he always look down. He never looks directly into the mirror, cause I know mirrors
Oh,
is supposed to
yeah, the
be
mirrors.
mirrors
Yeah.
are gateways to this realm.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I turn my mirror around in my room most of the time. I try to remember at night to turn it around, but my cat plays with that thing constantly. Like, and it looks like he's looking at something in it. Like he's completely transfixed on something inside of it all the time.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna go. My body's feeling sore, and I'm
Yeah, you look like you were
kind
nodding
of
off.
tired. Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
Earl.
Earl, get you
All
some
right.
rest, Earl, man. We
It's
love you,
good
bro.
having you
Yeah.
on the panel.
Okay.
Love you,
Talk
Night.
to you later.
We'll see you next time.
See you next time. Keep it flat.
So,
But
I was
go
just
ahead.
thinking when we were talking about the animals, about the other way around, where the animals uh, coming through from the spirit realm the other way, where like a
What do you
ghost
mean?
dog or ghost animal of some sort. Has anybody experienced something like that?
I think that goes along with the part of the fairy realm, the other realm, the little people, but it's energy. It's all the energy. And all energy is created and shared. We all
Yeah,
share energy. And I think energies from animals, just like energies from humans, can get passed on through things. That's why I think a lot of us have spirit
Hmm.
animals. Like I know mine, I have a couple. I
Right.
have a mythological one and a real one, but I have a spirit animal, and that's why a lot of us do, I think, because it's the
yeah.
energy that flowed into us through them. You're connected. What is that?
I'm not sure.
Because
Oh
I
no, sorry.
remember one time at my old house, uh, it sounded like uh, a dog barking, but my dog was completely silent.
That's weird. They normally bark when
Yep.
they hear other dogs bark, don't they? Ain't they? were talking. I thought they talk when they hear other dogs talking.
I mean, you'd think that, but it was like I don't know. It was weird. It was just like I looked around and my dog's just laying there like she was asleep, but I'm hearing this like barking noise, you know, and it didn't sound like it was something else. It sounded like a dog. That's why I was wondering if anybody else had any kind of experiences with like an animal, like entity, kind of ghost or apparition of some sort, or experience like
I
that.
haven't had that. Just the spirit animal that I feel all the time.
I
That kind
had
of
one.
follows me around. Maybe it's your spirit animal.
I had one experience. My 6-year-old at the time he was 2, and after he got this self dressed, I went in there and tied his shoes and stuff. And while I'm tying the shoes, he kept on looking over my shoulder, and I was like, "What are you looking at?" And then he was like, he said a name like Sebastian or something. And then I said, "Oh, really?" You know, I had to play along with it, even though I knew what he seen probably was real, because babies are pure and they toddlers and stuff. You know, their eyes are really pure before the blind brainwashing comes in, right?
Yes.
So I was like, what's he doing? He's like, he's making like e- evil or funny faces at you or something. So I looked over my after remembering watching a whole bunch of horror movies like Amityville Horror and Conjuring, Insidious, and stuff like that. They all got one element in common, and that's fear. You know, and every time you show a fear, that's when the movie starts to get real interesting, because you start to see more of these entities and stuff popping up, because by then the cast then already showed it fear. So with keeping that in mind, I actually showed it aggression. I said, well, you tell that Sebastian or whoever to leave my baby alone, for I kick his ass. And then I said, is she still there? He said no.
Yep.
You know, so that's why I learned by watching. That's why I like watching horror movies and stuff, like It and all that. Even though I already know it's gonna scare me because I'm in character and stuff, watching these films. But at the same time, I take it as a documentary, what to learn from. And I know, like, when you show these entities fear, that's what feeds them. That fear makes you vulnerable. You know.
Fear is powerful. That's what you're giving power to. Yeah,
Definitely.
too. And you don't want to do that.
Yeah. It's like
But
almost like uh, an animal. Like if you back it into a corner or show it
nope,
fear, it'll come at you. But
it's gonna
if it's
attack. Yep.
it's like that with the spirit realm as well. If you show it fear, it's gonna come at you differently than if you just greet it openly without being afraid of it.
Yeah, it's like the it's like your fear.
What happened? What happened?
Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. I always get dropped off when I'm on the
No, we all got dropped.
people panel.
Every one of us just got dropped and booted. I don't know what that was about.
That was weird.
That was strange.
It's good to finally meet you too. By the way, Spiral Truth. I know I'll be seeing you in Dreads and sometimes Brother Sanchez's live chat and stuff.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Hey, David, are you back now?
Who?
David.
It shows his picture, but I don't know what he's.
Um, did he step out for a minute? I guess.
He
Yeah,
may
I'm not
have.
sure. I just saw him saying some stuff in the YouTube chat, so I thought he might have been back now.
Oh. Let me see. I
He might
guess
not have
not.
realized that he dropped out because I mean I think we all dropped out. Oh, see, he left the call. He probably got to come back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like he was trying to
But
talk to us.
I had
He's
to come back
muting
into
and
the
unmuting.
call.
What about
I think we
Marley? You
all.
still there, Marley? Oh,
There we
there
go.
go David.
Oh,
Yeah.
weird.
Now he's back in. Yeah, we all dropped for some reason.
You're back now.
Yeah, I thought you guys dropped. I must have dropped out too and never realized it.
No,
Yeah,
I think we
Yeah.
all got dropped there. And if you guys want to, I don't know, I don't want to put myself up there, but if you guys use Discord chat to talk about flat Earth, but other things as well, included that goes along with the flat Earth, that goes along with Anonymous, against the government, goes with Fairy Realm. I have a Discord channel. I'll post up a link for you guys. And Dave, I'd really like to get your contact info because I'd love to participate and help with your
Yeah, no problem.
experiment investigation. But I will send a link as soon as I can.
Yeah, and you can always reach me just davidvoy@gmail.com or davidvoy.com is my official website. It's more like a blog right now, but you'll see
I
me
have
in
one of those on
you'll see me
YouTube
in
too.
Discord too, so it'll be all good.
Oh, okay. I probably have seen you in there then.
Yeah.
And someone new
So,
came in. I see feet.
yeah, I see somebody new.
I'm
Who's that?
DVD too. I don't know if you
Dr.
realize that.
Michael.
Sorry.
Dr.
I'm
Michael.
not sure who that is.
Welcome, Michael.
It sounds like somebody cooking.
Yeah, I hear
I
some
know, who's
dishes
cooking?
Sorry, I'm
in the
putting
background.
no.
Miggity
I mean, I'm
Peg.
putting together a table. I'm sorry, I had to hold it. I mean, let me mute for you guys.
Okay, I'm like, she over there throwing down in the kitchen, man.
Right?
So yeah, I already did
So
that.
I know
Okay.
Scarlett had
So
a
you guys,
question for you, David.
okay, go ahead, Scarlett.
Since we were talking about the animals, she was wondering if you had any kind of experience with animals, like
Yes.
being like interacting or anything
Captured on
like that.
EVP.
Well, yeah, I remember I heard that, and then I was actually just listening to the stream on the actual YouTube, and then by the time I heard you ask that question, I tried to chime in, but I was time delayed because on the Hangout it's like 10 or 15 seconds behind. But yeah, I don't necessarily know if I've got any real EVP stuff, but I know my dog Kip, he's a little small Boston Terrier. There's times he'll be like looking at the house, like looking at different areas, and nothing happens, but he just like stares at stuff, and then you can see his little nose, like he's trying to sniff, like I'm guessing that somebody's right there standing next to me or whatever. But of course, I don't see it, but I think the dog picks up on it. So I think there is something to do with that. Although I did have an EVP, I think I might still have it. This is back when I had like two other dogs. I had a big black dog and another little small one. And I believe the EVP said, your dogs are protecting you or something like that. It was a few years ago. And I could probably maybe search on the computer and find it, but I swear that there was an EVP speaking about my dogs in some way, almost like they're protectors. So I don't know exactly what all that means, but
Awesome.
it is
cool.
kind of cool. And I'll try to dig that up and see if you guys can hear it, because that was a profound one too. But I don't know if I've ever heard like animals in my EVPs like barking or meows, but I'll keep them more open minded to listen for that type of stuff. That's a good question.
What if one time, important time, our ancestors, say like 7,000-8,000 years ago, our ancestors and animals shared the same frequency? Like, and like, let's say they had a pet wolf or something. And, wolves are part of the dog species, and the wolves was able to assist our ancestors on seeing these entities and spirits and stuff. I mean, hearing y'all build and talk about it just makes me think if that was the case at one point in time.
Well, some people I think that
Definitely.
animals are same as the humans in a way. I mean, literally, they might the spirit or the soul or the energy that our consciousness maybe in another life I might be a dog or something. So some people think that there's no difference between a dog and a human in a way, because our does that make sense? Our spirit's the same. It's just they can't talk like,
Mm-hmm.
but they I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it could be a lot more than we think.
Like they can't speak words, but they just have a different language. That's why they, you know, bark or yelp or whine or growl, like how cats. And I watch a lot of this, like when I watch maybe Animal Planet or Big Cat Diary or something. I would notice like how each pride or whatever would communicate with each other, but they're not talking words. They either they either communicate with each other by how they sniff each other or you know, like I said, how they make their sounds and stuff. I was like, okay, they're talking with one another because you would see like the actions. I would see the actions they would do after they communicate with each other, like whether it's going out to hunt for food or something. Just like birds, I like to hear birds in the morning. I love the sound of birds talking back and forth from one tree to the next or whatever. And
Yeah,
I know
definitely.
when it sounds like
Birds
they
are
screeching, like,
flyers.
huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, when it sounds
You
like that
think
they're
about it, all
screeching,
birds
like,
are flyers.
yeah, I love birds, man. I love birds.
Yeah.
I mean, cats are my favorite. Like, tigers are my favorite cat. I've always
Mm.
been a
Right.
big fan of tigers, right?
Oh yeah, they're
And
gorgeous, beautiful.
yeah, they gorgeous. I mean, I love tigers.
Regal. Regal, you know.
Yeah, the
With
Bengals. I
royal
mean, all type
looking.
of the Siberian tigers. I just love tigers,
Hmm.
you know.
I have
And
white tigers.
I kind of want a tiger tattoo. They kind of want to be one of my next tattoos. But um, but when I hear them, when I hear these birds and stuff, I can when I actually listen to them, I can kind of pinpoint like the type of conversation they're having. Like when birds be like having a yeah type sound or whatever. I'm like, oh, somebody's mad, you know. I was like, that doesn't sound like a happy tweet at all, you
Yeah.
know. I was like, they're mad. Maybe they're hungry. Maybe you know
Yeah.
they're in the nest alone and they want to go out and hunt for food, but they want to protect their nest or something, and they're calling maybe for the father bird or whatever to come home so she can go out and bring food to her nest or something. But yeah, it's a lot of things you can learn just by listening to animals communicate, whether it's a bark or a moo or a meow or a tweet or a growl or whatever. It's a lot you can learn from them just watching them talk back and forth to one another.
This is pretty
Only.
cool. I noticed at different times of day. You were talking about the birds in the morning, like when you enjoy hearing them talk. What I notice is either the crows in the afternoon. There are three of them that have been here for years, and I have a relationship with them, and they give me signs. But also owls at nighttime, and I can talk to them, and they'll talk back. So you can do that. It's almost being in their mindset is almost like a telepathic thing that you can vocalize, and you can have that little communication yourself.
Wow, that's cool.
I mean,
It's like
Yeah, I was
therapeutic.
talking earlier about
Feature.
animals and being on different frequencies, and it's all about being on frequencies. That's why you call people kindred spirits. Like when you meet them, you know you like them, is because you're close to thinking on the same frequency. You're like-minded individuals, and it's the same with animals. They're on a different frequency. So if you can meld into that frequency a little bit, you can kind of pick up on their energies, or you know. And that's why another reason I think they can see and experience more than we do. They're on a different frequency wave. That's why they have their own language.
just like owls can see in the
Definitely.
dark and dogs can hear sounds that we can't see. Same with the dogs and cats being
Yeah.
like our spirit protectors. They can see the things that we can't see. You know, it could be a loved one, a passing that has presence in your home. Your cat is
Mhm.
watching, move around the ceiling or whatever, like an orb you
Hmm.
can't see. And also, my own dog who's protected me physically by coming up from behind me and looking at me with the look in his eyes that there's something dangerous. And I had to, I got out of my chair and I turned around, and in that moment, whatever that entity was knew that I knew it was there, and it spread. And so same with telepathy with horses, or meowing at a cat in his own language. I have to take off. I just wanted to say hi, Mar and Glowing. Marlena, you know that the message you
Hey,
sent me.
it's been a while since I've seen you.
Well,
What you been up to?
because we didn't have a lot of talk after my mother's funeral. I went back to the
Yeah.
to that cemetery, and I talked with the guy that works there at the graveside, and he saw the airplane and he heard the airplane. Just like you said, I'm going to send you, something in flight. And I was thinking about you flying your airplanes, and you were talking about a butterfly, but he saw that airplane come up and make that bank turn, just boom, boom. And we know where the airport is. He goes, they never do that. This was impossible. And he was blown away that nobody else in my whole family saw it or heard it. And
Wow.
that message you sent to me. So anyway, I don't have a lot of time. I just wanted to say I love you, and I'm sending you hugs. I hope that fishing
Good
net
to hear
finds
from
a home.
you.
I'm glad you could jump on and give some insight.
You guys, I've been helping
Yeah,
out with
thank you.
the hurricane victims from Texas down to Puerto
Yeah.
Rico. I've been
Thanks.
very busy.
Awesome.
So you guys don't see me down there in Discord very much. I'm just sending my love. I'm helping people out where I can. So
Beautiful.
I'm gonna hop out of
That's
here.
all.
I just had to come in and say hi. And the
All
animals,
right.
they're
Well, thanks.
blessed. They are our kindred spirits, and we have to recognize them as such, be it birds or dogs or cats or horses, whatever, even squirrels. I mean, these are my own
Mhm.
Mhm.
experiences that I can just testify to, but everybody should just experiment and see if you get adopted into that family that's talking, meowing or chirping or whatever. So have fun, send your love to our animals that actually they are part of our family. We don't recognize that we are part of their family.
There
So
you go.
I'm going to take off.
Definitely.
Lots of
All
love,
right.
you
It's great
guys.
having you, man.
All right.
Thanks
Try
for
to
We'll
make
see
it
you
spreading love
next
fast.
time.
around.
And Mar, you got to kick me in the pants to join you once in a while, because I get
Join.
sidetracked on a lot of things. All
I don't know if
right.
Yeah.
Marlena's here
Well.
right now.
Lots of love, you
I don't
guys.
think she is.
All right,
Thanks,
man.
Doc.
Okay.
Peace out.
Good night.
I'm getting yelled
Night
at for
night.
being on
Good
here.
night, Dr. Michael. It's nice to meet you, brother.
So while since I've
It's
seen him,
okay.
I also welcome
Mara's gonna be upset that she missed that.
Sojourner.
You guys, I'm going to have to take off as well. I'm neglecting the man here, so I was trying to keep it up for Marlena, but I'm neglecting the man, so I have to get to that now. I got duties.
All right.
But
Well, it was
I will
great having
be
you on,
on my
Pam.
Discord. Yeah, I will be on my Discord. The only reason I can't do Hangouts is just because I have to pay so much attention to it. But thank you all for listening. And Dave, thank you for um, just joining us and spreading some info and your findings. And I'm so excited to possibly get involved a little and see if I can help at all or contribute.
Oh, most definitely. And I've been really enjoying talking to a lot of you guys too. And I gotta slip away too, Marlene. A great show, but I'll be able to listen to the rest of the show. But I'm gonna just bow out right now. But great to meet all you guys, and hopefully to see you guys on future shows as well.
Definitely. And thank you
No,
both for
definitely.
sharing your experiences and
No, you're welcome.
coming on the panel.
Anytime, guys. Much love. Stay flat, stay positive. For any of you out there, if you want a place to just kind of rant off, my Discord channel is available.
Cool.
And
Awesome.
yeah, definitely. Feel free to contribute there as well.
Sweet.
I don't know if Marlena's
Thanks
here,
for
but if she's
coming.
here, yeah, I love you guys.
Peace
Whatever.
out.
And we love you back. Marlena just
Yeah, I don't
just
know what happened
gone.
to Marlena.
Sojourner, are you there?
I'm here. Hi.
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 Did you have any kind of
Hello.
experiences you'd like to share with us?
Who
Sorry.
is this? So
Any ghost? It's ghost story night or spirits night or anything
Oh, wow. You know what?
paranormal thing for the month of October.
I got that one already. I already
So
shared it. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had my mic muted.
That's all right.
No, I'm talking
if
to my
you,
wife. She stepped out now.
uh,
She was showing me a meme. She was showing me a meme of Vegas, and I was like, oh, I already shared it already.
oh dear.
She was gonna send it
Yeah,
to
we're
me.
not gonna get on that topic tonight. So
I know. Oh
we're
no, no,
just
no. I
gonna
wasn't
stick with
planning
the
on. I
paranormal.
wasn't planning on it.
So, Sojourner, do you have any kind of paranormal experiences that you would like to share with us?
Um, Not right off the bat. I mean, yeah, there's probably some there. But I just now found your hangout. I logged into Discord and saw you guys were on. So I've only been here for a few minutes.
Gotcha.
Cool. Well, that's
Yeah, we've
awesome.
just
Well, I'm
kind
glad
of.
you joined on. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were sharing a few little well, I thought it'd be a fun little side topic to come on to with October to do a little ghost
Yeah.
stories,
Yeah.
So
So that's it.
I'm about to get off myself. It was so fun and so awesome to meet uh new people. I'm not sure. I know Spower is, but I'm not sure if all the other are flat Earth realists like the most of us or whatever. But even if not, it's still good to meet. It was still good to meet all of y'all. I had fun, man. I always
sweet.
yeah. When I first awoke, man, it was so lonely. I felt like I was alone, and then I over the past year I came across so many awesome people through Facebook, through Hangouts, through Twitter, and it lets me know that I'm not alone in this fight.
Same here.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, it's great having you on, man. Glad you
Hey.
shared your
Uh,
experiences with us.
Not a problem, man. That's why I only share with people I feel like that I have a little trust with because coming out of the public like that, people will deem you as crazy or something, crazy, retarded,
No.
Yeah.
delusional.
No,
Well,
I've
that's
been
why
like
we have
watching
each
this
other.
stuff forever. My child can tell you since he's a little kid. I've been watching ghost stories and stuff like that or whatever. I've always been kind of a little tied to it, so
Hi,
I
you
thought it'd be
guys.
fun.
Sorry, it
Welcome
took me
back.
a minute. I had to. I was I just had an honor. Sun and Moon group invited me over there for a split second just so I could talk about a couple things with my culture. So I'm back though. I said I can't leave my people that long.
Awesome.
I'm still on a
You missed
stream.
Doc. You missed Doc. Michael's down here.
Michael, get back in here and talk to me,
I
please.
know, right?
Hold
I
on, you
seen
said a
his
Sun
face.
and
I'm
Moon
like,
group?
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah,
was
Sun
just
and
on their
Moon.
show.
I'd like
Because
also to
I had a
welcome Crystal
huge.
to the panel.
Hey, hello, Crystal.
Hi,
Hi,
Crystal.
Crystal.
Hey,
It's like,
hey,
I had
hello,
a.
everybody.
Hi. It's ghost story night. You have any wonderful stories from
oh my God, I bet
Alaska?
you Crystal
Ooh.
does. I bet you she does.
Hey, Marilyn.
Crystal got
What
the
creepy ghost
Crystal.
stories that have happened?
Yeah, that's what we're going for. Well, anything, something
I got so excited.
unusual or
Well, I'm about to jump off here, Marlena, real quick. But I appreciate for having me on your show, man, and letting me into your home and stuff, man.
Of
That's awesome.
course. Of course.
I'm
Of
glad you
You
course.
came.
already know. Oh, throw me a wrench too if you can. I'll throw a
A long
chat.
time ago. I did a long time ago.
All right.
Check it out.
Oh, did you? Okay, cool, cool, cool. You
I
know when
did
I get
with
my live stream up and running, you'll have a wrench as well.
I know. Anyway, yeah, no. When I noticed Dre, because I can't see in the chat, right? So when I noticed Dre saying it, I wrenched you right there. It just probably took a minute to kick in because I'm on a lag here, right? But
I guess. Yeah, I thought mine was lagging. But I
yeah.
appreciate it, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Keep it flat and love y'all all again. And I
Love you
appreciate
too,
it
man.
again, man.
I'll see you later,
All right, but
Jovan. Well, you know what? You can always jump back in if you're not busy after.
absolutely, I can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you
That's
so
it for
much.
that. That's if I'm not over at Drez or Brother Sanchez. I don't know if
Yeah.
they're going live
See,
later, but
I have to compete with my brothers, and that's not fair. So, you know. Well, the difference between mine and
I
theirs is
know.
I have women, lots of women.
That's
Well,
right.
you know,
That is true.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm glad I'm on here with a bunch of awesome women. You know, Dre been trying to get together an all woman panel of
Yeah.
truthers for like
Yeah.
months now.
Yeah. He
Well,
invited me on, me and
you
Sassy.
need a
Yeah,
date and time. Let's go.
yeah.
I
So
can bring
go
my
over to
girl.
You Been Exposed, where Spiral and Marlena can give you the details. You know what I'm saying? After y'all you know, exchange ghost experiences and stuff. They can definitely tell
Yeah, we'll
you
jump over
the
there after we're done. We'll jump over and check them out.
Yeah.
okay. All
Of
right.
course.
Thank you.
Support ours. Yeah, you're
We can
welcome.
go and invade.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Just leave already. Jesus. It's like that's the longest goodbye I've ever seen. Michael, if you're listening, can you jump back in? Because I never really got to talk to you when you're on there. I seen you on there and I was like, oh my God. And I couldn't talk, right?
Yeah, he's telling his story when his mom died and that plane came flying over.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And then with the silver, did he tell you about the gold thing?
No, I don't
Oh,
think so.
well, yeah. Well, oh, man, yeah. Hang on a second. I'm trying to get some people.
So, Crystal, did you have any stories you would like to share?
Yeah, Crystal. And also, what is Sean talking about? Stream is getting close to ending. Oh, okay. Sean will probably be over after that stream is done. But Julius, if you're listening, why don't you jump in chat? Because yeah, it is interesting. And I'm sure you have some stories from New York.
Yeah, or from your days of soldiering. I've heard some
Yes.
trippy stories from that stuff. So.
Hey, yeah,
So,
Crystal, do you have any stories? I gotta hear them.
well, okay, so I've got one that came from my aunt more so than me, but I had a crazy thing happen when I was telling this story as a child. So I was like in my bedroom with some friends and I was telling them the story. So I'll tell the story, which is my aunt went to a party when she was in grade school and they were going to do the Ouija board, and she was afraid of it and didn't want to participate. So she was the only one of the group of girls that was there that chose to stay out with the mother of the, because it wasn't happening at their house. It was like a girlfriend's house, and so she stayed with her mom, and all these other girls were in the room and I guess using the Ouija board. Well, I guess they had been in there a while, and the mother started to feel bad for my aunt because she had been by herself for a while. So they went, so the mother and my aunt went to the door and opened the door, and my aunt claims that the girls in the room were floating around the room in a circle, and as the door opened, they all fell to the floor. So
Wow.
that's a pretty far out story. So when I was a child and I was telling that story to my friends, we were just in the bedroom and all of a sudden, like, we heard something right outside the door, right outside the window, excuse me. It was a really loud noise, and we look out the window and at first didn't notice anything, but and then at second glance noticed that one of the stakes that was metal that went to my dog's electric fence had just been bent in half, just completely bent in half out of nowhere, apparently
Woo,
nowhere.
like chills.
Wow.
Yeah. So I remember that
Real
pretty
quick, wait a second,
vividly.
Crystal, real
Yeah.
quick before you finish your stories, I just want to
Yeah.
welcome Dre onto the panel. Welcome, Dre.
Thank you. How's everybody doing?
You're welcome.
Hi, Dre.
Hello, hello.
As you can see by the title, that's what we're into.
Yeah, I kind of read that. Listening.
Yeah, cool. So if you have a story too, when Crystal's done, you're more than welcome. Or if you have any of experiences that someone had told you that they went through, you're more than welcome to share it, because it's really cool, especially when no matter who you are, somebody's gone through or heard something along the lines. So, okay. I'm
Definitely.
sorry, Crystal. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go for it. Crystal, tell us your stories.
Their Superman
That's
mother
very,
said, "Mommy,
that's kind of
mommy."
spooky. Yeah, that's kind of spooky, huh?
Yeah, that's a
Oh
little
yeah,
creepy,
definitely.
man. That gave
It's
me
like,
leg chills. Woo.
right, right.
Yeah,
Those
Ouija
are the kinds of
boards
stories
have
I want to
always
hear.
been
Like,
kind of
ooh, oh my God,
creepy.
they're creepy.
Ouija boards were not allowed in our house. My mother, I
Yeah.
swear, she would lose her shit if
Yeah.
anything like that into the house. Because you know what?
Yeah.
She doesn't believe in them, but she knows that that when someone believes in them, they're putting the power into them, and she knows that we're the ones that activate those as tools. So yeah, especially teenage girls. Teenage girls have the most power, and then they kind of lose it along the way a little bit, and then they get it again when they're older. But when their hormones are all going nuts and stuff, they're the ones that make shit happen. So a lot of times when we would go smudge someone's house and stuff, me and my mom, first thing she would ask them is, "Do you have a teenage daughter in your house?"
Yeah.
Because they create without realizing they're creating certain things that happen.
Well, isn't that what a actual poltergeist is? Is someone's actual energy within the house that's manifesting into like reality, an energy being, and it can take on a life of its own after that, and just feed off the fear of whoever's in the house. I've heard that a few times.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Well, since we're talking about Ouija boards, I remember when I was in my teenage years, a group of friends I used to hang out with a lot. We were playing with the Ouija board over at this one girl's house, and uh, it was interesting. We had some interesting stuff, but it was the next day that her kitchen caught on fire right where we were using it. It was just a random like grease fire out of nowhere. It wasn't like it was
They're not random like that. There's energy
uh
being pulled through
well,
them.
yeah, not random, but
So
it wasn't like it was they were overcooking the grease to where it would catch fire. It was just like all of a sudden it caught fire.
it is interesting that you can go to any pretty much every store type thing, like a Walmart, Target, whatever, and you can buy these things in the game section. Like it's like
Yeah,
hey, let's have
Hasbro
some
sells
fun,
them.
right? And it's like, ooh, what the
It's
hell
like
are you letting in?
Fucking Milton Bradley. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
I've actually played with a Ouija board or whatever you call it, fucking back in the day.
Who hasn't at this point,
And yeah,
right?
exactly. And it was kind of funny because the fellow that was just speaking, I guess it was Spiral.
yeah,
It's like the story starts out basically identical, same deal. Bunch of friends that used to hang out a lot. Somebody happened to have a Ouija board. Next thing you know, we're asking this fucking thing questions and shit. And I think I was probably like maybe 10 or 11 years old. And, just naturally, I thought it was bullshit, whatever. Well, anyway, we started asking the fucking thing questions, and, everybody takes their turn to ask questions. All I know was I'm going to leave it at this. I asked it a simple question about my grandmom. The motherfucking thing started spelling out the correct answer, and I got the fuck up and left. And that was the end
yeah,
of that. Never, touched it or played with one again after that, but that was like the only experience I've had with Ouija board. And, people say that, yeah, sometimes people, move it themselves and shit like that, you know, but no way in the world that this thing could have started spelling out my grandmother's middle name because none of these people knew that.
No.
yeah.
So that was my experience with the Ouija board.
But I think a lot of it is too that when you're doing stuff where you're asking an actual portal to open or something like that, a lot of people aren't probably in a ceremonial type of element. A bunch of kids running around, blah blah, and you should be respectful going into it, dealing with anything with spirits, and you should be respectful by closing it as well. And a lot of there's not instructions on the board. It's just like, hey, put your hands here and ask questions, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's not an instruction manual on it, and so I think if you got a bunch of kids who are like, hee hee hee, that's the best way of just causing something that you didn't really want to come through, whereas really you wanted to contact your grandmother or something. So I guess with all tools, you have to be realizing what you're using, and most, like I said, they sell it as a game for kids, and they're not being respectful. They're not being ceremonial. They're not, saying an opening prayer, asking for white light to protect them. Doing things that you would probably do now if you're going into a meditation. And wanting to connect with spirits, or some people channel or do whatever. So I think.
Well,
I don't know necessarily they're so bad. It's just that, quite honestly, most people aren't using this thing right, and so if you have some negative entity that comes through and attaches itself or does something, I mean, it's just a good thing not to play with one. I think.
I agree.
I wouldn't want one in my home. Let's put it that way.
No, me neither.
It's just crazy that you could actually go to like Kitty City and buy one, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But maybe
like
that's
I said, we had made one. We decided we needed to make one because we didn't have enough. We didn't have. There's too many people that wanted to play with the one that we had, so we wrote out a paper one, and that one was the one we had more activity with.
I was about to say that was probably more active because it had the actual,
Our
the
energies into it.
energy
Yep.
in it from the door from making it. That's crazy.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, but how about maybe I'm just thinking out in left field right now. My brain is on some extra shit.
I mean, we burned that thing because it started moving around weird shit and stuff like that, and it did. This thing was screaming from the fire, and we were like, okay, we're done. We're not playing with no more. Get the other one, put it away. Like we were done. We went to movies after that or something weird, but that was a creepy night.
What if the ease of access to the Ouija board is part of the the plan or whatever? They put them out there, make them easily accessible.
I'm sure.
They're a little more dangerous than people realize.
Well, the story of The Exorcist. I mean, the
What
story
the
of
hell
The
was that?
Exorcist itself. The story of The Exorcist started with the Ouija board in the basement with the girl, right? I mean.
Yeah, that was a pretty good movie. Yeah.
Which one?
The Exorcist.
It's supposed to be on real life.
It's supposed to be loosely based on a
real
true
life.
story. Yeah. I thought we talked about some shit like this a while ago, and we were talking about the entity, that thing that was following that lady around the country. I don't know if you guys remember talking about that.
Yeah, she got like raped and stuff.
Yeah, beating her up and shit, beating up her kid. I was like, yo,
wow.
Based on a true story, apparently. You know what I mean? It was a pretty good movie though.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Definitely not.
Wow.
So do you have any other kind of paranormal experiences, Dre?
I mean, nothing I can really say is paranormal, but weird shit happens sometimes.
Yeah, well, that's the point of it, right?
I mean, I've definitely experienced some strange shit over my life or whatever, but I don't necessarily know if it was from whatever. I don't know. No fucking idea, but
yeah,
whatever. All I know is no Ouija boards for me. Hell no. No, thank you.
None of my kids so far have played with one, and I don't. Might be too scared to after I tell them some stories. So.
Yeah.
Like just watch a few Ouija board episodes on YouTube. I'm sure you see some people or things flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. I don't know. Nah, I'm good.
It is funny too that they, we were talking about earlier electromagnetic universe type of thing, and it does seem like they can manipulate if there's spirits around or something like that, the television moving or turning on and off, or lights flickering, and so that seems like it's almost an easier manipulation of something going on than making a bump or something.
Yeah, and that also ties into with the EVP, like Dave was doing.
Yeah,
right,
definitely.
right. Yep.
It's funny because there's this house that's haunted, and I used to have to drive by it, and like almost every time, I'd have to go past it, and I didn't know which one it was, and then I was asking this guy I was with, I was like, which house was it that's supposed to be haunted? And as soon as we were driving by it, and he's like, that house? All the lights started flickering and shit. It's like they knew we were driving by and that we had that, like they knew we were asking about it. You know what I mean? It's pretty
Wow.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have the most haunted here. We have a lot of the most haunted places. We also have this, sorry, my light's pretty bad. We have the story of the headless nun here. And this woman, she was a nun. Her name was Mary. And this is a very true story. There's a gift that Native people had, and they had to cherish it. And to me, I don't really know what kind of a treasure it was, but I'm pretty sure it had something to do with their senses. It's something that would help people, guide them through dimensions or something. It had to be something like that. And when the settlers or whatever heard about it, or no, it was soldiers. It was soldiers that heard about it. They wanted this. So what they did was they were going to go to the reserve or to my reserve here and take it, whatever it was, whatever this treasure was. And so they gave it to this nun that used to help with the children here. And it wasn't like there was no like religious school or anything. She was just helping the community in different ways. And when she took that and she went to hide it, and she hid it at a place here called French Fork Cove, that they tracked her down and they tortured her to tell them, and she still wouldn't tell them. They cut off her head and they took her head. And now people see her and they see her apparition, and she doesn't have a head. And yeah, it's the story of Headless Nun. You can check it out. It's probably even online, New Brunswick, Miramichi, New Brunswick. Check it out. It's the Headless Nun. And that's what it is. She was trying to hide something for the Native people, which I still, to this day, when I take a walk there, I feel like I'm going to find something. I feel like, because it was never where she hid it.
Right.
So during Halloween time, they, the hell was that? That was weird. The door just opened. That was
So headlessness is coming up in there to get
Wow.
She
you.
coming. She coming for you.
Paranormal Activity live.
like, yeah, go look at it yourself.
It's getting creepy.
That was weird. Anyway, well, that totally got me off there. Yeah.
You're like waiting for someone to come through it.
I did because I heard the door open. I was like, yeah, no one there.
Hey, Marlena.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, girl.
Nice to see you too. How are you?
It's Indiana J.
I know who you are.
Oh, well, I didn't notice until I logged on to the chat, and I'm coming up as Soul Journey. That's my YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's so great. So, did you? Because I had to split for a few minutes. So, did you share any stories?
No, I mean, the only thing that really comes to my mind is after my son passed away, I was taking, I don't know, probably maybe 4 or 5 months after I lost him, I was taking some pictures of myself with my Nikon to kind of, I was just trying to update my profile and feel alive again, if you will, and do things to make me feel better. But anyway, when I took my pictures, there was there's no doubt in my mind that there was right in front of my face. What do you call it?
Or like an orb or something?
Yeah, thank you. Yep. The only thing I could think of was aura. Yeah, an orb was right in front of my face. And I continued shooting pictures of myself because I was using my, I had it set up on a tripod, and I had it set up on, so I could take pictures, self images. It was set up on a timer. But anyway, it's a very good camera. But yeah, and I know without a doubt it was him. I know.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
See, a lot of times people don't realize what an orb is. An orb is because our energy is so dispersed. When you pass on, your energy just forms into that light, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I totally know that those are, I could tell the difference between a dust particle and an orb.
Oh sure.
An orb.
I'd love to.
I got a picture that has an orb in it. Whatever. I don't, whatever. I actually, if I find it, I'll put it in there so you can check it out. You can tell me if it's the dust particle or orb.
Yeah, please do. Well, you could tell a dust particle.
I think it's purple. Well, I don't know. It just.
Well, if it's purple, then it's not a dust particle.
And the sun, and like the sun is off in the distance. It's almost. I mean, like you can't even really see it. I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Great.
Sometimes.
Sorry, Spiral. I was just gonna say I've got a wedding photo that has tons of orbs in it, and I always thought it was super cool. And the other thing I wanted to say, hi Jane. I know who Miss Indiana Jane is, so hello.
Hi. I came from the Unfuckers.
Yeah, me too.
Is there a way to post a picture in the chat?
Yep.
Okay.
Where's the back? Yeah.
Okay, I'm on full screen. Should I escape? How do you?
Yeah, should be able to.
Yeah, if you go the back arrow, you should get to the chat area.
Back arrow? You already stumped me.
Well, he's on a phone, so I don't think it's the same.
Yeah, it might be a little different.
Let's see here.
I've got at the top of the screen. I've got microphone, video, and then your bandwidth settings and the phone icon.
Okay, so on the left-hand side, well, I don't know if you could post it in this one, but I know you could do it in the back chat, which I'll message you on back chat.
I see it. Yep. Yeah. All right, I'll see. I don't know if I can put a picture down there.
Well, you can in the back chat. I'm just going to show you basically where it is.
Oh, okay.
Do you have your Hangouts open?
Let me see, where am I at? Yep. Hangouts. Yep.
I'll just write Jane. Where it says paranormal activities, ghost stories, that part. You could do it right from there.
What now?
I just said, hey, Jane. In the paranormal activities, like in the Hangouts, it should have came up where I wrote, hey, Jane. It's in the back chat. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't see that. I've got the chat. The chat is open.
Go to hangouts.google.com.
Well, I'm there, and I'm in Hangout.
Right, along the side where it says the new conversation with the plus sign, and it has all the chats that you've been in. It should show you where I wrote, hi, Jane.
Tuesday.
Hang on, I could maybe, hang on a second.
Oh yeah, what I was gonna say earlier was, Dre, just don't doubt what you see sometimes.
In a second.
Gotta
and
trust
the side
your
chat,
eyes.
you know where the screen is, Jane?
Oh yeah, I mean, I generally do. I just don't, I just don't, whatever.
I think for us.
It's not something that happens on a regular basis, but then again, I don't take a lot of pictures. But it's not the first. It's not the first time that it's happened. There are some other pictures that just happen not to be in my possession. So, like we went to this. I was in Vermont one time, and it was supposedly like this legend of this lady that I don't know. I can't remember her name or anyway, but she had some issues, I guess, with the husband, whatever, blah blah blah. She went down to like this covered bridge and she jumped into the rocks or some crazy, whatever. Anyway, well, we were up there walking around in the streams and shit up there. It's nice up there, and taking pictures and shit. and there was this big. It wasn't on me. It was next to me. It was a big ass white orb. There was no light. There was nothing reflective like metal or nothing as far as like a zipper. There was not. It was nothing. It was crazy. But yeah, I wish I had that picture. That was crazy. So I don't necessarily always doubt what I see, but you know, when it comes to things that are you know, kind of like this, it's sometimes it's hard to wrap your mind around it, that you actually see that type of thing in a picture and you can't explain where it came from. So you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey Jane, are you on a computer? Because you can put it up on your screen and then you can share your screen so that we can all see your computer. Or you can go on the side chat here where it says like in our screen part, we're chatting along the left hand side. The right hand side. I just posted a link to the hangout itself, the back chat hangout.
Yeah, I see that now. That's interesting.
Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah. So you could share, or you could put it up and then I could share it for everybody. It's totally up to you.
Okay, what was my other option?
Okay, when you're looking at the screen on your left hand side, you see a little thing that has the chat, right? Underneath that, you have a little screen share. It's a green little TV.
Right.
You can press that and share your computer screen with us.
Okay, hang on. Carry on.
Yeah. You know, it's funny when we know when someone passes away too. When my grandmother had passed away, I was at work and I was in the washroom and I was just washing up or whatever, and I smelt her. We used to use oil of Olay. I smelt her walk by me, and I felt it. I felt like something brush against my cheek. And when the phone rang, before I went to the phone, I told my coworker, I said, I think my grandmother had just passed away. And then sure enough, I picked up the phone and my mother says, don't panic. You know, first thing she says, don't panic. And yeah, then she told me my grandmother had passed away. And then so I told my mother what I experienced, because I also, when I looked out the window, I seen like this little blue light, but it just disappeared. It was like, I wasn't sure if it was like an imprint, a sun imprint you get on your eyes. So when my mom told me when my grandmother passed away, that this blue light came out when she passed and went around her and my aunt and my uncle and my other aunt and then left the room. You know, it was something that they witnessed. I don't know if anybody ever witnessed something like that, but they're called, also these other things, what I experienced, it was called a forerunner, where you see this ball of light, a ball of fire that just like will streak around your house and leave, you know? Anybody ever hear of forerunners? Sorry.
Okay.
I've never heard of the term, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I only had
Okay.
my grandmother pass like this thing, but no like posters.
Okay, you're ready to share your picture, or did you figure that part out, Jane, or you need some help?
So yeah, I think so. So okay, so I click on share your screen. Okay, so how do I get to that picture? I've got it open. It's right on my desktop, open. So
Okay, so along the left-hand side where you see screen share, you hover over on the left.
Yep.
See the little green arrow. The little screen with the green green screen with the arrow. Press that.
I did.
There you go.
Okay, so
now on top,
see
press present. Right. So on top, say present to everyone. Or I could do it for either one.
Okay. See my face? Now this is pixelated, and I hate that. I have the original, of course, but this is pretty pixelated. But if you look right in the middle of my face, from the chin to just under my eyes, or even in my eyes, kind of, is the orb. And I've got other pictures. I've got lots. I took like 4 or 5 of them in a row, and this is the only one that showed the orb. This was my, and that's my son in the background hanging on the wall. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. You can always like maybe make that bigger, maybe, so we can all see. Because I don't really see it. I see a blurry picture.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it. The white orb. It's a white
Is it
orb in
underneath the
front of her
clock?
face.
Oh, it's in front of her face. Okay,
Oh,
I
it's
was
like
looking at the
right
wrong
in front
spot.
of her face.
Oh, it's right
I'm
there.
having a
Okay,
hard
I
time
do see
seeing
that.
it, too.
I know it's
Yeah.
kind of blurry.
See, but if you look on my left cheek, going towards my left ear, how the skin is darker, and my forehead, my neck is darker. That orb is right in my face.
Right. Oh yeah, it's your whole face almost.
Perhaps
Underneath your eyes and stuff.
Perhaps
I
the
see
screen
it.
sharing is like making the image not as clear. So I wonder if she could post the actual image for us.
And that's him. Like I was saying, that's him in the picture behind
I
me.
think it's the picture that's blurry.
It is. The original picture is not blurry. I must have been doing something to whatever I was doing, because I was working on a blog and all sorts of things.
Right.
Yeah. So the original picture is not this blurry at all, but it is very, very obvious. But
Do you have the original picture on your computer? Because you could just bring that up and we'd see it.
Can you see the small thumbnail right there? See this?
Yeah.
Now you can really see. It almost looks like I'm wearing a mask.
Yeah. Once you pointed it out, I understood. It's just that I wish it was a clearer picture.
Right.
Because then we'd see that. You know what I mean, right? It's pretty cool, though.
The original picture. That's his little boy that he left behind. Baby. Yeah, I have to really go.
Hang on a second. I got a really cool one to show you guys. Let me see. Okay.
I'll stop screen sharing. I've got. That's him. Here, see here. That's him sleeping with his little baby.
No. Yeah.
All right, I'll get out of here. All right.
Okay, so down at right at the bottom it says stop sharing. Just press that. Okay.
There you go.
Cool. You did it. Now see how easy that was. Next time you'll know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to show you guys something really cool because she brought up pictures and I never thought about it. I have a picture where my mother had passed away, and it's going to be hard for you to see at first, but then you're going to see it. Like when my mom died, I seen her face in the snow.
Wow.
And if anybody knows what my mom looks like, my mother is a very native looking woman. So I'm going to show you guys.
Okay.
This is pretty cool.
I remember you showing me this picture one time.
Okay. I know. Let me show you.
Awesome.
My computer's acting up. Okay. You guys see the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so watch this.
Oh my
right
God!
Here
I see it right off the bat. Yes. Oh
right
my
there.
God.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Oh!
That was like the first thing I saw. I was like, what the?
Oh my God.
That's pretty crazy.
That's amazing. Look
There
at
it
that.
is.
Yeah.
She's smiling. She got her high cheekbones. That's totally my mother's face. And so many people in my
Wow.
family had me print that out for them because it was the same night she had passed. And I looked down and I said, "Oh my God, there's my mother's face."
That's
And
incredible.
everybody's seen it.
Wow.
I took a picture, but people were standing there. They all seen it, you know?
Yeah.
And this was
Amazing.
right outside your house, looking down out of a
Yeah.
window.
Yeah. We were looking down out the window and I said, "Oh my God, look, it's mom's face." And then my boyfriend at the time came over and he's like, "Holy shit, that is." And then so everyone ran to the window and we all looked. And then so after I took that picture, somebody pulled in and turned around over there and just,
Shut up.
you know, yeah. I'm like, shit. But yeah, we totally knew it was my mom's face. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah,
Wow,
that's amazing.
that's amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, Marlena. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I know quite a bit of people that show me pictures. Like as soon as I show that picture to people, because I did it, I posted it in Unfuckers like about 4 years ago or whatever, or 3 years ago rather, when she had passed. As soon as I did, you wouldn't believe how many people were showing me these amazing pictures of their own. You know, I mean, we can get all kinds online, right?
Right.
But when you see the pictures from, you know, that are personal, you know, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Shit. You know what? The other day, one of my son's friends, he was really popular. He had a lot of friends, and he grew up with, went to school with, etc. But anyway, one of his friends, she's an amazing beautician and artist, but she sent me a picture last week, and she said it was weird how she came upon it, and she was blown away, and she had to send it to me. She said, "This is his doppelganger." Doppelganger, is that right? Is that how you say that? Looks exactly, almost like
Yeah, doppelganger. Yeah, I totally get it.
yeah. It was weird.
So, Dave, did you share any of your voice phenomenon? Because I had to step away for a second. Did you share any of them, or were you just showing your site, or what?
Yeah, there was some EVPs on my site, but if you guys,
It's hard to hear on.
can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
You could. Can you? Is there one that you feel comfortable trying to share off of your site? You think that it would come through here?
I don't know. I mean, I'll have to dig them up too. I'm not really prepared right now for that.
Okay. All right, that's
But I
cool.
do have a quick orb story because I'm with you too.
Oh,
It's like
good.
a lot of orbs. I mean, I don't necessarily explain them away as dust anymore because I know there are some real orbs out there. And one of them was I was taking a picture of my niece and her 3 kids, and my her mom, my sister, passed away like many years ago. But I believe that I captured my sister's face in an orb, and it's like so. When I took a picture of my niece and her kids, I did like 32 pictures. You know, like just in a burst mode, and then when I got home, I looked through all the pictures to try to find the best one where the kids were not looking away and stuff. And all of a sudden, I saw one orb in there, and I almost just decided, like, oh, okay, whatever, that's probably just dust or something. But then I looked at every picture. There was like 32 pictures, and only one of them had the orb. So I'm thinking, with all logic, I'm thinking, like, well, what the hell? I go, what's the chance if that was dust? There probably would have been dust in almost everyone, right? Not just one picture out of 32. So then I zoomed into that orb, and I'll be damned, just like your mother's picture in the snow, I swear I see my sister's picture in the orb. So it's pretty cool. It's going to be a classic orb, a face and an orb picture I'm going to put in my book too. But I can also share the picture with you guys. Let me see if I can dig it up.
Yeah, that'd be great.
While he's doing that, can I show you guys something?
Of
Yes,
course you
they
can.
do.
If you think he'll be a few minutes, I'll pull something up real quick. Otherwise, I'll wait. But I do it.
When my grandfather had passed away, while you're doing that, getting that ready, my grandmother had seen him, and not only my grandmother, but everybody that lived on the street, seen my grandfather walking down the street. He had died like within that same time frame, like the time, like that around whatever time it was. He was at a boxing match across the river and got hit by a car. And they all still seen him. They seen him and they were waiting for him to come home. And here he was already dead over across the river. But almost every person on that street seen him walking that night. Isn't that funny? And it's well, you know what? But it's not that uncommon in a Native community for people to see these kind of things. You know what I mean? To see the people, the forerunners, like
Yeah.
yeah.
I've heard it said that there's energy patterns left. Anyway, where there are communities like that, and where events have taken place, major world events, always leave an imprint.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell everybody out there, if you come across any of our burial grounds, please do not disturb them. People automatically start digging shit up. They wonder why they have all this bad luck and bad karma and all this stuff. We make my ancestors, and still to this day, we make burial grounds. What it is they look like just a hill. And when you start cutting into them, then you're going to see things like, pottery or something that belong to specific people. And they do that for a reason. So when you dig this stuff up, you are doing something that you're not supposed to be doing. You're stirring an energy, right? I could say it that way. I think it sounds better if I say it that way. Like when they talk about like Salem's Lot or any of those, not Salem's Lot, what do you call it? Stephen King really knew what he was talking about. When he did his research stuff, he came to our communities to get some information because he doesn't live too far. He lives in Maine, right? But he went to Native people and got stories. And then on his way home from these stories, he would come up with these brilliant movie ideas, But he got them from real life events that people told him about, Not all of them, but a lot of them over in Maine. A lot of the Passamaquoddy Indians, and up here in Micmac land here in northeast Canada.
Unfortunately, the feds don't give a crap about anything.
Oh, you know what? Pets don't see they don't see the veil. Pets see. Is that what we're talking about, pets?
No. I said feds.
I thought you said pets.
The feds.
I took my headset off. I thought you said pets. Because if we were talking about pets don't see no veil. Pets see stuff. You see, our dogs will bark at stuff that's like nothing right there. He'll be staring at something that's totally in front of him. Yeah, we can't.
Hey, can I show you this picture real quick? Is that all right?
Of course. Do it the same way.
Yep. I think I got this. Okay.
Let me
Now, where did I go from here? Minimize this. Right. There's Tommy, right? That's Tommy right there. That's the way. Okay, so take a good look. Then here's his doppelganger. Slow. This is Windows 10. So stupid. Well, it's also Facebook because it's down here.
Right, it'll come up, I'm sure. So while we're waiting, how old was your son when he passed away?
Was 28. Well,
wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's a hard thing, eh? As a mom.
He was so full of spirit, I swear to God. Marlena, he was a big pain in the ass, but he was awesome, friggin' amazing. And
yeah.
I loved him to pieces. You know it. Aw, this is Steve. Oh, come on. This is what's been happening a lot with me. See this?
Oh yeah.
Are you guys experiencing this?
Yeah, we see it black. Oh, I don't know. I don't have Windows 10.
So I don't know. I don't know if it's Windows.
So
it's better. Oh, come. That's Facebook. I'm just trying to. There he is. There's the doppelganger.
Okay.
Now,
Wow. Show your son again. What are you doing? You're so funny.
Oh, I just wanted to say I posted a link to that face in the orb. I made a YouTube video showing it too, where I adjusted the brightness and contrast, just so you know it's in the chat.
Oh.
Okay. Cool.
Here's Tommy. That's my guy.
Wow.
There's the doppelganger.
Wow, eh?
I swear to God.
It must have felt weird, huh?
Oh. Oh. You have no idea what that did to my stomach when she said it. I don't know why the other one keeps disappearing, but it does. Oh,
yeah.
Here it is. Tommy, minimize. See that?
Yeah. Wow, eh?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Wow.
I was just gonna tell you, my husband had a really crazy experience in interior Alaska about feeling like he was on sacred ground, and he was totally freaked out. He was on a fire assignment for wildfire there, and into the woods by himself, and he just said the entire time it was the eeriest feeling, like something was watching him the entire time. He was supervising two younger guys. They were like 19 and 20-year-old guys, and he had given them assignment, and then he walked out to the woods and was coming back to meet them. When he came back to meet them, they didn't do it because they just straight up told them, they're like, we're scared. Like they didn't go down where they were supposed to go because they felt something was so eerie about these woods that they didn't feel comfortable there. I thought that, these grown firefighter men are like freaked out at this, like, it just like a weird energy vortex or something.
Wow. Yeah, because you do feel it. You feel that energy. It's like you feel like you're getting sucked. I find like you're getting like sucked sideways, or it's so hard to explain.
Well, for me, it's one thing for my husband to acknowledge it, but then for like these two young guys to also like state it, like, he felt it, but yeah, like kept it to himself because they're working and stuff. But they were like, no, we're scared. They just like straight up admitted to feeling like that. So it must have been something very tangible for that to, I think, come out.
Right?
And
yeah, because a lot of guys won't admit that stuff. Well, I'm glad you shared that. That's cool. Hang on, sorry, I just have to. My computer's going nuts. So Dave, what are you naming your book? Oh, did I break out?
Communication from the Beyond is, I think, what I'm going to call it. But that's not 100% set in stone yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I didn't want to call it ghost hunting because it might not be just ghosts. It might be like, could be dimensional beings, like I said, or after talking to a lot of you guys, a lot of it could be like previous versions of ourselves communicating and giving messages to each other. I mean, I don't know. So it could be so much more. But if I use communication from the beyond, it encompasses everything. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking
about.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think that we should actually do a series of this paranormal because, Halloween is coming. And there were other people that wanted to join, but they couldn't because they have previous, engagements. So yeah, I want to actually we'll keep going with this, and in between we'll do our other beautiful Mandela stuff. But
Definitely.
I think this is
Sounds
so
great.
important.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
is.
good for people like you, Dave, that you're doing something very positive. You're getting it out there to people that probably maybe reading your or what or looking at your work that you do. Maybe that's the first time they're actually seeing something like that or
Yeah,
hearing something like that.
yeah. There's so many fascinating things out there, and it's not just ghost hunting, which I'm thinking, but that's the more acceptable term. For me, I guess when I try to tell people about EVPs, it's so much easier just to say, "Oh, I'm capturing ghosts and spirits," because they accept that. If I say it's maybe it could be like dimensional beings or aliens or like entities, then they start thinking it's crazy. So everybody accepts ghost hunting. So
Isn't that funny, eh?
yeah, I know.
But you are
Parallel
though.
realities, I don't know. I
Well,
believe
yeah, I
parallel
believe too.
or the
I
simulation theory too. I mean, it could be a holographic simulation as far as I'm concerned as well. I mean, there's so many things I'm considering now that
Mhm.
it's not just ghosts. What I'm trying to get to. Yeah.
Well, I'm with you. I totally know that there are other dimensions and how everything is portrayed. Am I breaking out?
No, you
No, you're
sound
good.
good. I can hear you.
Okay. I'm with you so much on that because the stuff I've seen, like I've seen something come into focus and then absorb out, reabsorb, and then, you know what I mean? I've seen something like that before. So that could be to me maybe a different dimension or another. I don't know. It's so hard to, everything's speeding up so much that I think there's enough room for all of these things to be true because everyone's experiences are so true to them that I have no business and nobody else has any business saying that their experiences aren't true.
Very well said. I mean, a lot of
Yep.
people, they're just one sided. It's like I'm all sides. I mean, I'm trying to and keep an open mind for almost any kind of theories and stuff. So yeah, that's great.
Yeah, definitely.
Are
Crystal, I know you
you
have more
including
stories than that.
near-death experience?
Yes.
Well, the near-death experience. That's what I was wondering. In the Communication from the Beyond book, are you including near-death experience stuff?
David,
I don't know.
I don't know if he heard you.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm sorry.
hey,
But I
I
have.
got a really good idea.
Did you say near-death
Tomorrow,
experience? I'm sorry.
we should do our story. We should do our show tomorrow on near death experiences because I know at least 20 people that had those experiences, and if we can get even some of them in here, would be awesome. Including myself, I had 3. But go ahead, Dave. She was talking to you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say like that's kind of my outside, ghost experiences. I don't really have any, but in my NDE, I experienced communicating with 2 different women. So it's like, who are they
Wow.
exactly? And I think that's on point in regards to the interdimensional beings and broadening the.
Oops. She's going robotic.
You're breaking
Robotic.
up, Crystal. That's what happens when you live in Alaska.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah. So it could be interdimensional beings, like you said. There's so many possibilities. It's just
Oh,
fascinating.
Yeah.
Hey, Marlena, I do have a kind of an interesting. Oh, she's still talking. She's robotic.
yeah. Oh, I can't hear her. Hey, Crystal, we couldn't hear any of that. So when you get to a different area, when you're a little bit clearer, you could repeat that. But go ahead, Dave. What?
Well, I had an interesting EVP we captured from a cemetery. This is when I was July 4th. I think it was like not this year, but last year. And after the July 4th, we just decided to go to the cemetery, me and some friends. And I don't know if I might have told some of you people on Discord, but it was one of the most interesting EVPs I captured. Actually, it wasn't me that captured it. It was my friend Mandy that did.
Robot. I'm just pausing.
And when we were walking through the cemetery, Mandy says, "Hey, I gotta sit down. I feel like I'm gonna fall." I said, "Great, let's take a break." And she's a heavy set gal, and so she had to sit down. She brought a chair with her and had a seat, and then we just went on our way and did more, EVPs. But when we got home and checked out the EVPs right away, and this was what I would consider a class A one. I didn't even really have to even do any kind of techniques to try to bring it out, but we heard a spirit say, "Let's push the fat girl down." So crystal clear. And as soon as I said that,
Oh
everybody
my!
else heard it too. So we were thinking, holy crap! So not only
What
these
a
spirits
what
have
a jerk!
I know they're jerks. So it actually showed me there's a couple different things to learn from this. Is that first of all, they were following us around. Like obviously they must have been in a group because she was talking to other spirits. Like, let's push the fat girl down. Like apparently their group is following us, and then basically they're kind of bullies too. So
Yeah, you know
they're
what that
pushing
taught
the
me,
fat
Dave?
girl.
That they
Yep.
carried their personalities with them.
Yeah. And that must be, too. And and the thing is, it all correlated with Mandy saying, "Hey guys, I feel like I'm going to fall down. I need to sit down and take a break or whatever." It's like,
Maybe
wow, it was right during the same time
Yeah.
as they said, "Let's push the fat lady down." So they're bullies. They have a sense of humor, and they must have been in a small group because they were kind of talking in context, like they're saying, "Let's push the girl down, fat girl down," or whatever. So it makes me, a lot of it was just covered in that one instance, thinking that they have of course, a sense of humor, but even though it's kind of mean, but it's just amazing. So I'm hoping to get
what's
that
funny?
in my documentary too. Talking about that too. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that. I need to hear it. But you know what? Maybe they did. Maybe they were pushing her down, and that's why she felt like she had to sit.
Well, that's what I was saying. So it was almost cooperation there. She felt like she was going to be falling, and they were pushing her. So that was the most profound part. And the other part was just that, oh, these guys have a sick sense of humor, and they're almost like bullies. They're picking on the fat girl. It's like, wow. I know. So a lot was to be learned there, and it wasn't just one; it was a group. Amazing.
Wow. Wow. I'm not surprised. Yeah, personalities go with you. That's not surprising to me for some reason. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing like that. I apologize to Mandy. I'm sorry. It wasn't about you. It was about the ghost. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it was a little like a neat little story. One of the most amazing EVPs that I didn't capture. I just listened to it. It was on her phone. I'm going to find out exactly what kind of phone she used. It's just a regular, Android phone. It might have been some Samsung or something, but I'll find out because whatever it was, it really captured a great EVP, and that also is going to be part of my book where I'm going to try to tell people that you don't necessarily have to have like hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of like equipment. Sometimes you can just use a standard like a voice recorder on phones, like Android phones or something, and they almost work just as good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
so-
Of course, because they're on a frequency, right? So we could capture them. You don't need the most expensive stuff.
Remember, Marlene, I was telling you about this little toy keyboard I got. This little, can you see it on the camera? Let's see here.
Yep.
All right, this is a little,
we see it.
little chintzy toy I picked up for $1.50 at a thrift store, and as you can see, I hacked a little cord on there so I could plug it into the computer, so the speaker. But the funny thing is I got some pretty cool results from recording this too, because the speaker in here, if you plug a speaker into your microphone input, basically a speaker is a microphone. It's not very high quality, but it's not very loud. But I would talk into the speaker in this thing, and it would record to the computer, and I got some pretty interesting EVPs from that too. So sometimes I'm realizing that the most unorthodox microphones, or sometimes the cheapest microphones, or the cheapest electronic gear, is almost better quality than the high-end mic. I've got Zoom high-quality digital recorders and Sony digital recorders and all that stuff. I've got GoPros that have audio, but sometimes I'm thinking the cheap stuff, the cheap microphones almost do better job. And I was talking to a guy named Overacton. He's on Discord too, and we were having some cool discussions about the possibility of maybe cheaper microphones. They don't do the whole spectrum. Maybe like how some speakers only reach to a certain frequency range. Maybe the cheap ones are kind of like like not going up this to certain highs and lows, maybe that's making it easier to capture the frequency from the communication then too.
Or
So
maybe it's easier for them to come through.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like when you have a high
Not as
quality
high
mic,
tech.
that's just more. It's more. It's almost like the mic. A good quality mic would go that like that spectrum, but the cheap ones will go here. So I'm wondering if that's why sometimes I can hear better if you're using a crappy cheap mic. And then eventually, I'm thinking about building a mic. You know, you can do it yourself mics. You can even make them. Look on YouTube, do it yourself microphones, really cheap ones. And I'm going to try that because then you can actually maybe make it so it's only going to be like that spectrum instead of all the way, you know, and you can try to experiment. So that'll
What do
be
you
in the
think about
book
those
too.
devices? What do you think about those devices where they'll use like it basically takes the radio stations and like circles through them really quite quickly, and
Oh
then
yeah,
they'll
you're talking about
capture
the ghost boxes
voices.
and stuff. Yeah, that
Yeah.
those are interesting. They do intrigue me, but the only thing is, it's so weird. Is you know, it's might be grabbing audio from the whatever transmissions coming through, so it's kind of sketchy. But then you know, when it starts flipping through like a tenth of a second, it just goes through all the stations one by one, like a tenth of a second each. There's really no reason it could form a complete sentence, but sometimes they do. So
Right.
I think there is something
Exactly.
interesting about that. I
Or
haven't
it'll be
really,
like the same voice over,
yeah,
you know, these channels going so quickly, and it'll be like a high female voice or something like that that's coming through, and it's going very quickly. You know, it's just like,
yeah,
you know, um, I've seen those
yeah. In
before.
all reality, we know it shouldn't be, even if it is picking up like the DJs or the voices from whatever, there's no way in hell it would do a complete sentence from skipping from station to station. So there is some validity to that. I haven't really dove deep into that, but I have experimented. I've got a couple different Radio Shack radios I've hacked myself where they'll just keep going, and you can do reverse too. But the funny thing is I'm trying to use regular typical equipment that anybody can get. I mean, sometimes you have to go on
Right.
eBay to get the right radio. It's like, well, they don't make them anymore. So I'm trying to bypass all that. And you'll see in my book when it comes out, if it comes out for how many years, but I'll be pointing people to like common stuff where you can just use even your own computer and your own microphone, a cheap microphone or your cheap cell phone, even throw away, dirt cheap cell phones you get that are old. If they have a video or an audio recorder, which most do, you can just use that. You don't necessarily have to rely on like specialty equipment with hacked, hacked electronics. So that's my goal too, is to let people do it with common stuff that's almost anyone has. So yeah, that'll be in the future. Wish me luck on that.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's a lot of people that just go out and use their phones that are on them to do the recording. Long lasting, and it's right there, and you can save it if you want it on an audio file. You can quickly listen back, you know, to a recording if you're doing questions. It's pretty handy, you know,
Yep.
right in your hands.
Yep.
And
I
it's
love
easy
just
then to
using
like
digital
transport to
recording.
someplace else too. So.
Yep. That's the best way. I think the best way to do it, because then you can experiment with different recorders, different mics, different computers. You don't have to go buy new you know, new specialty equipment really. So I like that idea.
Mhm.
And pretty
Yep.
soon I'll even have where you can submit an EVP. The only thing is, I mean, it could take literally, hours to go through EVP recordings. So I'm trying to figure out a best way to do that where people, if they think they've got an EVP and if they really think that it might be a message that they really want to get, I'm trying to figure out a model where I can actually, help people try to translate that message. And I hate to sound, it's going to sound like blasphemy, but it's going to have some kind of money involved because eventually if people start lining up and they have 500 people that wanted me to translate EVPs, I can't do it for free. There's just not enough time. But someday I'm hoping to, when I get it refined, if they don't want to follow my techniques or maybe I can use my experience and try to like translate an EVP, but I'm trying to make sure to be small clips, not, don't send me like a 10-minute EVP session. That would take forever.
Right.
But yeah, but if anybody in the meanwhile, just to kind of help further research, if anybody has any short EVP clips that they want me to examine, you can just email me any audio file at davidvoy@gmail.com. And then in the meanwhile, I'll take a look at some of them, try to keep them real short. Typically, I'll just have like a question, and I'll wait like 15 seconds of silence to see if they respond. But don't send like 10 questions. Try to just limit it to one, and I'll try to take a look at it and then reply right back to you with what I can hear. So that'd be davidvoy@gmail.com.
Be cool for all together. We could do like a little ghost hunting episode for the 31st. That'd be fun.
Oh my gosh.
Would that
what a
be
good
so much
idea.
That would be
fun?
awesome.
Elena, come pick us up. Where we gotta go to the most haunted place in America.
Right?
That'd be awesome.
God, that would be so amazing. But yeah, Dave, I really appreciate you on here today. I was telling you are our special guest because that's what you do for a living. You capture stuff that other people might be too scared or freaked out to do, but sometimes we get things that we don't mean to get.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's people when they watch this, they probably will contact you because maybe they do have certain things that they captured and that just they need to share it. You know?
And just, I don't want to toot my own horn because the thing is sometimes it's harder for people to hear what I hear. I'm still in that process where 85% of people don't necessarily hear what I'm hearing. But when I go and examine like an EVP from a typical EVP from a group somewhere, I'm hearing like one or two words. Like they'll say something like, "Hey, I hear a little girl laughing or giggling." And then when I take their exact EVP and then run my voice technique on it, I hear full sentences coming out. So I'm thinking like, wow, there's something to this. And like I said, after a while, you won't even have to take my word for it because I'll have every step of the way documented where you do this, you loaded this into your computer, and it's all free software too. I use a program called Audacity, and it's open source for Mac, Linux, and PC or Windows. But this is where I differ from everybody else. I show you, I tell you exactly what to do, like record your audio, transfer it to the computer any way you want. And then once you load it into Audacity, follow these steps. I'll explain each step by step, and then you can just do that. And then pretty soon you'll say, wow, holy crap, I hear something. And then you can keep following the steps to further refine it. And then hopefully you'll be hearing more responses. That's what I'm working really hard on. That's why it's taking years. I'm not really rushing it. And then, frankly, I'll say it here on the Marlena stream. Possibly, I'm almost worried about releasing it to the public. I've told a few people this. Like, imagine the ramifications if this really is so profound, where people can actually have conversations with spirits following my technique. I'm wondering if there's, powers that be that might not even want me to share this with the world. They probably don't care if I'm sharing it with a few people on Facebook or posting here and there.
You kind of wonder what they're doing at CERN, right?
Well, yeah, well, that's
we can capture with our little phones. What the hell are they doing in that transmitter tower?
Like if I'm going to get suicided, quote, or just killed, or I'll have a bad accident sometime before my thing gets even out. So, I'm kind of wondering about that. Like they're not going to want they don't want the world to know that you can follow my technique using free software to communicate with from the beyond. I'm kind of worried about it, but I don't want to manifest that, so I shouldn't even said that.
Well,
isn't that what people say? Like, don't wish for it because it might come true. Like I might actually manifest something like that to happen. So it's just a thought.
I think they give us the small stuff. And they've got so many people who are so skeptical about all this stuff. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. But, Dave, maybe these people will give us some answers, the ones that know, because if they already went beyond, if they, we know they are beyond. Maybe they have answers, and if more people can do it, they can get the answers they need to maybe something that's going on with us right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking that maybe that people that, the powers that be in charge, they're just not going to want people to know that. So they're not going to want anybody to get any answers. Because suddenly you can find maybe answers to like deaths, like unsolved mysteries. Imagine the responses you can get from spirits. I can say, hey, this is what happened to me. Maybe I was murdered. I didn't commit suicide or whatever. Or, there's so many things that could be found out. it makes you wonder, like, geez, is this going to be too much information? Are they not going to want? I guess, am I making that like? I hope I'm articulating it right. I'm kind of worried that maybe I might be opening a can of worms in a way, but I do feel that the public deserves to know this, and I'm hoping to release it to the world. Hopefully soon. But time it's taking forever, and time's going by so fast. It's nuts. Oh, and it's only me. I have no research assistants. I have no huge grants. I'm very, very low income. Technically, I don't really have that much, and it takes lots of time, and so it's just that's what's making it worse. Not much help. Takes forever to do a lot of this stuff, and if you want to try to figure out frequencies, imagine how many thousands of different frequencies they are. So even if I am trying to isolate which higher spectrum, lower spectrum, it's taken forever. And on top of that, I'm getting distracted by other stuff. So there's times I'll be doing music over here. I'll be doing artwork. I'll be doing a YouTube channel I'm working on, or the Mandela effect will just sweep me off my feet for months. And then, of course, flat Earth sweep me off the feet for months. And then, of course, the eclipse happens. And then, all the stuff in between. And then all the craziness of other parts of life that just takes you away from what you think you really want to be focusing on. And that's the paranormal stuff. And on top of that, one more thing is sometimes when I get close, like I'm doing research and capturing responses, I get wiped out. So in a way, it makes you think that the spirits in a way are affecting me in a way. I'm not saying evil. I'm not saying evil, but maybe they could be just
they're energies, right, David?
Yeah, they could be
energies, and they're draining.
So there's times I just want to I feel like I'm making progress. I'm taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. And then there's times I'll take a whole 2 weeks off or a month off. And I really don't even know why, because I always tell myself I'm never going to stop the paranormal research. But there's times when I'm going to say like it's almost like it's out of my mind. It's like they don't want me to keep doing it. So they almost like deter you, or they try to make it like they overwhelm you in a way, I think. So that's part of it too. So battling the overwhelming feeling you get, which I think I almost know that there's some spirits here that, I'm not going to say demons or like that, but there's some here that don't want this heard. So they're trying to stop me from doing it too. And this will all be in the
just
book.
like everything, it depends on the being. Maybe some of them don't want to be recorded.
Well, and that's a good thing you brought up too, because quite a few responses I get, and this will be audio files that I'll have, I'll talk about in the book. Plus, I'll have like supplemental audio where you can just hear this stuff. One of the phrases I get, and it makes me chuckle, is "It's impossible for him to hear you." Like, so imagine like a bunch of spirits trying to communicate with me, and then there's one I'm going to call him grumpy, because it's easier just to say they're like a grumpy, like a gatekeeper, like they're trying to control, like keep everybody else in line. And he's like, hey, it's impossible for him to hear you, like that. And it's like I keep thinking like, I heard you. And then I always have to tell him, I go, I don't hear you with my ears. I hear you with electronic equipment. So it's like, so I can't hear you like just now. I mean, I don't have clairaudient that way, but with the assistance of a computer equipment and electronics, I can hear it. But isn't that funny how they say like it's impossible for him to hear you? Nope. So that's one of them.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
and it's good that you explain to them that you can't, and to talk into a certain thing, right? Because that's what you got to do. You got to tell them, like,
most definitely. Right? There are times I have to sit there and explain them like they're a 4-year-old, saying, "Hi, my name is David. I'm here to try to communicate with you. I'm holding a device in my hand. It's not going to, all that stuff." You just try to explain them exactly what you're doing. Yeah.
Right. Yep. That's cool. I really enjoy that.
But part of me wonders, why am I not? I mean, you'd think that the paranormal would be my 100% focus, but I mean, I'm doing more music stuff. I'm doing almost more fun things that are positive, but I know the paranormal is actually the most profound thing to do. So it's kind of like it's like you're getting caught up. Not quite sure, but it's times like this where it kind of re-sparks you to like jump back into the paranormal almost, full force. And I did kind of make that decision like a few months ago. I was thinking to myself, like, I need to focus on something that's really going to be important, not just for me, but for the society in general or the whole world. Because there's people from this technique can be used by anybody in the world. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to muster up the strength to keep going. Sometimes I just don't have the strength, and I'll take a month off, like I said, and it sucks. And there's nobody here to help. So when it's on pause, it gets paused for a while sometimes. So
Right.
yeah.
So maybe with your you getting it out there, maybe there will be somebody that says, "Hey, I can help you." You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
And you know what, Marlene, too? I was thinking in the process, once I do release it, this is the beauty of it, too, since I'll give the whole plan, the whole recipe of it. I can see this whole thing jumping into a movement where people can say, "Hey, I followed your recipe and I added 2 more ingredients in that." And pretty soon, I'm hoping that people will have maybe on my website or around the world, people be talking about it, saying, "Here, do the voice technique, but change this, add this, do this step, and do this noise reduction here, do a flip in the reverse and the audio here, whatever." And then pretty soon it'll take the work I started and it'll completely blossom to something on its own. And the only thing I'm hoping is that people will still leave my name attached to it, like the voice technique by David Voy. So it's almost like a legacy too. But it'll never just stop. It'll always grow, and people will find them like a new technique. They'll add to the technique. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to grow. Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that's great. And I think, because anytime I learn something off of somebody, I make sure that that person is acknowledged because it's important. It is.
And I mean, I'm not going to say I don't want to hope some kind of money. I'm hoping that people will just donate. I think a lot of it will be, a lot of it will be like really nominal fee for the ebooks. So I'm figuring if it's too much, then people will just pirate it and steal it. But if it's so low cost, like a $2 or $3, maybe people will just find it in their heart just to buy it. And then of course offer donations too, where people can just donate to further my work. I mean, I'm sure I'd love to make like some good money in the future, and then in general, if I keep my name attached to it, then at least maybe I'll be known worldwide someday. A regular old guy like me from Iowa in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the United States, and maybe making a difference in a way.
I could see it, Dave.
Yeah.
You have that, you have that in you,
I hope so.
I can see it.
And then
Why not?
people helping too. I mean, I might be getting to the point where I'm getting 1,000 emails a week, or I don't know. I mean, I'm probably going to be like, how am I going to keep up with this? But yeah. So I'm hoping.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dave. Welcome to the panel, Sean. Nice seeing you.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I figured
So
I'd
you know
jump
the
on and say
topic?
hi.
Yes,
Huh?
thank you. Thank you
Yep.
so much. How about you? What's your experience? You must have paranormal experiences or something.
I don't think I have.
I have a hard time believing it, John.
I don't. I've only seen stuff on stuff.
Well, there's a lot of profound stuff that I was going to show like other people's clips and stuff. Yeah, but I think I'll do that another time because I really do want permission before I grab people's videos because I don't want to make that mistake.
Yeah.
So I'll say, maybe they want to come on panel too.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
There are cool videos that we could be showing, right? But I really can't.
Oh yeah,
I
there's
don't
quite a
that
few
line.
things out there.
I
Pretty
get trouble
amazing
talking
stuff.
out here. Never mind, showing their videos. Yeah. Wow. But yeah, Dave does the EVP work, Sean. I don't know if you're listening. You were on somebody's stream, were you?
Yeah. EVP is my specialty, but Marlena, I'm coming up with some interesting techniques for combining audio with video too. And one of my ideas I'm thinking about doing is like blowing smoke into like a jar, like a large jar, and then shining a light on the bottom of it, and then doing photographs as well. Because sometimes I've seen some YouTube videos where they're even taking a bowl of water, and then you just shimmy the water and you take pictures, and all of a sudden you'll see the dog will show up and a face of a person. So that's called ITC as well. It's just using instruments to do it.
Sean, David, sorry,
Yeah.
Sean, you're on my mind now that you came in here. There's in our culture we use it's called black water, and when we do a ceremony, to get to look into, like, say, the future, or to see something that we're supposed to see. We look into this, and this water is supposed to be like one of the oldest water around, but that's exactly how it's done. Is you see divisions and stuff inside the water.
That
You
is
know,
awesome. I just thought, well, what about smoke? There's other ways to do it. I mean, I'm trying to come up with ideas. So if
and
anybody
when
can think of any experiments, just let me
well,
know.
I could tell you a few. Is a lot of times where I experienced anything, it was when it was foggy out, because supposedly they could travel easier and be seen easier when it's foggy. So when you have a foggy day, you could just do some capturing out there, because I've seen faces in the fog.
Wow. That
Yeah,
is cool. Yeah, but I do focus on audio, but I'm getting into photographs and video too. Like I said, using,
that's what I'm talking about. It's faces that you can actually see,
yeah.
and the fog, whatever you call it. Fog.
I wonder if that'd work with the vape.
Yeah, that's yep. So I'm
Why
trying to
not?
think of doing something like that with water, vapor, smoke, lasers, different. I want to try UV
Yeah, I was
lights.
gonna
I've
say
got black
lasers.
lights. I've got like this typical black lights too. I want to see if anything can happen. Like what will come about. But I mean, there's so many experiments. Eventually, I'll have these where I'll do them live, or I'll just at least, or maybe pre-record them and put them up on the YouTube. But doing experiments will be one of the cool things to try.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's always nice to experiment.
Yeah.
One of
Tell
them,
you,
one
we
of my
learned
one is triangulation too. Because have you guys ever? I mean, I don't know how many people here has tried recording EVPs in their house, but there's like I've got a microphone or a little digital recorder that has two microphones. They're like within an inch away from each other. They're really so close. But when I was doing an EVP recording, the EVP recording or the voice primarily only showed up like in the left channel, not the right channel. And I'm kind of wondering, like, that's really, as an audio person, I'm thinking both microphones should have picked that up, technically. But when it only picked up on one, that was weird. So I'm going to try to go into the details on that. And then also sometimes you'll hear like I'll put a microphone in each corner of the room, like 4 of them, and then do an EVP recording and see if I can maybe triangulate, like where, like, are they standing closer to that corner of the house or this corner or that corner of the house or here or there. By using multiple microphones at the same time, you might be able to see if it's louder in one, softer in the other one, so you can kind of get more of an idea. But my whole theory is I don't know if it necessarily has anything to do with physical location. I think it's just frequency coming in. So it might be, they could be from anywhere, I'm thinking. I mean, it's so many ideas I'm trying to go through and experiment with. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's very, very awesome. Where'd you go, Sean? Hey, Sean.
I wonder. What I would wonder is where just if.
He said Jay kicked him
You
off
should
the
bring it in
panel.
your house.
Who did?
Jay kicked him out the panel. No, he said he added him to the conversation. I don't.
Jay,
I thought add to the conversation. Who?
Jay. No, it's Sam.
No,
Hey,
no, he
Marlena.
said he added to the conversation, so I don't.
Yeah, Dave.
Well, one thing I was thinking about doing too is, remember how you were saying there's a possibility of having like a little core group of us where we'll send equipment back and forth to do experiments. Your idea just kind of triggered me to think something similar too, just because you thought of it. I thought, wow, like I could send out like a wireless. I've got a couple wireless security cameras that I could just send to your house, and then it'll already be pre-set up where I can connect my security camera from my house. So you can just plug it into your house, point it wherever you want, and anytime you want to go live with it, and then I can actually do a ghost or spirit or whatever dimensional being EVP sessions remotely from my place. And then
What a good idea.
Huh?
It's a really good idea.
Yeah, and they're cheap cameras. I mean, they're really expensive, but they're like they're called Foscam. They're just one of the typical brands, but they're wireless. So you just have to like connect it to your Wi-Fi or plug it into your Ethernet. Might be even easier. I don't know. And then we have to get configured so I can actually remotely access it from my place. But once we got that set up, then it's like doing a remote ghost hunt right into your house or somebody else's house. So it'll be kind of something fun to look into in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there.
And then, of course, if you go to the shower, you just unplug it. So you don't walk through the house naked.
Yeah. Are these boys fighting or something, Sean and Jay?
It seems
I
like
have no idea because they both have left the conversation at this point.
Well, though, you know, I know there's a little bit of a little fight going on between some people, and I don't want our platform to be their thing because they're all my friends, and I don't want to get in between.
No.
It's not my business.
Oh, the testosterone is flying or whatever.
Yeah,
I
pretty
have no
much.
idea. I guess so, maybe. Yeah.
Somebody's having a
I don't know.
match.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know
That's
if
why
it's
they
between
should
them
just
two.
drag the women on the panel and straighten it out, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's between them two, or I just know that there is something going on, and I am not getting in between any of that bullshit.
Yeah. No. No reason.
Because their
to.
fight ain't mine, right?
Nope.
Yes, I wanted to say kudos, Marlena, for your idea about sending out equipment. I mean, that's a really cool idea.
Well, yeah, because we all can't afford the same equipment.
Exactly.
But because I know right now I can't afford anything really. So I think that if we had one thing and passed it around like that 360 camera we were all talking about,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And like you
yeah,
said,
that's
with
a great idea.
yeah, same with your stuff, Dave. Right?
Yep.
I think that's awesome. Yeah. Because there's, oh my God, there's so many stories. I could just sit here and tell stories on top of stories of ghost stories that we have in just our community alone. You know, but we live in a native community, so it's like, of course, you're going to see that stuff when you have all these ceremonies constantly.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Like, how come the ghosts aren't showing themselves to me? Like, I mean, I'm hearing your stories. I'm hearing even my friend from high school was telling me like a few days ago. He says they were down at a friend's apartment, and then all of a sudden a little girl showed up and was almost holding his hand. He says he couldn't really feel the hand.
Dave,
but it's like,
have
how
you
come
ever
I don't
asked
see
them?
that? What was
No,
that? Go
but
ahead.
have you ever asked? Have you ever asked them? Have you ever asked them?
Well, maybe I
come
have.
talk to you?
I guess I kind of have, but maybe in a way, I wonder if they already automatically figure out that if I do see them, I might get freaked out, or maybe I'm wondering if they don't want to show themselves to me because they see how far I'm getting with this, like I'm not really scared. Maybe I'm not going to get freaked out. Maybe that's why they don't want to show themselves either, you know, because I'm not just a pushover that's going to like run and hide. I mean, I'd be trying to figure out what it is. I'd try to analyze it. So is that possibly it too? I mean, they say, don't show yourself to Boy because he's gonna come after us. He's not gonna let it go, you know. But I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you have to tune yourself into that certain frequency yourself to be on their level.
I'll try that.
Yeah, say listening to binaural beats at a certain hertz that you know for sure that spirits or any kind of being is at a different frequency. You try to tune yourself into that frequency when you ask them. You know,
That's a
like
good
meditation.
Question, yeah. I'll try that. No, I haven't. That's one thing I'm embracing next is like more metaphysical stuff, like yoga and meditation and stuff. That's one of my goals for the future here in the next maybe the New Year's resolution will be this is trying to do more of that, like learn about the chakras and all that stuff.
You should be doing this stuff now when it comes to
I know.
If you want to
I've got so much going on. It's crazy.
Well, you might be lucky that this isn't happening, right? You know, like that you're not actually attracting something back to you because you're delving into something that I would definitely want protection from before I went in or out of. And
yeah, David, I recommend
just your house and
you have to make sure that you are prepared for that kind of stuff and make sure that nothing's going to linger because they will linger. So
well, that's a good thing you brought that up because there's people that says like, oh my God, you're opening up yourself to all these spirits and even demons. It's like, well, I don't like to use the word demons, but I mean I totally get it. not that I'm using any Ouija boards, but I think that just the fact that I'm trying to communicate is going to be just as maybe effective to open up maybe if there's a portal here. And I did have a few people on Discord from other channels that are quote mediums that said I've got 100 spirits coming and going every minute or every day or whatever. They just said there's 100 spirits coming and going all the time. And they said I've got 10 of them with me all the time. So I just found it kind of interesting how these empaths or whatever they claim to be have it down to like 110. Like, well, it's not like 92 or it's exactly 100. It's not 10. It's not like 7. I mean, it's so convenient they say there's 110. It's just weird. But I don't know. I kind of come to the conclusion that I'm naive too, thinking like inviting, like whenever I go to places, I'll invite them and say, hey, listen, my name is David. I'm researching this. Follow me home. And I know a lot of people will probably be saying, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing that? But maybe it's naiveness, but I do it. I have done it, and I've never been attacked at all. I mean, the worst thing I think I was telling you guys is I feel drained a lot of times, and that might just be the fact that people are coming at me with spirits a lot, draining me maybe.
They are trying, and you just, like I could see them trying, right?
Yeah.
And then just not being able to make that connection.
Yeah.
And that's why your energy is being drained, because they do drain energy. Like, just like when when the lights dim.
Yep.
Like, for instance, at my mom's wake, behind me, that light bulb, every time certain people came around to talk to me, that light bulb went nuts.
Wow.
So I asked the director if there was something like, do they have problems or whatever right there, and he's like, no, we don't. And all night when I wasn't sitting there, or when people weren't coming over, it wasn't doing anything. It was every time certain people came over. And then another really interesting thing is when we were at the church talking to the priest, and the priest asked my son, what is it about your grandmother that you're going to take away with you? And he said, kindness. She taught us to be kind. And then as soon as he said that, all the lights in the church went out.
Oh my God.
And then they came back on.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I asked the priest, I said, has this ever happened before? He said, no, because that's probably Joyce,
Why can't that shit happen to me? I mean, that's what I'm saying. None of that really in your face, paranormal or whatever you call it, physical interaction happens to me like that. It's just crazy. Lights turning on and off like that. So that's amazing. Wow.
Do you believe?
Yeah, I do. I mean, of course I believe. I talk to them. I get messages and stuff from them. I totally believe. But I just nothing really happens like physical, like lights don't turn on and off, stuff like that. I mean,
right.
I hear so many cool stories like that, like footsteps going up and down.
You will, and maybe when it happens, it'll be like this, something
epiphany or something. I don't know.
It could be.
Wow.
Big might pop up, but yeah, I would keep trying. But if I were you, you have to clear yourself.
Yeah, maybe I'm so involved with it that they don't want to show. Like I said, they don't want to show themselves to me. I don't know. Maybe they know better than I do. I don't know, but they come through and talk to me with the audio. But maybe
they're doing that, right?
Yeah.
But like you said, though, you've been so distracted with all these other things.
Yep.
So if you are distracted, then you are taking away from your true gift of doing it. If you're, totally distracted.
Yeah, I definitely have to focus more on it.
Yeah, cool. I think it's really cool. I love this conversation. I really do.
And then remember, it'll all be worldwide known. I mean, you can follow my steps. So that's one of the most coolest things, I think, is you'll never have to take anybody's word for it because you can do it yourself. I mean, if you have the ambition to do it, you'll be able to just do it yourself. You can do a recording and you can analyze it just like I do. So
yeah, a lot of people,
that speaks volumes, right?
Yeah, a lot of the ghost hunters turn around, and I say it that way because a lot of them, we don't know if they're totally scripted or not, right? See, they don't give you that advice. They just say, oh, just said something. They don't tell you how to break it down, how you're going to do it. I think that's great.
Yeah, I'm basically going to give away a secret. I mean, it's like so many people would say, why don't you just keep that, But the thing is I want people to know how to do it. So it's better to just get it out there, even if I'm not going to make any money, I guess. I mean, I think the universe will take care of me in that aspect. So I'm gonna let it out there like dirt cheap or free. Maybe we'll see how it goes and then we'll just. But I'm not gonna keep that secret. I mean, when people realize that they can just open up that Audacity program and follow a few steps, it's not even going to be hard. You don't even have to know computers. You just follow click on this option, go to this, and then highlight this. You just follow I'll try to write it out as legible as I can, and then I'm going to give you like the recipe to do it. Which I think
but you
is
know
just
what might happen is you might get people that need you to go to their house. This.
That's what I was thinking too,
that
because there
way.
might be people that actually pay premium and just have me. Or I thought about doing seminars too, like just at like in Chicago, just like rent out big rooms, do like an expo. Because I mean, in a way, that'd be the only real way to make money, probably, is just doing that too. I mean, just like musicians now, it's hard for them to sell music, so they have to go and do live performances to make the money. Which is kind of the same way with me. Because my book will probably be dirt cheap. It's not like I might not be able to make much money off there, so maybe I can do personal.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
especially
do
since
groups.
You really don't have. Yeah, you don't have anything.
You
really
might actually. You might actually end up seeing something if you or something experience stuff like that. If you go into one of these homes, if you're invited into one of these homes, that's
Yeah, it'll have to be substantial to me to travel to people's houses. But if they're willing to do that, I would be more than open to. But part of me, I'm thinking is, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I got 100 people saying come to my house, it'd be almost like, how am I going to do that? It's almost better if I just stay in my element, in my comfort level, and then just do it like remotely like this, where I can help instead of just helping one family, I can help like groups of hundreds of people in the same time frame. So. But yeah, who knows? I'll explore every aspect, but I'd rather do a group rent out like a hotel lobby or whatever, or those conference rooms and do a whole group rather than just one family or something. Because the more people that learn it, and can benefit, the better. But yeah.
Yep. You have to get your name out there.
Yeah.
Not everybody uses Facebook and all these media outlets,
True.
So if you put up a big sign, say the hotel that you're going to be doing that, make sure you put it in the newspaper what you're doing.
Yep.
People will show up because there are so many people interested in this field.
Yeah, the paranormal field is incredible, and it's worldwide. It's actually accepted too. I mean, everybody loves it, so it's not even that controversial. If I said aliens and talk to people in different dimensions, they might, what, but yeah, ghost stuff, that's already a given.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't. You know what? Everybody has an experience, even if it's not direct to them. They've heard, just like you said, you have all these people telling you about their experiences.
Man. Yes.
So no matter what town you go to, you're going to get people, and the best ones to go to are small towns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go to the ones that are like the most haunted.
Yeah.
They love to have you, like people that are experienced, right?
Yep.
That's it.
So it could be fun. Could be a fun journey, but I mean, who knows? I mean, it's taken me so long. Like I said, I've already planned this book back in 2012. I'm thinking it was like 2012 or 13, and now it's 2017, almost 18. I mean, it makes me wonder, is this ever going to come true? I mean, is this ever going to happen? Well, it will, but it could be years yet. So it's just bizarre how.
I think it's up to you.
Yeah.
I really do. Because you already have it in your mind what you want. So you just have to go reach out and get it.
Yeah.
You already have your plan.
And I'm really bad at note taking. I'm really bad at like organization. Like organization in me is like, that's the bane of my existence. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of it's up in my head right now. But I should have been writing all this stuff down, and I know there's quite a bit of stuff that I forgot. So, I mean, that's a barrier too. So not having the fortitude to like keep writing stuff down and taking meticulous notes. That's probably what led to such a long duration of like not happening. So but wish me all luck, and maybe send me some positive vibes of just the strength to keep going with it, and then I'm hoping that if nothing else, so you guys can learn it too. Eventually it's going to be released, even if I release it for free, And I'm telling you what, I might actually just do that just to spite all the haters and stuff out there too. Because if I just said the ebook's going to be free, the documentary will be free, and then it's going to spread like wildfire. I mean, then hopefully we'll get people that just donate. I mean, and there are generous people out there. So there's a really good chance, you heard it right here on Marlena's thing, that it may actually go free. I mean, a free ebook with a suggested donation that people can just donate whenever they want,
Parts of it to be free, Dave. And, like say part of your documentary free, and then do the other part, just
expanding on it.
Yeah.
Because like I said, once I release it, there's going to be like, what do you call, second edition, third edition. There could be like 10 editions because I'm expanding on certain experiments. Like, hey, you remember that experiment with the triangulation of microphones? I just made a big discovery. I use 6 microphones now, or maybe I put one in the middle of the room, I can constantly expand on it. And the more support people would, if it was Patreon or whatever, the more support I would get, the more time I could, dedicate with financial backing to do more experiments to expand even further. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to just end with like one little ebook. It's going to keep going. And then, like I said, people will actually take it for what they want. They'll take it and they'll learn and they'll expand on it. And then they might even make it, I don't want to say make it their own, but just make it even better. And then hopefully they just keep my name attached to it. So I think the whole free model is probably the best way to do it, with just the hope to say donate whenever you can, whenever you feel like you're, able, and then always put my name on it, my link. But it might be totally free. How crazy is that?
But some people can't afford it, right? Some people won't be able to afford it, so they might have you just do it for them, and you can charge that. I mean, you have to make money regardless, because this is a money hungry world.
And I've read this too and heard people say it, like, don't worry about the money. They say, do what you think's right and do what you love to do. And then eventually the money will follow. I guess I'm going to go on that faith on that too. For a long time, I just kept, thinking like, oh, that's just a pipe dream. But then maybe that harkens back to where you are asking it, do you believe that? Well, maybe in this instance, I was doubting that too. I think, and no, I got to put price tags on it. Otherwise, it's not going to make any money. Maybe not. So if I do it free, do what I love, put my passion into it, and then perhaps the donations will come through and the money will follow, even though it's going to be like freely given to the world. So I just got to believe that. I think I just really need to start believing that for real.
Yep. Believe in yourself.
Yep.
That's the easiest way.
And don't you like how the play on words I did? I know some people think, oh, that's just narcissistic dumbass. That's douchebaggery of David to call it the voice technique, but then use his name in there. But look how the word voy is in voice. So voice technique, voice spelled with a Y. I know it seems odd, but it almost seemed like to me like it was no brainer, like it was meant to be. How my name is similar to the voice.
Yep.
I know haters will probably be saying that, like, oh, it was nuts.
I have haters. You know what? It's those haters that start talking shit, and then when they talk shit, they're putting your name out there regardless.
Yes, that's true. Like they say in the advertising, there's no, what was it? I mean, now I would just slip my mind. Something like bad publicity. Yeah, there's something like bad publicity is good publicity, in a way.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So let's switch it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And what do you think that they're made of? Because I hear people saying that they think they're made of plasma. And we do know they're on a frequency, but some of them can physically make themselves manifest into a room.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
We're talking about ghosts. No. She's silly. Yeah. She just totally made me lose out. She's just silly.
Plasma.
I'm like stuck now for words. Help me out, Glo.
Well, I don't know what they're made of.
Yeah, that's always interesting to consider. I mean,
Oh, thank you so much, Jane. You know, she came back in and she said, "You guys, I left the call. I felt bad because I didn't tell you that I appreciate you all, and thank you for allowing me to join your calls." Okay, I think I'm good now. See you tomorrow. You're welcome.
Thank you. It was good having you on there.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining in. You know, it's awesome, and we're gonna keep this journey going with this. You know, with this particular
yeah,
subject for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a piece of the puzzle.
it's a really fun roundtable. Thanks for having it,
Yeah,
Marlena. Kudos.
problem. It's something cool. And Glow, when she brought it up to me, we were talking about doing this eventually, but when she said, Halloween's coming, what a best time to do it because that's when supposedly Halloween time is all everybody knows. That's when the veil is the thinnest, right?
Yep.
And this is why they wear the
Mhm.
mask so they can't tell you who you are, or tell who you are rather, right? Halloween's the coolest. I love Halloween. You know, nice day for our Wiccans, the good ones. Yeah, I have to say the good ones, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, when we do an actual, like I said, I'm gonna have to contact some of these people that own the videos that I was gonna present tonight. I just really can't show you guys haunted videos until I really do contact these people because
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
might
want
want to actually come on and explain them. Some of them might want to.
That'd be
Oh,
awesome.
definitely.
Should be even cooler.
Are you gonna have
Yeah.
like a schedule for these type of things, or is it just gonna be random, spontaneous?
So terrible, David. Yeah, we're gonna do schedules now. I couldn't with the stuff we're doing during the summertime here for our powwows and our all our stuff like that. So I really couldn't, but now I can. Now we're kind of like taking like that little breather, right? So yeah. And if I can't present, there's other people on this chat who can present that day. As long as we're on the same.
That makes sense. I mean, I would feel that's one thing that would worry me is like if I had a schedule to follow like live events, I'd be worried that, oh my God, what if I just don't feel up for it? I don't want to like have everybody be upset. So if you have a group, then it's still going to happen, like you said. Like you could pass the baton to somebody else. That makes good sense.
Yeah, I could like just. It's so easy to set up. But my OBS will be running next time. I'm doing my overlay, and yeah, I want to have that set up for hopefully next time we come on. I've been working on my graphics for quite a while, but Logic is supposed to help me finish it off, and because I want it cool.
Nice.
It look very professional, instead of just us talking heads kind of deal.
Although, haven't we figured out that, or maybe some people have figured out that the talking heads, the no nonsense, just your face on the camera, sometimes gets more response than a professionally done one. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Dave. So I'll check that part out. But I know that a lot of people like the comfort of being able to see, like, say that you and I we're talking, and I have you up in my corner, you're talking, and then up in the other corner, I can have what you're presenting instead of the whole screen going into present mode.
Oh
See,
yeah, that's cool.
I like to
Yeah.
see the person talking at the same time as you see the display instead of just their screenshot kind of deal.
Yeah, I think that's cool too, just to have a little bit more stuff on the screen and presentation stuff. But,
Yeah, just that kind of thing. Not yeah, but I understand the raw stuff is good too. Or I could put out.
How's everybody?
I'm
It's like
good. How
everybody
you
still
doing?
doing?
where you're just right there in front of the camera talking.
I'm
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I had to come back to the positive frequency because
Hey, welcome back.
I'm just in somebody's live chat debating this globe head and I just can't debate nobody that don't know their own motto. It's just sad, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't they don't even know the own globe motto and I just couldn't do it. So I had to come back. He was starting to irritate me, so I came back to some positive vibes.
Well, I'm definitely an anti-glober. I'm anti-heliocentric. I don't really want to say I'm a total flat earther, but I believe in a flat Earth way more than the globe because I know that there's no globe. But there's other models like there's but I would consider a flat Earth to an extent. So I'm with you, brother.
I mean, I
Yeah.
believe it's like flat and brown. Like, you know, the what you call it we live on is flat, but the surrounding. When I'm looking at all these pictures of the ice wall, that's really about as random as you're gonna get as far as that. But as far as using lasers and like airplanes and anything trying to, to look for curvature yourself is nowhere to be found.
Yep.
It's like an
Where's
imaginary
the
friend,
curvature?
man.
Where's the
Yeah.
curvature? Where's the goddamn curvature?
But yeah, he was telling me some things. He was like, "You a liar." Like,
A lot of them are
okay,
just
so
too
if I'm a
ignorant.
liar,
Yeah.
no, he was like, "Well, if I'm a liar," I was like, "Actually," I said, "Actually, I just regurgitated everything that the famous scientist that I heard the famous scientist say. So if I'm a liar, you just exposed them to be liars too, because I said exactly what they said." And then I said, "You see what I did there? I set you up. I set you
Yeah.
up to expose them as
You just
liars."
flipped the script on them, didn't you?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Okay. To change that subject instead of bringing that crap over, we're talking about ghosts.
No, it's good. We can change the
Well,
subject, but
yeah,
it's just
yeah.
I
We're on ghost stories tonight.
being
Yeah,
irritated.
In
Yeah,
the
that's
good
fine.
vibe and place. We're on ghost stories.
Yeah.
We scaring
Oh man.
ourselves, giving ourselves a chill, talking
Yep.
about a
Good.
little bit paranormal, for October.
That's true too, Dave. Your vibration means a lot. Like I find I see the most things when I'm the happiest. That's when I find I see the most things. Or usually they're like they pop out of nowhere kind of thing. Like all of a sudden I'll see something really bizarre, something I can't explain. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
I
but you
mean,
really need
I'm
to
usually
meditate.
happy most of the time, so I wonder if there's got to be some reason where I'm not seeing stuff. I mean, I
I
just
don't
wish we.
either, Dave. I mean, as much as I'm into this stuff, I don't either, and it's just like it
Like I
drives
was
me
at.
crazy. It drives me crazy. I
Yeah.
don't see anything. And I know it's probably right in front of my face. Like the other day when I was taking that walk, no, it was right in
Maybe
front of my face. I could smell it. Right?
maybe you guys
Couldn't
are
see it.
maybe you guys are trying too hard.
Well, that
Maybe.
might be it too. Maybe that is it. Trying too hard. I don't
Yeah.
know. And this sounds too easy to have an excuse. I mean, I think it's more complicated than that, but I really wish I could figure it out. Like I've been to like an old asylum, like these old insane asylums that they have from the 1920s and stuff. And everybody says, "Oh, did you see the plate fly across the room?" And it's like, no, and then all these people are talking about getting scratched. It's like, I didn't get scratched. It's like, I didn't hear that. But you know what's really funny though? This is interesting. There was some, and I'm thinking a lot of people just hype this up just because it's like a fun event. There's like 40 people. They're all going through this thing. It's like a ghost event. It's at
Intriguing.
a poor farm, is what it's called, or the insane asylum. We're like, well, in the basement there was these people talking about they got scratched, and we're all. I mean, I'm thinking like, well, I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm thinking they're just hyping it up. But I tell you what, I did listen to some of my EVP recordings from that same night. And I'll be damned if I heard something on that EVP saying something like I scratched them. So now I'm thinking like, whoa, maybe it isn't as hyped up as you think. So I'm a lot more open-minded when it comes to that. But I didn't get scratched. I didn't feel like pushed, or I didn't see plates flying. I didn't, all that stuff. But
David,
go ahead.
I feel like stopping you. You know why?
Yeah.
Because you have all these amazing experiences with voices, and you don't even think that's cool. You're more like, I'm not seeing, but you know what? The audio thing is a big deal. So you're picking
Well,
up
it
shit
is.
that nobody
I'm
else
jealous.
can. Right?
It
Maybe
actually
should have said, I just
confirmed
want
it.
to experience something, but you are experiencing something.
Well,
Every time you
I'm talking like a real like I don't see anything with my real eyes. I don't hear anything with my ears, besides the distant music. I mean, what people are experiencing, or what they claim to experience, I'm not getting that same experience, which is kind of sucks. I mean, I want the lights to turn on and off by themselves. I want the TV to turn on. I mean, come on, it's like, what's up? I want to hear somebody stomping up and down my stairs. It never happens. But
No, I would
I'll
love
be
that.
damned when I was actually
He wants a
shunning.
haunted house, man.
When I was actually shunning, even
Hey, be careful what you ask for.
Right?
I know.
I'm saying.
Some will scare the shit out of them. I didn't know.
You might run into some Amityville type stuff.
Right.
Well, I've been at this for quite a few years, and I haven't run into anything like that either. So I think that's pretty cool. But just to rehash that thing about the insane asylums, I did get confirmation that there was somebody scratched. I scratched them. And then one last thing I'll leave you with is in that same insane asylum, it might have been a different day. There was a hallway that was all like the paint was coming off the walls. It was all dirty, and it was like it was a mess. And it was the room ahead of me was like the little recreation room with like a little pool table and a place to play cards and a TV. Now, when I was doing an EVP recording there, I heard very clearly, "Clean up our hallway," and it's like, holy, it's amazing because the hallway was dirty. It was a mess. The whole building's starting to decay. So it was just another really cool thing. That was all through an electronic EVP recording. I didn't hear it with my hearing. I heard it with my device. But,
David,
yeah,
you are still hearing it with your ears. You
Yeah,
yourself are saying, you got to understand, just because you're using a tool
yeah,
doesn't mean that you're not, I feel like slapping you because,
yeah.
slap,
I
like
get it.
smarten up, because you are experiencing the okay, you're
Well, what I'm
talking
trying to
about how
say, I don't
you
think
hear something.
this is necessarily a gift. It's like something anybody can
It
do.
is a gift.
So I'm going
No,
to give you the tool to do it too, which is going to be cool.
They can't. They can't because you hear it. See, you hear it before you even clear it up. You'll know exactly where to clear it. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't get it. You're not giving yourself enough credit for what you do.
Well, and I think it comes down to perceptual insight too, which is the thing I was talking to
That
some
stuff
people about.
scares the shit out of me. Like when I listen to some of these EVPs that I've heard in the past, they scare the shit out of me because it's like I know I hear things, but to hear them on a recording, I don't know why, but it scares me. It doesn't scare me if I hear something, around me. I don't know why that don't scare me, but hearing it on a recording freaks me out.
Yeah, some people are like I think I posted some on YouTube before, and people are saying, "Oh my God, I can't listen to that." It's like it just traumatizes them. It's like, wow.
You know what I was doing,
Some
David?
people are like that. Yeah.
I thought you were going to show us some of them because I really thought you were going to show us a couple examples because I would have really liked to do that.
Yeah, well, there's at least 3 on my website you can just check out right now. Just go to voicetech.com, voice with a Y. And there's like 3 in there. But, if I was more prepared, this is all like last minute, we put this together, I would have had a little bit more stuff that would have brought out a better EVP.
Well, maybe next time we go on, you can pull some out.
Yeah, like I could pull some out. Like I have a couple of them that I did videos on where I was actually changing the frequency, like doing like the parametric EQ at the same time, and I did a video of it because it would start like I think the phrase was, "David, I can hear you," or something like that. So I looped it a whole bunch of times, and I would raise the frequency, like the pitch, little by little as it looped. "David, I can hear you. David, I can hear you. David, I can hear you." And then I would let people listen to that and say, "Where did you hear it best?" Like I think some people are the lower registers. Some people would hear it better when it was the higher registers. So I'll do more of those videos too. Like it's like different pitches. Like maybe a higher pitch is better for you, but a lower pitch is better for glowing. And then maybe somebody else will be like the midway. And to me, that's going to even open the door to like even more frustration because, if I'm releasing EVP audio and they're in the middle spectrum, I might lose everybody that's on the top and the bottom because they don't hear at that spectrum. So welcome to another whole conundrum. Like, holy moly, because everybody's hearing is a little bit different. So
I know that because
we all pick up on different frequencies.
With older people,
but the beautiful thing
they
is
have a hard time with my voice.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, a lot of older people, they have a hard time with my voice because it's higher pitched. So they're like, "Can you speak louder?" And I'm like screaming at them. But yeah, I have that a lot happen. "I can't hear you. I can't understand you. I'm hard of hearing." So I have to like try to go low and like really loud, and it almost sounds like I'm shouting at them at that point.
It's like that movie Pitch Perfect. What was that movie Pitch Perfect? I think the Asian chick that she was the super soprano of the group because her talking voice was so high pitched, but she could sing so well. She was like the super soprano of the group.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Everything's in a frequency, and our show the other day was all about frequencies, and
Yep.
this ghost stuff is all along the same thing. I think everything we talk about is about frequencies.
Yeah, it is.
Ghosts are.
It's like Tesla said, everything is energy, and what's energy without the frequency, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But knowing there's different levels of pitch, that'll be in the recipe. So otherwise, if I never introduce that as a recipe thing to lower it, like find your pitch, like some people will eventually start realizing, hey, I can hear better and lower. So they'll be able to customize their voice technique to their level, which is another good point. So
yeah,
all this stuff is like this is like learning on the way. I mean, I just thought about that, right? I mean, basically thinking about that now, that's going to be a definite factor.
You might find your answers while we're talking. What were you going to say, Joe?
We're learning. I mean, I'm learning more just by talking to you guys, just sharing ideas.
I mean, I'm starting to think that the Earth is not an object at all. I'm thinking it's just all a realm just full of frequencies.
Yeah.
Frequencies of energy.
hologram, on the holodeck, right?
Simulation theory, yep.
The more you hang around with us, Yvonne, the more you realize that.
Like
Yep.
how hologram works, hologram
Yeah,
works,
sadly
you're on a two-dimensional plane that has three-dimensional shape to it. That's
Yeah,
how
we might be
hologram
realizing that it's not even a ball or it's not a flat. It might be none of the above because it might be just simulation. And that's what I'm actually leaning more towards now is that it's all just it's all like a dream state or a simulation or whatever, a computerized
It's
simulation.
like that's why we can't find the end to either one. We can't find the end to we can't find no to a globe, and we definitely can't find the end to the plane. So it's like what are we living in? Are we really living in a matrix dreamland with a bunch of plugged in individuals and unplugged, some just barely unplugged and stuff, and then it's like with all it's like I think the part of the Bible that says I shot him down as a lightning bolt to the earth. So every time I see lightning, I always think of angels getting cast out of heaven.
You know what?
Streaks come straight down.
We're all vibrations, right? Every single thing on our plane or whatever, we're all vibrations, right? You get to our atoms and stuff, and they're just vibrations. So yeah, everything that you guys just said is true. It is everything is a vibrational pattern. Even the Earth itself is, vibrational.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Catch my drift.
It's just hard to tap into it, man, because they hid that alchemy knowledge from us.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I would love to tap into the spiritual realm and stuff, but I really don't know much about alchemy. Besides, parts of the 4 stages and stuff. It's hard to tap into that, to that type of realm, and then even tapping into that realm, then you can tap into the earth realm, being able to manipulate water and plants and dirt and stuff. Project Frequency was talking about that, I think yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, well, it is. We do, and our show, what we dealt with water the other day. You can change molecules in water by thinking and emotion and stuff. That's very true.
We change our own selves, our own frequencies, our own everything with just some thoughts and
we do now. You just think about it.
Yeah, I mean, our thoughts are brain waves, basically, and that's just a vibration.
Yep.
So we influence the world through our thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, magic spells, if you will. Because everything you do or say is a magic spell.
Yep.
That's why when you learn the alphabet to spell words.
And we're spelling.
Yeah, you got the spelling bee. We're nothing but worker bees for the powers that be. I mean, it goes deep.
Oh, there you go.
They're using our own magic. They teach us to use our own magic against ourselves.
Sounds like you're talking about some Jordan Maxwell stuff. I love listening to him, Jordan Maxwell, talking about the symbology and stuff. Like, wow, like the court systems and the like I said, the bee, the way the words symbolize all their stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, it's like every
Wasn't it
time you
Jordan
speak, you're
Maxwell?
changing the vibrations in the air around you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wasn't
Y'all
Jordan
be
Maxwell the guy that coined the phrase? It's like everything you think you know about how the world works is nothing like you know, or something like that. Yeah.
Nothing that you think.
Yeah, like that. Nothing that. Yeah, it was really a profound statement. Like everything you think you know about how the world works is nothing like you think. Just think of that. Like everything's totally opposite of what we think, and it's totally wrong.
It sounds like a proverb, like one of his proverb, not a proverb, but a Bible. But like, you know how people come up with something, it sounds complicated, but you understand exactly what it means.
I thought you said it's not nothing but a bowel movement.
What the hell? Wow.
Holy shit.
Oh my
Ah, that cut
Bam,
me.
right there.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, we've been around the
But
world today.
I think that's a lot of people like would David, would you, David, how you had a gift of which kind of reminds me of that movie The Gift with Kate Blanchett, how she was able to, you know, see future, but she would see the future through spirits, and she used it to solve this major case of
What's the name of this movie?
this major case, The Gift.
Gift.
It came out in like
It's a good
90.
movie.
The Gift.
Yeah,
It was,
movie.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good
And
movie.
she was solving this case. She was trying to use her magic power, where her psychic ability to solve to help this guy find his fiance and stuff. And his fiance kept hunting her in her dreams, and sometimes she would be wide awake, and she would hunt, and then come to find out, she was hunting her to direct her where her body was at and stuff.
Yes.
And then when the she was putting all the clues together, and then I guess one particular time, I think her fiance had brushed up against her, or she seen something in the future or whatever. Turned out that he was the one that murdered her and threw her body in the lake because she wasn't faithful. She was the town whore, if you will, or whatever. She was cheating on him and stuff, and so that's why he killed her and stuff. But I mean, it was a really good movie, so that's what makes me think with David's Gift. It made me think of that.
Top of the hour
Well, I'll
at
have to
12,
watch that.
12 midnight, and he just told you the whole movie, so you don't have to watch it.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I can
really.
tell you where they found her too.
I'm not really sure that
Oh,
it's.
damn.
Never watched it.
I don't want to think that I have a gift at all per se. I mean, really, as much as everybody might want to think that. I mean, I've had so many people, you know, say, "Oh, don't deny your gift," but I don't know. I don't really think it's a gift in that light. Like, I don't think I'm clairaudient in that aspect. I don't think, because I'm just
Have
using.
you ever thought maybe
like
you're
Harley,
being
I'm using a tool to do something. And so we'll see how it goes after
Have
that.
you ever thought you're being prepared to see something greater so that when you do see it, you will know it, that it's true?
It could be too. I mean, they might be waiting till the right moment, I suppose, to let me in and to read me in, or
Because some people aren't ready to see some things until a certain time when they actually awake enough to realize it's real.
That's a good thing.
Well,
Yeah, it's a good,
it's
good
kind of
point.
like my doorway that turned into a portal that I was dumb enough not to go through.
Yeah,
but...
and see, Glow never had any experiences, right? Whatever.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I forgot about my portal doorway.
Do you know that saying, "Don't run towards the light"? And I hear that in a lot of movies, and
heard
how
that
they like to
too.
put a lot of truth in movies and stuff, and tell lies in reality through the news or TV.
They like
So
to
I'm
lie.
thinking.
I think you're supposed to run towards the light.
So I'm thinking, if we was actually on the other side, I don't think I would run to the light. I think I would do the opposite and run towards the darkness.
Not me.
That you remember in it's something about Mary when he killed her dog. I think her dog got electrocuted, and he tried to bring it to the light. He tried to perform CPR, and he was like, "Don't run to the light! Don't run to the light!" I'm thinking, if you run to the light, what's on the other side of the light? A evil portal or something?
No, because
Like, what's on the other side of the gateway?
evil is darkness and evil is compressed energy, so no, it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
But
we
that's
like
what
to
we were
think
taught, though. How do you know if that wasn't a lie? You see what I'm saying? It's like everything we were taught could be actually the opposite of what we need to know. You
Oh,
see
I
what I'm
see his
saying?
point.
That's what makes it.
You
Yeah,
guys
I see
ever
his
Yeah.
see
point. Like some people are thinking that if you go towards the light, you're going towards the moon, and the moon is the soul catcher. I've heard people mention the moon as being the soul catcher too. Now, if that's the case too, that's a whole different. Like that's flipping the script too. It's like, what it was.
You see
So
what I'm
we
saying?
really don't
So
know.
what if
We don't
running
know
to the
that.
light? What if running
We
to the
don't.
light? Because they said in a lot of movies, and like I say, the movies put the truth in it a lot of times. So what if running to the light is actually a bad thing? Because darkness was put here first. Darkness is where you find your
Darkness
peace, your
was
rest. That's why
what was
you work during
created
the
from.
daytime and you sleep at night. You feel me?
Yeah, I kind of see your whole side of that too. I kind of want
From
to.
darkness, light was created. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be all like just a made up thing too. Like we're all just been taught. Like almost everybody has been told at one point, go to the light. Always go to the light. But who knows? Maybe you shouldn't go to the
They
light.
had that as a Star Trek episode where they were like, they were saying like it was. There was
Maybe
a Star Trek episode about this one time too, and they had to choose not to go to a certain thing because then otherwise they would continuously repeat it over and over again. So maybe that's the way out. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be
That's
the
what I'm
way out.
saying.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
you're
it
ready to be done.
could be
Then
just
you
going
think
back
how
in. I don't know.
then you think how Lucifer is supposed to be the light bringer or
The light
something. So
bringer.
I'm like,
Yep.
if he's supposed to be the light bringer, why would I run to the light? I don't want him to snatch me.
I
or
think you
or,
just keep
or
on being regenerating over and over again. That's
yeah, I don't want to be recycled and put here. If I died, I want to be reincarnated. I would rather run in the darkness and stay in peace.
And is
Almost
that
like
possible? Is that the theory of why people are still around us, like this, like the spirits? Maybe they haven't gone to the light, so then they're still
That's what I think.
among us.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to be so
Yeah.
quick to go to the light right away either, because I have a feeling that if I go to the light, then I'm just going to be restarting my life over again. Because some of my theories I've heard people talk about, like you're going to keep doing your same life over and over, thousands of times.
You know what I believe?
And I'm thinking, like, I don't really want to do my same life again.
David,
Yeah.
what I think is that some people do recycle, but I think right now we're all in the knowing. We're all
Yeah.
at that point where we all know, and I think this is the end point. I don't think it's going to keep going like that anymore. I think because we're in the know right now, and you know what I mean, right? We know
Yeah,
we
I
are
kinda
here
get
right
it.
now.
I'm hoping that it wouldn't be the same life over. Like I'll never know it because I just
we
got
already went through
rebooted
all
or
that
something.
shit.
It's like I'll always be in the same. You know, it's like I'll never know that I've already been here 1,000 times.
Yeah, and I think this is the end of that. I think this is because we're all in the know right now. Then we go on after this. I think this was the end of that part of our meat suit shit, and because we are all in the know, because there are some people that aren't. You know, there's some people that
Oh
walk around
yeah.
like
Oh, they're
literal
totally
zombie.
out of the know. Yeah.
So I think
Not
us
only
right
that,
now
they're
here.
not even open minded, even question it. They don't even want to know about it. They don't want to embrace
Yeah.
anything. So they're like totally ignorant to it by willful ignorance. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can show them all the evidence and doctrines, and you can let them uh, share them your brain frequency, and they're still, you can show me all the evidence. I'm
Yeah.
still gonna believe what I want to believe. Ha ha ha.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that actually baffles me more than like the Mandela effect itself. I mean, I've talked to Marlene about this before too. How if the Mandela effect doesn't just befuddle you enough, just the fact how people's willful ignorance and how they react to it is even worse than the Mandela effect
Yeah.
in my case. It's like people are just
Yep.
don't even seem to give a shit about it. And not only that, sometimes they get hostile. Like 85% or 90% of people I talk to about the Mandela effect just either like flip the script on me totally or just change the subject and just want to just avoid it from anything. And then to me, that just bothers me more than the actual Mandela effect itself. So it's weird.
The Mandela effect kind of opens up a whole bunch of new questions for me, because it makes me think like do they secretly have time machines and stuff to go back and alter small things, just because we know they have the technology to manipulate the weather and stuff now. I mean, it's like we already know that they can basically manipulate time by
Well,
having us work 40 to 50 hours away from our families and stuff. So we already know they have the ability to manipulate time away from our lives. You feel me?
Or is
exactly.
the Mandela effect just a symptom of what the simulation computer running is causing? I mean, how else can they change stuff in our reality if it's not a computer simulation? So I think
Yeah,
that
but it's
actually harkens to the whole simulation itself, and the Mandela effect is the symptom of it.
it's breaking down. Whatever they're doing is breaking down, and that's why this is happening. If this was time travel, we wouldn't remember.
Yeah.
If this is time travel change, we're not going to remember it. Mandela effect, that's the beauty of it, is that we do have residuals remembering in this stuff. But I think everybody's memories and realities are all colliding together, and this is why this is happening, and we're getting everybody else's memories. Because, listen to stuff like when we all talk about, we all remember this, and then one person says, well, I don't remember that, but then we all remember something else that's similar. That's where it gets kind of odder. We'll all remember Luca, your father, then we'll get my friend David, like that was that remembers Noah and your father, but then he remembers these other new Mandela effects or these changes that had happened to him. So it's like, yeah, it's very diverse, that stuff, isn't it? But we end up here, don't we? Well, okay, maybe we should
Yeah.
close this stream. And we can just keep talking, but as for the live stream, we can cut it now. And we will see you guys
It's up to you,
tomorrow.
sister.
All I can say is this Mandela effect really screwed me up, because I know Spyro had a beard like last week, didn't he? Now he's like clean shaven.
No, we did that to him. We
Mind
did that to him.
It's called
We did
Mandela
that
effect
to
is
him.
going cray.
That's not a Mandela effect. That's a Marlena and Dwelling effect.
The Mandela effect is going cray.
When we come into your lives, we rescue or make it a little better.
They just cut me again.
We gotta keep going. I don't mind to keep going on live. I don't mind. It's just that we're not talking about what we're talking about. That's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It's, I mean, everything we're talking about is kind of tied into the to the topic with the frequency and running to the light and or going towards the darkness or whatever. It's kind of.
I'm not staying in the dark room. Are you kidding me? I'm going towards the light.
Well, if you think about it, darkness, like there's not really a vibration in darkness, because it's like the absence of light, and light is a vibration. So if you go towards the light, you're going towards the vibration. If you're going towards the darkness, you're going away from it.
No, there is vibration in darkness. It's a low, dense vibration.
Yeah, I was just about to say that darkness has vibration. It's just it's just like the moon and the sunlight. They both got vibrations. It's just that the sun's vibrations is a little more powerful than the moon's. That's why it's able to put out more light than the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yep, just like you feel when something is dark around you. Like if somebody comes around you and they have that dark presence about them, you feel that density. That's the same thing in the dark.
Yeah.
That density. That's still a vibration in there, because you can
absolutely, it's strong.
Maybe not so much the absence of vibration, but the lower, the less frequency of vibration. Yeah.
It's just different. It's just different.
Well, speaking of Mandela effect and being cray, I posted a link to that short little rap I was working on, which I never did finish, by the way. It's the Mandela effect is got me cray or whatever.
Are you talking about the one I helped you with, David? You're talking about the one I helped you. I remember doing that song with you.
Yeah, Marlena. Yep, that was so fun, and I only got so far with it.
Yeah.
But we'll have to finish it someday. We will.
It got far, and then Jeff took over the music room.
Are we all gonna do a moon check tonight? Because I have one behind my head right now, and it looks funky compared to what I can see.
You know what I find with the moon, you guys? There's like this edge. Like, I mean, we talk about it in the chat, but in here, I'm saying it. David, when you look at the moon, do you see like an edge to it? Like there's like this slice cut off of the right hand,
Yeah,
bottom right
it
hand.
definitely is.
I see it in her picture.
Yeah.
This moon is bright. It
Yeah.
was yellow. It was huge and yellow, and then it shrunk.
Right,
Someone asked me why doesn't the moon? Someone asked me why doesn't the moon shrink on flat Earth? I was like, it does, man. That thing was huge earlier, and then the thing just a dot in the sky.
There you go.
It's like when it comes up from by the horizon, it's huge, but then when it gets high in the sky, it gets smaller. What does that on the globe? Does it gravitation?
Moon check.
I'm trying to do.
I don't see it.
Can you see?
I see mine, but it's
I don't
like
see it anymore.
mine's just covered with.
Looks like I got. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Shit. Mine's just
That's
covered
got some
with
clouds, a little bit of cloud around it, but you can't really see that in the photo. There's a little bit of
You'll
like
see, I'll
clouds.
be upside down looking at it. I can't even know what's.
You know, like chemtrail clouds crowding across it. So.
Okay, where am I?
Kind of looks trippy for the, you know.
Okay. Oh, you can't see it, but it's behind that cloud right there.
I can see it. At least.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, a little bit.
There it is. Oh, these
I
clouds
don't
are going to
see
be
mine.
in a few minutes anyway, so we'll be able to see it better.
Yeah, it looks like I've overcasted. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Might be why.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, it's fun to do a moon check or two.
Yeah, we could do another one when my clouds go away because they're spooky. This show's
Spooky.
Yeah. I get the, you know when you guys know this feeling when you know there's someone behind you and you get that
Yeah.
and then you start running
Yeah.
because you know that's not right behind you. Yeah, that's a ghost feeling, by the way.
Man, that's exactly the feeling I was talking about earlier when I was like little and I would jump between the freaking light spots in my house, between the shadows, because it felt like it was somebody or just something there, you know?
Yeah.
It's like I remember that like clearly, like I was super like adding to them as quickly as possible.
Cheese.
Well, I was somebody who could never, like, I still do this. I couldn't, I did not, I didn't like my feet covered.
Aw.
Even my kids don't like this, but even though they're not kind of mine, but they still don't like it. I didn't like my feet covered, but they had to be on the bed. So they couldn't like hang down. So I'd have to have the covers a certain way so my feet could hang out, but not down off the bed because I didn't want them touched. My biggest fear in the whole entire world was my feet being touched. Hi, baby.
What's our
Hi, baby.
cute little dude there?
Don't touch the feet.
He's like falling asleep. Look at his eyes.
Hi, baby.
He's tired. Hi, cheese.
He's like,
It's like
That sounds like my kids.
So
Everything got to be a certain
adorable.
way for them as well.
It's so cute. Hi, baby.
oh,
Like, why am I being on TV?
I know. He's like, okay, leave me alone.
all right, yeah, that's enough.
You're crazy. But it's up to you, Marlena, if you want to drop the live stream that you know that we diverted from the topic a little bit. But
Yeah, I mean,
I think everything we build on is interesting, man. It really gets me thinking. I be going to sleep thinking about a lot of stuff that well, it's the first time I met a lot of y'all, but when we be building on you being exposed and Brother Sanchez's channel and stuff, I be going to sleep with that on my mind.
Yeah, definitely. I love being on those channels too.
It's nice to think outside the lines of just the regular crap they throw us every day. You know?
yeah,
They want us to
Yeah.
think. versus what's going on. That's why I say I'm like, oh, it makes me so upset not knowing our real history, losing like things like alchemy and like that shit was real. Like
Hmm.
there was things like being able to use certain frequencies to move like very large objects or like cut into stone perfectly like a
Yeah,
laser. I
Yeah.
mean, that stuff
definitely.
is, come on, like let us have it back. I mean, this is just ridiculous. To
They
know
make
that,
it all make believe when they put it in animes. Like when they put it
yeah,
in, when they put alchemy in animes, like Dragon Ball Z. All of their powers are straight alchemy. Sorry.
yep.
Full Metal Alchemist. What's that other one? Bleach.
Well, when they're
Inumishu or
using like
whatever.
the more interesting ones are the ones that are using like when they get their energy balls all up, and then their energy balls are like having energy fights with their energy balls. And I mean, you can make those. You can feel the
Yeah.
energy between your
Yeah,
hands. You can make that energy. You can
definitely.
use it. It heats up your hands. You can you can like put on your body. It'll make certain spots feel better. I mean, we have Reiki, whatever you want to say that. Healers
Oh,
that
don't
I
tell me
mean,
that, cause I'll
whew.
cut all electricity off and we'll just we'll just stay warm on straight alchemy. Be like, baby, I can keep you warm. Let me show you how to create this fireball with your hands. But like I said, it's hard to learn. They burnt down our history in the library and hid
Well,
the
they have the
tablets and
history.
everything.
They have a history. It's sitting in the Vatican.
Yeah, they have it. They have it. I'm just saying they took it. They burnt it away from us, from the public to learn.
And the only thing they let out is the nasty crap. Like they get their little secret society crap going and use
Hmm.
the like very low frequency, low vibration. I don't even want to
Yeah.
go there. Maybe we could go to demons one day, but I'm not gonna go there tonight. We've been to ghost stories enough.
Pretty soon, Victoria is gonna let their secrets out the bag.
No.
Literally.
Wow, this is going on
Yeah.
5 hours now. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
Good
supposed
have
job,
we
to
really
go.
Marley.
been going
Oh,
that
man.
long? Oh
Well,
crap.
I took a short break and then I kind of just got comfortable and came back, but I think I'm gonna head out now.
Okay,
And
Dave.
but it's
I'm
been a
really
great,
glad you came. I
yeah.
swear, and then
Oh,
I'll let
Yeah,
you know when we come back,
Definitely.
and
oh,
hopefully you
it's
can
so
put a little
fun.
package together of your some that you want to share with us.
Yeah, it's like it's great. And this is, I mean, this is just all off the cuff. I mean, it's like this is all like impromptu, just nothing I
Yeah,
planned. It was just kind
it's
of,
the easiest way to do it.
yeah,
Go
I'm
with the
not
flow.
yeah, exactly.
time
yeah.
will take that, but as for I don't want anything scripted in our channel.
Yeah. I mean, this is
Definitely.
just it
Oh
just
no.
comes out of me like, this is all. I mean, as real as it gets. I guess this is me. As quirky and crazy as some of the stuff sounds, that's just the way it is.
It's,
But yeah, I'm happy to talk to you guys about some of this stuff, and in the future
mhm.
we'll talk more. It was fun, but man, 5 hours went by
Oh, you
quick.
know what?
Yeah.
Um, what you're talking about? I think you and Brother Sanchez will actually have a good build together because
Wow.
he actually goes into to it's cosmology and spirits and stuff,
Okay. Yeah.
and how everything you're talking about really supports the realm we live in and stuff. You know, he goes in and talks about astral projecting and lucid dreaming and stuff. I
Okay.
think
Okay.
you should subscribe to his channel so you'll know when he goes live.
I love
He
that
got
brother.
three actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do the astral projecting too. I mean, it'd be so
Yeah.
cool, but I can't even basically even meditate. I
Oh,
think my mind is
Well,
going. You know
that's
how
what
it
it
is.
is.
Your
you can
mind's
get.
racing so much, I can barely take
Yeah.
a minute to be still. I mean, just to
You
be
have to,
still, I can't. So I'm thinking, how am I going to meditate if I can't even
yeah.
shut up and
You have to,
and
exactly.
It's
You
shut
have
up
hard
to
to
and
learn
clear
in
to
your
the
mind.
find
mind too?
you have to learn to find your zero point, right?
Yeah,
It's so easy.
Yeah,
that will be my
exactly.
goal.
I can't I can't
Yeah,
do it. I ain't even gonna lie. It's hard for me to clear my mind. That's a step one to doing it is to clear everything out of your mind. But I can't because my mind is always racing with the
Yeah.
information that we be building on.
Yeah.
yeah,
One thing I would like to build in the basement, it was one of those sensory deprivation tanks. I think you
yes.
could probably build it pretty cheap. Just basically think of
Oh
a
yeah.
big bathtub
Just gonna
Yeah.
put
where
it.
you
Yeah,
fill it with
exactly.
like a
Definitely.
thousand pounds of salt, and then you make sure
Salt.
it's covered, and then you Yeah, but so
The
you
one I
make the
went
water the right temperature, and then you lay in there, and basically
there
your
was
mind will be your mind will be still because it has no sensory information coming in for touch, for hearing, or sight. Yeah.
the water.
Oh, weird. I can't hear you.
I can't hear you, Ma.
Yeah,
Of
you
course
going
you
in?
can. Of course you
It's
can.
almost like you're like a faint volume.
Yeah.
She said, "Of course you can."
Of course, of course.
Well, I said I've been in one
No.
when I was in California,
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
and there was no sand in it. It was just water, and you're in like the dark. It's complete darkness and no sound, and it's wonderful.
Not sand, salt. Salt
Oh, I
water.
thought you said sand.
Like that way you float, you're
I
buoyant.
don't. Yeah, this wasn't salt water I was in either.
But if you had one in your basement, like I was watching Joe Rogan's podcast, and he's a proponent for this. It's like sometimes he'll say, "Well, it's time to go down and see what's up." You know, he climbs in a tank, and basically the world, like he goes on a spirit journey in a way, or I guess he gets the answers to questions. I like the way he said it, like it's time to go see what's up. Of course, people climb in there with mind-altering
David?
drugs too. So,
David. Well, I was just going to get into it. David, have you ever done psilocybin?
no, I haven't.
David, have you ever done a DMT trip?
Nope.
I think you should do either one of those, and it'll help you.
Yeah, I thought about
Definitely.
that too after that Barry Cooper was on, talking about stuff like that. But those are like $3,000 or $4,000 trips to Hawaii. It's
Well,
like,
you don't
I
have
can't
to
afford
do
that.
Golly.
Yeah, you ain't gotta do that.
It's Mexico.
I
and you don't-
rather build my Arkansas to Hawaii myself.
$4,000? Are you kidding me? It's like, I mean,
You don't
I'd rather
need
build an Arkansas there myself.
the way he does it. That's for people that are trying to get treatment for something.
yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
you
I mean, I'm
can
sure
do
it's
it. There
great,
are
but
people in the area, but psilocybin you can get it anywhere in your city.
yeah.
But
Well, with
it's
the
fun.
sensory deprivation tank, you supposedly you go on a whole trip on itself without having any kind of substances too, which is supposed to be amazing. But yeah.
Plants are catalysts to awakening.
Mm.
But yes, I think y'all will have a good conversation to build on that one.
With Bro
David,
Sanchez?
I guess. Yeah,
I'm
he
gonna
got
ask
a
him to
Bro
come in our
Sanchez
next
seat.
one. I'll have him to come in. I'll ask him
Huh?
to come in our next one. I'm gonna have him come in our next show. He'll come in.
Yeah, because
Told me
Marlena was
anytime.
telling me
yeah.
about Bro Sanchez. and
That'd
the
be
suburb
awesome.
too.
Yeah, I love him. I love
Yeah.
him.
That'd be
He's my
awesome,
brother.
man. The brother is, and he's funny, man. The way he
He
be,
is.
oh Lord, the way he be talking about NASA,
Oh,
man,
shit.
like a fool, like a fool. That's his
The thing
catchphrase,
is,
like
Yeah,
a
like a
fool.
fool.
You're gonna fill me with some
we
knowledge,
need to
man.
start
Oh man,
bridging
he's
some of
smart.
these different topics because a lot of them relate to each other, but there's some like people are restricting themselves into one topic and not
Yeah,
seeing the other sides of everything.
they'll open their mind to one thing, but not something else.
Yeah, I like
That's why
open-mindedness. Yeah.
it surprised me today when Flat on the Hot Potatoes was actually talking about the Vegas incident. I was like, really?
Nah.
They
The
must have
only
heard our
topic I don't
podcast
like to
yesterday.
talk about is religion. Religion exhausts me to no extent, so I don't even. I try to stay away from all talks of religion. That's the only
Yeah,
thing really.
me too. You talking to an
Well,
ex-Christian?
the
And
only thing with
Yeah.
religion is that some of the ancient stuff has some of the stuff in it, right?
That's
Like
right.
everybody has a creation story. Everybody
Yeah, I
has
mean,
a little
there's
bit of truth inside of it,
Okay, so
and that's what you
our
gotta
next
delve out. You just can't get indoctrinated into
we'll
it.
Yeah,
do
yeah,
creation
like
because it does help
man-made
with
organized
active
religions is
stuff.
what I. Yeah.
Sorry, I have to switch mics.
that's what one thing that's one thing when I came into Flat Earth. If I hadn't came into Flat Earth, I wouldn't have woke up to the truth about religion as well. Cause I used to love going to church and stuff, and then
I still
I
love going.
realized
I still love
when I woke up to Flat Earth, I realized that a lot of preachers won't preaching the whole truth in the Bible or they don't want to believe or whatever when the Bible mentions flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? So I was like,
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. Let me just go ahead and stay away from the church too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
funny how they'll omit things that don't fit their agenda.
Yeah, of course, hypocritical.
Hmm.
So that's why I'm just spiritual, not religious, and I
Right.
and
Yeah,
I don't have to
I'm
any
with
that's the
you.
best way to
follow.
go
I don't
about
have
it.
any dogma and nothing like that.
And honestly, what was your favorite part about the whole church thing? It was actually when they started playing music and you'd feel it go through your body, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know,
I mean,
Hmm.
that's a
that.
good
There
thing
you
to bring
go.
up.
Singing to songs,
Music,
praising
music
the
was the
Lord.
very first sound.
I
You know,
actually
music was
enjoyed
the first sound.
the music, like you said. Like it was nice to just take a break, but the other parts of the church I hated. But I do kind of miss that part, sitting there and
Yep.
listening to the choir sometimes,
Mhm,
and then the music. Yeah.
Yep.
I
mhm.
do too. I really do. I miss the sermons, but then I realized, I think about it, that the Bible is really just another textbook,
Yeah.
like
Oh,
a
the
history
sermons
book,
were really
because
weird too. I mean, I
like
remember.
today's text,
Yeah, I'm thinking like, did he
is going to
really
be
just
over
say that in the
Job
sermon?
13. Today's, they tell you, they telling you it's a textbook. Today's text, the sermon's text today is going to be, I'm like, they're telling you it's a textbook, man, right in your face.
Yep.
I mean, a
Yep.
textbook that you're supposed to use to help you with everyday life.
Which
They
people
pick
made
and
it cross
choose what they
quite a
want to
bit
preach
from.
about.
It's like, no, thank you,
Exactly.
no,
Yeah,
thank you.
exactly. They
And
they
they
fed it
omitted
to their
quite a bit of
agenda.
it.
Keep your
You know,
man-made
Hmm.
religion in the book.
it
I
was
mean, there's
candidate.
definitely truths within a lot of different religions, but certain people just pick out the pieces they want so that they can
Is it like the Book of
tell
Enoch?
you certain story
Is it the
Like
Book of
we
and
asked,
not
Enoch
I
let
that
you
asked
they
see the
people,
refuse
rest
to
of
have
it.
in there or something? And there's references back to the Book of Enoch and other people's, you know,
yeah,
writings.
yeah,
It's ridiculous that
hmm
you got rid of something that literally tells you what the Earth is, right?
and I asked people this, right? I asked them the million dollar question. I said, if Earth was created on the first day,
Seventh.
uh, second,
Never
I think
mind.
the second day. I'm talking about the Earth itself, the land. I think he drew the
Okay.
land from the water. I think on the second day or whatever, and he didn't the sun to the fourth. What the hell was the Earth orbiting around for 3 days? These are churchgoers that still believe in the globe, and they were like, it was orbiting around the sun. He created the sun on the on the first day. I said, no, he didn't. He created
He
light.
created light. He didn't create
I,
sun.
I said we can see
Yeah,
this
not
with
the
our own.
sun.
A lot of times we can see the daylight without the sun being out. So he
That's
created
right.
light. He did not create the sun. He created the sun to rule the light, to rule the
Right.
day, basically. You know what I'm saying? They were
Mhm.
like, no, you can't tell me. I was like, dude, the Bible's right here, literal, man. You can't sit here and change it and say
Well, oh, it's
someday,
light
and
before the
then when
sun
you,
comes
so
up.
I'm like, did he create two suns? Because you saying the earth was going around on the first day, but yet he didn't put the sun in the sky to the fourth day. So which is it? I always hit him with that question.
Yeah,
They can't answer it. They never thought that in depth of it. Because they really don't believe even what they're talking about because they've got the modern religion of science in their head.
all right. I think the most important part is the first day where the word is spoken. You know, the vibration is put into the
The breath of life.
existence.
To existence.
Yeah,
Yeah. That was a magic spell.
that's the
I
That
root
mean,
of everything is vibration.
in our culture, the first sound was music, and so every ceremony that we do is do one of our songs. You know, one of our Weha songs because a lot of it's Weha. Um, every ceremony we start off with either Micmac honor song or something to that, to honor. And everybody feels something
mhm.
when they hear sound. I'm gonna share some ghost pictures while we're talking.
Awesome,
Cool.
cool.
Hey, I'm jealous.
That's a
I
well,
used
these
to be
aren't my
afraid of
pictures. These
those
are just
things.
online, but yeah, these are just
Maybe
online. So
Stories around the campfire.
a story
maybe
about a
so. Freak
lovely
me out.
lady. There's
Freak
one
me
right
out.
here.
Freak me
Hey,
out.
look, yeah,
Freak
I
me
see it.
out.
The head in the corner.
Yep.
Yeah,
That guy
it
looks.
stood
That
out
guy
to me
looks.
before you.
This dude looks scarier than her.
Right. That's what I was
He
thinking.
do.
Right? I had
I
to
was
like look at
thinking
that
that.
closer just to
He
see
looks more
it.
normal than he does.
He's probably the MF that conjured her up here.
Oh my gosh, what the heck is that, man?
Whoa.
Right here.
What the
That's
frick is that
creepy.
little creepy looking dude
It's a little
Right.
person.
sketching on into that photo? I'd be like,
The girl in
oh,
dress.
what happened?
What's it? The woman
Right.
in black. That's the word. That's what I was
There's a
looking for.
shadow person right there.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a shadow person.
You talking about right there in the left? Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
I'm sorry. Ooh, spooky.
I see another one right there.
Oh, that's a
They
place
just
to
having a
stay.
good old time too.
College
Not even
campus.
Yeah.
realize what's behind them.
Ooh, college
Yep.
campus
Oh
is
yeah.
creepy as fuck, man.
That one lady on the left looked like she was doing some weird pose.
What the hell is attacking the baby?
Whoa.
The baby like, what the hell is this?
You know that baby
Yeah,
saw
Mom.
that,
yeah.
right? That's the craziest thing. You know that baby saw that, right?
That last one made me remember.
Oh, look at this one right
Whoa.
here. Ew, that's spooky shit, man. Maybe I shouldn't be looking at these.
Yeah. It's getting late.
Oh my God, we're having
Right?
nightmares now.
You guys are
They
this
float.
Wait, what
right
are we
They
here.
seeing here?
all
What are we
float.
seeing here?
Oh no,
Okay,
I'm not
okay,
gonna sleep
okay. I see
now.
it.
Right here.
Ooh, they float. They all float.
Well,
Welcome
of
to your
course, they're in different
afterlife. You can
dimensions.
finally
That's physical.
fly.
There's one here. There's one here. There's one here.
Yeah.
Because they're in a different dimension. They're not earthly bound like we are. So they do seem like
Yeah.
they're floating.
It reminds me, that one blue
Nah.
kind of ghostly one reminded me of that gas
Oh,
station
that's
video they
fucking
had
gross.
where that the
Sorry.
like
Right.
blue thing like
Look at this.
moved around the
Right
gas
there.
station.
Oh my
I'm
God.
That's
tripping.
Nana coming
They
to
look like
visit?
that house at Paranormal
Oh
Activity.
wow.
Yeah.
The first, no, the second one. No, not the second one. The third one. They look like was it the third one? No, the third one. They went back in time, so it had to be It
What are
looked
they
like one of them
looking at
houses.
there?
Right here,
The
there's a guy
window?
here and a girl here. Right here.
Ah, I
Oh, I
see.
see it.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Interesting.
Creepy shit, man.
That is creepy shit. My stomach just turned.
Just a feeling.
Okay, none of these like freak me out too much. Oh, it's right here.
I'm like, where's
Yep.
that?
The-
Over on the other side of the
Gotta
lab.
be like
Oh,
real
I'm
close to my
scarred
phone
for
to see
life
this
now,
shit.
Marina. I'm gonna have nightmares.
I
Hey,
know,
Dave, do you
David.
ever
We'll have to stay up here
start
and
taking
talk to them.
pictures when you're doing these
Damn
EVPs?
you.
Somebody's
Damn you.
watching me.
Oh man, there's what?
Oh, look right here.
Oh shit, that's creepy.
Look how excited with the Uninvited. That was a great movie too. I love that movie.
See what mirrors do to you, people? See what mirrors do? Don't ever have one in your freaking
Hmm
bedroom, please.
Put your
See
hand
what
in the
goes.
past, so I gotta
There's
pull you through. You just gotta
way,
be strong.
there's
You just like on my
way,
mirror.
there's way too much. There's way too much that goes on in your dreams. Just don't put one in your
I don't
dreams.
see that one.
It's in the
I
picture.
see it in the mirror right
Yeah,
there.
in the mirror. Once again, in the mirror.
See, the mirror is a gateway, man. It's a portal.
Yep.
A lot of
Sure is.
documentaries on the honey, they use a lot of mirror. Well, they would have a lot of encounters in the mirrors, like that movie, The Skeleton Key with
Skeleton Key.
Kate Hudson. Yeah, with Kate Hudson, they were down in the bayou in New Orleans, and she went to this house, and she was issued the skeleton key, but it was one particular room that she wasn't allowed to go in because they had all the mirrors in the house hidden in it, and all the mirrors were come to find out. Come to find out, the
Oh
host of the
yeah,
house
they
was
hit
a
the souls
witch.
in the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, she was a
Yeah.
witch. She basically just lured her there because her earthly body was dying, was getting old and dying, and she needed the younger body. She needed her younger body. So she was telling her, don't go there into the mirror, don't or whatever. But she was using reverse psychology because she know young people are curious, and when she started finding out the truth, you know, it yeah, she used that mirror against her, and she tried to use a mirror against her, and it didn't work well, and her body was knocked out, and she took her soul and put her soul, left the old woman's body. I forgot, the woman looked like Kathy Bates, but it wasn't Kathy Bates. But she got she got into Kate Hudson's body or whatever, and you know. So it was one of them. It was one of them horror movies that didn't have a happy ending
You
because
know, before
because the
anytime before Jamaican talks, we should all say.
Yeah, I was thinking,
You should say what?
how many movies
oh
has he ruined
Spoiler
tonight?
alert! Spoiler alert!
At
oh
least
okay.
3.
Next time I just mention a movie and be like, yeah, y'all should just check that movie out.
We don't
I
have
mean, y'all
to.
would still like it though. I mean, it's
But
still
yeah,
y'all would still like it. It
you
it was
speaking about the
still
mirrors and everything made me think about the way that a lot
yeah.
of these ghost pictures come in reflections of windows too.
hmm The Evil
Yeah.
Dead, they have something to do with mirrors,
Spoiler alert.
you know. No, I just said it had. I just has look. I just said it has something to do with mirrors. I ain't gonna tell you what the movie is about.
Oh, at
Yeah,
least this time.
yeah. I ain't gonna spoil it no more. But yeah, y'all should definitely check that movie out if you like people fighting their demons and stuff, fighting their inner demons, I should say.
Yeah.
That movie was great, man. That movie had me bugging.
Hey,
I'm talking about literally
let's talk
bugging.
about that stuff. Let's talk about the Poltergeist movies. Awesome movies. My favorite one, obviously, is the second one because they have Will Sampson in there, which was in front of my mother's, the Indian guy with the with the little butterflies. Him.
You talking about the
Everybody.
original that came out in like the '70s? You talking about that one or the remakes?
Original.
Is that old? The original.
The
I'm
original,
talking
yeah.
about Poltergeist 2. That one? Poltergeist 2 with Will Sampson, the Indian, and the magic midget. You know that girl?
I think so. Yeah, I think they came out in like
Okay.
the '80s or something. But
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
have no idea when, but when you think about that, you know how everybody that did that movie died a certain way. Like everybody died in that movie after.
Really?
The little girl died. Will Sampson, the Indian, died. Yeah, the sister died. She didn't even make it to the second movie.
Spoiler.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
You mean they
Well,
died in the
I'm
movie
saying
or they
ghost
died in
wise,
real
right?
life?
A lot of the ghost movies, regardless if they were poltergeist or not, a lot of people died when they make those movies because they're tampering with some shit. You know,
hmm
like they did real ceremonies. Those are real ceremonies that Will Sampson did, and to do them on a movie set, and that little girl. I mean, maybe she really got possessed. Maybe, not possessed inside. I'm talking about around her on the operating table. Who's doing that?
Doing what?
That's
It was me. That's why
that's
I muted my mic.
okay. That's she died on the operating table. It was like a freak thing or something, freak accident or something. Yeah, I think she went in for appendicitis. I'm not really sure. I got to look it up, but yeah, I know she died on the operating table for sure. That little blonde girl, Carol Ann. Her.
Well, Paris Hilton was in a horror movie. Why is she fucking dead? It was so fucking
The
bad.
wax
No one
house.
saw it.
The wax house. Yeah, I seen it. It's horrible. It was horror.
So bad. It was so bad.
Yeah.
They can't even bother killing her off because it was so bad. They felt bad for her.
Right.
Nah, we're not gonna bother
Yeah.
that. The movie was ranked so bad. Her career's dead. Anyway.
Ghostbuster movies are good. I like the Ghostbuster movies, but for the scary movies, there's some pretty scary.
I think The Conjuring was a great movie, man. That thing had me off for like 2 or 3 nights. It was so good.
What was it?
If y'all never seen it, The Conjuring. If y'all never seen it,
Oh
it's
my
based on
god!
Oh my
I know.
god!
I'm gonna
Yeah.
take my earrings off.
it's based on a true story too. They were actually ghost hunters and psychics and stuff, psychic ghosts, paranormals or whatever. But yeah, y'all should definitely see. I like the first one better than the second one. The second one was pretty scary, but like I said, I like the first one better. And man, that would have you mind freak for real.
Which one did you like better, the first or the second one?
I like the first one better because
The first one was
yeah,
about which one? That one was about the family,
the
right? The mom.
yeah,
Which one? The Conjuring?
yeah.
Because Oh, that was about the one in Alaska. Oh no, I'm talking about a different one. Never mind. I was
No,
seeing
this
it.
was
Never mind.
The first one was in
based
New
on
York.
the. You remember the demonologist, the older
Yeah, I seen it.
demonologist one?
I seen the Conjuring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Those two
I
are
think the
real.
first
You,
Those
one
two
they
are
were in
real
New
life.
York, I believe. Yeah, the
right.
first one they were in New York. The second one they were in London. They were in London,
I thought it was
England, in the second
Connecticut or
one.
something, or Rhode Island or
I
something that
love
they moved to.
Connecticut. Yeah,
you.
that's what it was. I know it was somewhere
Everything's
in on
haunted
the
in
East
Connecticut,
Coast.
right? If you move to
It
Yeah,
seems that way
Connecticut, it's
because a
gonna be
lot of
fucking haunted.
hauntings.
a lot of
It
honeys.
seems that way because most of the haunting,
Oh,
most of
hauntings.
haunting documentaries I've seen were
I
based
knew that's
in
right.
somewhere in Connecticut, New York, or somewhere on the East Coast.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
you got the haunting when ghost attacks. What's the other one? Haunting
Amityville
story. What was it?
Horror, the original one, Amityville
Haunting.
Horror,
We have a
and then
haunting.
yeah, the Amityville Horror. They ended up moving that to somewhere else. I think Amityville. Yeah, they moved it either from New York to Connecticut. I'm talking about the whole house, and they also moved it. They couldn't even tear the damn thing down. So I don't like those kind of scary movies.
The
There's
real
a lot
life
of
one.
funny ghost movies, like
The real life
Ghost
one.
Dad.
You
Yeah,
like
yeah,
who are you gonna call?
I was
Ghostbusters.
like
yeah.
Casper. Casper
I
was
even
funny.
like watching the cartoon Ghostbusters. That was so much fun. Slimer was always there.
Slimer.
Slimy, slimy or whatever his
Night
name
at the
was.
museum.
It's
That was interesting.
Right at the
my kids
museum.
like that.
That
I've
wasn't
really never
haunted, was it?
seen it.
Well, let
It's
me
so
tell you
many
all
good.
about it.
It's so many good. It's so many
In
good
case you didn't
horror
watch
genre
it.
movies out there though. Like that really have your mind. They really have your mind on edge. I know Insidious, the first two Insidious movies, the first two Insidious movies were crazy. That shit had me up for a couple of nights, man.
Oh
But I
yeah,
loved
those
them.
are fun.
It's
The
Insidious.
Others. What if we're like that? What if we're like The Others? The movie The Others?
I
And I'm not
haven't
gonna tell
seen
you
that
all
one,
about it.
so
I'm
you.
just gonna say I gotta
Spoiler
see
alert!
it.
You better tell
Because
me
if I
because I'm
tell
gonna
you
stop.
about it, yeah, I won't tell you because then, yeah, if I even tell you just a little bit of it, you'll get it. So I'd rather you watch it. It's with Nicole Kidman anyway.
The
Maybe I have
others.
seen
I
it.
think I heard of the others.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I probably seen it. I've seen so many
Her kids,
horror
yeah,
movies.
her kids were allergic to the sun.
No, I didn't see that one. Have we seen the others, baby? We never seen the others, have we? We did. Her kids were allergic to the sun.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
yeah,
She
yeah,
just
yeah,
told it. Well, his wife just told the plot.
What'd she say?
Spoiler
She
alert.
told him about. She said what it was.
Oh
Nobody
no, no,
heard
no,
her,
no, no,
so.
no! Don't repeat it because some of them didn't even hear it. They call you. They said spoiler alert. Yeah, I know. See, me and her, we watched so many horror movies, man. I can't keep. Oh shit, my battery dying. I can't keep track with all of them, but I know Insidious was good. Like I said, The Conjuring was good. I loved it. It is good.
Ew! How could you like that? I see. I'm not a clown person. I just no. I
I,
never
I
liked
haven't
clowns though.
Me
I haven't
neither.
seen the.
Those
We
clowns.
haven't
Wait a
finished
minute.
the remake.
If those clowns were running around near me and they try to jump out, I'd kill them, and then I'd be like, I killed them.
Yeah. Clowns.
Like, I'd
I
kill
remember at
it.
like homecoming
Oh my.
parades seeing the clowns. I was just like, get the fuck away.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Uh,
I'd kill them. So if a clown came running after me
I
like that they
think
were doing in that park, I'd be running forward towards him. Say, come on, I'm gonna kill you.
I
And it'd
think
freak me
it
out.
I think it ruined clowns for children for the rest of our lives. Like nobody's ever gonna like a clown ever. I don't even know why they still have them in the circus.
Well, exactly the new American horror.
Sapphire from the
I
Jungle.
mean, the new
Oh
American
shit.
Horror Story. The new American Horror Story.
Uh-huh.
Couldn't
It's all
take it, I
about
guess.
clowns killing people. So it's
Oh
like
Jesus.
It's like I thought it was going to be really good because at the beginning of the very first one, they talk about Donald Trump and everyone's really, really upset that he won in the first episode. And then they show the clowns and I'm like, shit, that ruined it for me.
Yeah.
So now all the episodes are about the killer clown shit.
Yeah.
I don't like that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, you gotta go there. You know?
Which means they're about to bring out the clowns again. It is fall. You know, there's always sightings of clowns during the fall.
Yeah.
Whether there's some kind of
around.
alien something or other, or somebody real running
my
out of
ex
the
still come around up
woods.
again.
Dang, man.
Damn.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you know what? I appreciate you guys. You guys stuck it out, and it's like 1:45 here.
Yeah.
It is 1:45. I mean, I'll shut the stream, but we can still keep talking in here if you guys want. We could just go to Discord.
Yeah. Whatever.
I love being on live, but you know, it's like, it's up to you guys. Like, I totally don't care.
Yeah.
I think we've kind of
yeah.
devolved from the topic a little bit. But it's been good.
Just a little bit. I might edit it up a little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was good.
I have to edit the
sure.
beginning though when I had to yell at those like telling girls I'm on live stream.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. It's not listening swearing at the kids or nothing. Anyway, yeah, I'm just cut the beginning off. Yeah, so I thank you guys very much for being on the panel. We're gonna head over to Discord. I gotta edit this video.
Great idea, Glow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's people over there. So anybody.
I can't do two things at once with the phone, so there's people over there. We're supposed to
I know, that's what's sucky. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for coming, and thank you everybody that stuck it out. I mean, we had a lot of viewers tonight, and I appreciate it.
Cool.
Yeah, we're going to make a schedule for everybody, and we'll have it out. I'll do a short little video tomorrow on when we'll do our videos so that everybody knows there's going to be a set schedule. Because we're going to have to eventually. Like, even if you're at work, Glow, you can still come on here.
Yeah.
Or you do it when we're regular talking, right? Because, you know, you are essential to this show. I'm going to sign off. I'm here in Canada. Glow and Spiral, do you guys have your last little...
Let's see. No, not really. I don't know what well, thanks for coming, and thanks for doing spooky stories tonight, because it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
my little side passion thing that I like.
Yeah, this would be our Halloween. Our Halloween series, eh?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Spiral, you have something to say?
Just thanks for doing this, and it's wide open. There's a lot to see.
Definitely. And your ears. Thank you, everybody, very much. And we have a Discord chat. You're more than welcome to come see us after, usually live stream or whenever you'd like to. It'll be in the description. And be kind to each other. Peace out.